Frankfurt, West Germany, 1956. 11 years after the end of World War II, many crimes of the Nazi era still go unpunished. The perpetrators of these crimes are walking free. Many judges, prosecutors, and police officers have already served under the Nazis. Now they have no interest in prosecuting their former comrades for actions similar to their own. For the victims of these crimes, this is unbearable. To end this, Attorney General Fritz Bauer establishes a special unit of young prosecutors with no ties to the old regime. I am Esther Katz. I am one of these prosecutors. We are investigating Nazi crimes and bringing perpetrators to justice. Not to avenge, not to heal, but to show that there are laws that apply to all. It doesn't make us popular. Most want to forget. Some want us to shut up. But they cannot stop us. Nothing belongs to the past. Everything is still present and can become the future again. First day, you've got this, Katz. Looks more like somebody's home than a prosecutor's office. Good, I'm not the first one in. I'm glad I brought my own umbrella. I do hate this time of the year. No point in waiting. I'm not here for an appointment. Not where I'd expect to find this office, to be honest. But it's a nice corner of Frankfurt nonetheless. I should try the coffee at Café Selten sometime. I've heard good things. Archive? Not where I should be now. Hello? Anybody here? Not much of a welcome party. Someone's made themselves right at home. Really small for an intercom. Must be a new model. Still burning. Someone was just here. Fritz Bauer. I'd be hard-pressed to find a more disliked name in this city. I hope this job wasn't a mistake. The door is locked. The door is locked. So many plants. Someone here has quite the green thumb. Maybe everybody's in a meeting? The door is locked. They could all be on break, right? All of them, at the same time, early in the morning. No, I'm good. Does it just go all day long? Not the cleanest of places.
Now, where have I... No. Paula Fisher, what is it with you and your forgetfulness?
Good morning.
Oh, hello. Good morning. Sorry I didn't hear you enter. You must be Miss Katz, right?
Esther Katz, yes, that would be me. And you are?
Paula Fisher. Hello. I'm a legal assistant here for Mr. Bauer's team. Well, the legal assistant. We're a bit understaffed at the moment.
It's nice to meet you, Paula.
Oh, it's my pleasure, believe me. I've brought you this week's newspaper and a letter that arrived for you. Anyway, I should probably be going. I'll be at my desk if you need anything. You'll find me. Or through the intercom. We just had the whole system installed. It made my life so much easier.
When can I expect to meet Dr. Bauer?
Mr. Bauer wants to talk with you once you've acclimatized. His words, not mine. He should be arriving soon for that matter, so should the rest of the team.
I see. Very well then, thank you.
It's a pleasure to have you on our team, Miss Katz.
All right then. First encounter, check. Time for me to settle in.
Miss Katz, how can I help you?
That will be all for now. Thank you, Paula.
Always happy to help.
No signal. The line must be dead. Maybe I should talk to Paula about it. Look at that. Written evidence of all those sleepless nights. And the ton of coffee. But here I am. I finally made it. Pretty sure it was all worth it. The last holiday we spent together as a family. I'm so glad Dad made us do it. Franz was such a show-off that summer. Always trying to impress the girls. I wish you were here, Big Brother. I'm not letting you down. I swear. A new job deserves a fresh journal, ready to be filled with notes and tasks. Hello?
Mr. Bauer is ready for you. He says at your own time. With him, that means as soon as possible.
Thank you. I'd better get going then.
Good luck.
Mona's Gaststätte. If the wine is good, I'd probably be a regular customer by the end of the year. With so many smokers here, I doubt this office will ever be free of the cigarette smell. They are supposed to be good for you, though. That's what my doctor said.
Miss Katz, welcome to the front line.
Good morning, Dr. Bauer.
Just Mister. We're working together. My name, as you already know, is Fritz Bauer, General Prosecutor. Much to the displeasure of the public, I insist on investigating the many crimes committed under the NSDAP. Most of them, of course, have long since gone cold. And nobody out there truly wishes for us, for you, to solve them. Or frankly, to even touch them. A rather thankless job, may I say. Are you up for it?
I am, and I'm well aware of this.
You see, I'm not entirely sure of that. But no matter. Miss Katz, I believe I have the perfect case for you to start with.
I'm listening.
Hans Naumann, an older gentleman, shot just before the end of the war.
What do we know about the case?
According to the victim's wife, her husband was taken by uniformed men for no reason. He never came back. His body was found in a forest nearby after the war. Shot in the head.
Do we have any files? Any leads?
Yes, from the original investigation. Miss Naumann reported her husband's death to the police. A case was opened. The public prosecutor's office investigated members of the NSDAP local group. They're suspects. However, no charges were pressed. Based on the investigation, Hans Naumann was lawfully executed.
And how did they reach this conclusion?
That you can learn from the documents. The first thing that I'll need you to establish is why Hans Naumann was taken. Depending on the answer, we'll see if the case warrants a full investigation. I asked Mrs. Fisher to prepare a file. It should probably already be on your desk. I suggest you familiarize yourself with it and invite the widow to give a statement. Mrs. Fisher should be able to help you with that. It might also be wise to check the archives. You never know what is hidden in these old boxes. Maybe something about this official order mentioned in the discontinuation report? Ask Mr. Bournemouth for the keys. I believe he has a spare set. Good luck, Miss Katz.
Right. Get the keys, check the files, and invite the first witness. And I'll need a refresher on the Nazi hierarchy. Understanding the chain of command will be crucial. Paula did say to ask her if I needed anything.
Miss Katz, how can I help you?
I need you to invite a potential witness.
Of course. Who should I reach out to?
Ludmilla Naumann, the victim's widow. I want to hear her version of what happened.
Of course. I'm on top of it. Anything else?
I need some additional files.
Something specific?
I need more details regarding NS organizations. Chains of commands, ranks, and badges. Anything you can get your hands on.
Of course, I'll get right to it. Anything else?
Thank you, Paula. That will be all for now.
Here if you need anything.
Oh, hello. Oh, please, forgive the mess. I'm afraid I didn't have the time to clean up. Miss Katz, right?
Esther Katz, nice to meet you.
Pleasure is all mine. Christoph Olmuth. Christoph, preferably. I try to be on first-name basis.
And how's that going?
It worked with Paula, not with Simon. Didn't dare to try it with Bauer.
In this case, I would prefer you treat me like your male colleagues.
We are a small team. I'd love to tell you that we are small and tight-knit, but, well, happy to have more people join the fight. Especially someone like you.
And what do you mean by that?
Well, you're a woman.
That's a very astute observation.
Right. Sorry. What I meant to say is, you're a woman and a prosecutor. That didn't sound better.
It doesn't matter. Just forget it.
I apologize. Well, it's just rare. Too rare, if you ask me. Right. Again, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Likewise.
I'm looking forward to working alongside with you. Well, hello. What can I do for you?
Mr. Bauer said you have the keys to the archive?
I do. We all. Oh, despair. I tend to keep 2 sets, as I'm somewhat prone to displacing them. Just let me find it. And there it is. The master key. Be aware of its gifts.
The master key?
It's from a story I used to read. You know, don't mind me. Good luck in the archives. Well, hello. What can I do for you?
Can I ask you a few questions about the work here?
Ask away.
How long have you worked for Mr. Bauer?
Here? Almost since the beginning. Which sounds good, but really means just a few months. We are a new team.
And before that, what did you do?
3 years in Hamburg. Public prosecutor's office as well. Didn't really fit in there. And before that, well, that's a different story.
Have you worked with Mr. Bauer before?
Didn't get the chance, no. And even here, it's not exactly working with him either. Under would be a better term. Usually, at least.
What can you tell me about working here?
Long hours, little pay, cases which more often than not fail to even reach court. But it's an important mission, and, ironically, rewarding. The cases we work on, they already have had to wait far too long.
I was a bit surprised we are not at the main office.
Right, Bauer's idea. To put it simply, he was and still is afraid of sabotage. Too many people there he wouldn't trust. Files went missing, evidence got misplaced. So he decided to rent this place and repurpose it. And here we are.
I have a different question. I have some questions about somebody.
Who would that be?
You, to be quite frank.
Then the answers might be quite boring. There just isn't that much to say. The name's Christoph. Again, I'm a public prosecutor, as you might have guessed. Though I'm more of a pre-trial one. Interviews, research, documents, not court. I never did well with trials themselves.
You didn't study in Frankfurt, right?
Hamburg, mostly. Did a few years in Berlin first, but on the wrong side. Doesn't count here.
So you're from...
The East, yes. Don't hold it against me. Hardly my choice. And I've never been much of a comrade anyway. Too many books, not enough worker spirit.
I'm sorry for asking, but how did you end up here then?
I crossed before 52. It was easier then. No fences, no restricted zones. You just had to worry about the patrols.
I have a different question. I have some questions about somebody.
Who would that be?
What can you tell me about Mr. Bauer?
He's the reason we are all here. You don't see many people in the system interested in these cases.
Unfortunately.
He's, I'd say, inspiring, in his own way, at least through its work. But himself he is demanding, isolating, devilishly intelligent, but in a way which leaves you feeling judged. At least that's how it leaves me.
I have a different question. I think that's all for now.
Don't be a stranger.
Miss Katz, how can I help you?
Thank you, Paula. That will be all for now.
Here if you need anything.
Ooh, the smell. Brings me back to all the nights at the library. Found them. These seem relevant to our case.
Paula, how often do I need to tell you that my plaque belongs on my door and not on the floor?
That voice. Oh no.
And how often do I need to remind you that I am not your handyman?
Just fix my door, Paula!
Ugh, no. No. There's no way it's Peter's. Just no. I need to check it. Please let it not be him. Oh, of all the people, how is he here?
This better be about my door, Paula. Tell me this is a joke.
Hello, Peters.
Falda, what are you doing here, Katz?
Funny. I was just about to ask you the same thing.
I work here, Katz. I'm Mr. Bauer's right-hand man. And I'm so sorry, but we don't really do marriage disputes for bored housewives here, you know?
As a matter of fact, I work here as well. And I must say, this job just got much less appealing.
Just my luck. So you're the new hire, Katz.
In the flesh.
You won't last a week.
Oh, so you did find your confidence in the end. Or is it still going to be like that time you scored 4th in class and threw a fit?
Classy, as always. You know what? I don't have time for this. Get out of my office, Katz. Try not to embarrass yourself. Katz.
Peters. I have some questions about work.
So?
How long have you been working here?
From the start. I reached out as soon as I learned Mr. Bauer was to be the general prosecutor. He needed the best, so I joined.
What can you tell me about the work here?
It's important, necessary, but it's exhausting. And very much unwanted by those outside of the team. If even that. And then there's the... No matter.
What did you want to say?
It doesn't matter. You'll find out yourself.
You sound disappointed.
Hardly. In myself, if anything. It's a tough job. It takes its toll. In more ways than I had expected.
Got it. Back to the work topic. One more question. I have some questions about somebody.
About whom?
About Mr. Bauer.
Mr. Bauer is a good man, a righteous man, an idealist, very professional, and very good at what he does. Even if he can be a bit difficult to work with at times.
I have some questions about somebody.
About whom?
Thank you. That's all.
Miss Katz, how can I help you?
Thank you, Paula. That will be all for now.
Here if you need anything.
So many plants. Someone here has quite the green thumb. The door is locked. There's nothing left for me to do. I should call it a day. Last month's Motortrends and a Birgit from last year. Wouldn't be my first reading choice, but with how long you have to wait for a prosecutor. I'm glad I brought my own umbrella. I do hate this time of the year.
Miss Katz, if you'd have a moment.
Well, hello. And who would you be?
That's Marlene. My son turned out to be allergic, so Mr. Bauer agreed to have her stay here for now.
Looking forward to working with you, Marlene. Oh, hello, Marlene. Meow. Oh, hello, Marlene. Oh, I'm glad you are so cooperative.
Damn it! There has to be some coffee left. Ah, cuts. Great. Just what I needed.
Really, Peters?
What? You're not seriously expecting me to pretend I'm happy to see you, are you? I don't know what trick you pulled on Bauer to get this job, but I know you. I'm not falling for it.
Don't you think it might be a good idea to, I don't know, at least try to stay somewhat civil if we're going to have to work here together?
If. I doubt you'll last long enough for me to try.
What are you doing?
Why, what does it look like? I'm trying to have some coffee. Trying being the key word. If I can find any. Seriously, there's only 4 of us here. Right. 5. How can we be all out already?
Right. I'll leave you to it. Does anybody actually cook here? It is too early to make another pot. Right? Ugh, so many dishes in the sink. I'm surprised no one has complained yet. No, I'm good.
Cuts.
Peters. I have some questions about somebody.
About whom?
Thank you. That's all. Yes, Paula?
I found some documents you asked for. They're waiting in your inbox. Oh, and there was a call for you. Asked for you to call back. I wrote down the number, left it with the files.
I have an inbox?
We all do, apart from Mr. Peters. He demands everything be handed to him personally, as if we weren't already understaffed. I set yours on your desk. It's where I'll be leaving any letters or files for you. And a daily agenda, if that's needed.
Who called me?
I'm afraid he didn't give a name. An older man, I'd say. Sounded very proper, even if he did ignore my questions. Oh, he referred to you just by name, Esther.
Thank you, Paula.
Miss Katz?
Civil Codes, Bereichsgesetz, Seneca, and some Frankel and Neumann. Quite a collection. Wait, is that a Sachenspiegel? I think Dad had a copy of this edition. Time to get started. I still can't believe Peters is working here. Peters? I wonder if anybody can tell me how this happened. Paula?
Mrs. Naumann just arrived. I showed her to the conference room.
Thank you. I'll be right there. Who do I want to call? He's not picking up. Who do I want to call?
Hello?
Father? I didn't expect you'd call me here.
Oh, Esther, my dear, so good to hear you. Did you settle in all right?
I have great colleagues. Well, most of them. And I believe I can do a lot of good here.
I see. Esther, there's something I want to discuss. Do you remember our little talk? It must have been last month.
Is this about that job at your friend's firm? Bergman, was it?
Bergman, Kranich and Partners, yes. Bergman is one of my oldest friends. Family law, very respectable.
Dad, I'm really busy here. Can we talk about this another time?
Esther, let me be very frank with you. I'm proud of you. I really am. A prosecutor at your age? With the view on women on our line of work being what it is? I'd have to be a fool not to. But your mother and I, we are worried. Do you have any idea what they say about power?
Dad, I don't care about his private life, and I don't listen to rumors.
If that was his only flaw, Esther. The man's fanatic. You must see that. Listen to your father. Leave. Nothing good will come from this.
I make my own decisions now, Father.
Oh, my silly, silly little girl. You... No, Essie. I must apologize. I did not mean to get so passionate about this. I'm just worried. You don't know how important one's reputation is. And if people start to associate you with that man. I just want what's best for you, Essie.
I know, Dad.
I'm proud of you. I know I already said that, but I really am. Like you can't imagine.
You must be Mrs. Naumann. Thank you for coming. My name is Esther Katz. I am one of the prosecutors in Attorney General Bauer's team.
Good morning, Miss Katz. I am very grateful that you found the time. The last prosecutor who looked into my husband's death didn't even speak to me. He dismissed the case, claiming my husband was rightfully executed as a traitor.
Did your husband do anything for which he could be accused of treason?
Of course not. The men that took him weren't even looking for him.
I see. I know it's not easy, but please take me through the day your husband was taken.
It was in April 45, only days before the Americans came.
Where were you that day?
Home. We lived in a small house. Hans was upstairs when the doorbell rang, before someone hammered against the door.
Did you and your husband live alone?
No, there was also our son Jan. He insisted on staying with us to help around the house, at least until the end of the war. But he wasn't in. He went out in the morning before we woke up.
Do you remember what time of the day it was?
We just had lunch, so it must have been close to 1 p.m.
When you opened the door, who was it?
There were two men. One of them was pointing a gun at me.
Do you remember what they looked like?
Both wore uniforms. Brown ones, if I'm not mistaken.
Did they belong to the Wehrmacht?
No. Not Wehrmacht, and not police either. Maybe some kind of party officials or something. One of them was small, thin. He wore glasses, I remember that. The second man was bigger. He was the one pointing the gun at me. He seemed to be in charge.
What made you think that?
He had 2 golden stripes on his uniform, and he was bossing the small one around. He yelled and waved his gun around to scare me.
Let me stop you for a second. These stripes on his uniform... Could one of these be the badge you saw?
Let me see. Yes. That's the one here. The local group leader. That's the one.
That is very useful. Thank you. Please continue.
They demanded to speak to Mr. Naumann. The gun was still there and... I was just so afraid I couldn't even move. Hans came down and asked them what they wanted. They demanded to know if there was anyone with us. When we said no, the smaller guy looked in the other rooms. He found no one. It was only Hans and I. Then the big one told Hans that he had to come with them for questioning.
Did they say why they were questioning him?
No, they did not. They ignored Hans when he asked for their reason. Then everything happened so fast. The small one said they'd let him go if our son would turn himself in. Then they just herded him out, like an animal.
Did you see something outside?
It has been a while, I'm not exactly sure. There was a car, I think. Yes, one of those big, terrible trucks that they used.
I remember them. They were just everywhere.
This was the last time I saw him alive. Me and my son never got the chance to say goodbye.
What was that man's comment about your son?
Jan. He was living with us at that time, but he didn't show up that night or the following. He got into some trouble. Bad trouble.
Do you think the men were looking for your son?
I believe so, yes. At least that's what they said.
Wait a second. I think it was mentioned somewhere. Please, take a look.
Oh God. Here it is. He recognized him as Jan Naumann. I can't believe there was proof all along. And the former prosecutor just dismissed it. How could he?
I wish I knew. I am really sorry. Please, continue. What happened upon your son's return?
When Jan finally came back, it was already too late. We asked the authorities about Hans, but they pretended not to know anything. After war, my husband was found dead. in a forest nearby. Shot. I believe he died the same day they took him.
I would really like to talk to your son about it.
You and I both, dear. But I am afraid that's not possible. Jan died only a few months after his father. Pneumonia. Hans was innocent. They killed him, and that's murder. No matter what they call it.
I hear you, Mrs. Naumann.
Please, Miss Katz, will you find the man?
I will do my very best.
Thank you.
We will let you know if we have enough for an indictment. Please, Paula will help you to the door. Goodbye. I should update Mr. Bauer.
Hello, Miss Katz. Any news regarding the Naumann case?
And quite surprising ones. As it turns out, he wasn't even supposed to be arrested. The men were looking for his son, Jan Naumann. When they couldn't find Jan, they took Hans instead, the father.
I assume that's what Miss Naumann told you. But are you sure she is telling the truth?
According to the files, the man they were looking for had climbed up a flagpole, torn down a flag, and beaten up a block warden when he was caught in the act. Hans Naumann was 77 years old at the time. Of course, there are older men who are in good shape, but...
Pulling down a flag and beating someone up seems unlikely. I understand.
Yes.
I see, but why did the man take him, if they knew he was innocent?
Considering the times, they might have been afraid of coming back empty-handed. Or they could have hoped their actual suspect would turn himself in, hearing his father was taken.
Highly illegal, even back then. Not uncommon, though. But why did they shoot the old man?
His son didn't turn himself in as they demanded. They could have seen that as enough reason to kill their hostage.
Perhaps, but they hardly gave him enough time. Nonetheless, it is a case for us. For you, specifically. I will officially reopen the investigations tomorrow. You need to find out who was at the crime scene when Hans Naumann was shot. We need witnesses.
I'd start with the names mentioned in the files of the first investigation.
Excellent. Let's get this case to court, Miss Katz. And be mindful of time. We do not have nearly enough of it here. Since you have never led a case before, I want you to be prepared. Mr. Peters has agreed to look over your shoulder and help you out. Present your findings, prove your claims. Please reach out to him.
I'll do what I can. I'll need Paula to get me more information on the suspects. And I suppose I should share the good news with Peters. Just great.
That poor man. And that poor woman. She lost everyone she loved in a matter of a few months. I really hope we can help her.
I hope so too.
Anything I can do?
I need you to invite a potential witness.
I've got something that might help us with them. I looked into the NSDAP local group from the original investigation. Only a few documents survived the bombing, but I found a group photo and a member list from a few years before the incident. I took the liberty of marking the suspects. One of them, Mr. Schwarz, is dead. Who should I reach out to?
Please invite Mr. Kiebitz.
We'll reach out immediately. Anything else?
I need some additional files. The member list is helpful, but I'd still need something more about our suspects. Can you get me their files?
I'll reach out to the Berlin Document Center. But, just so you know, they tend to take their time. Anything else?
Thank you, Paula. That will be all for now.
Here if you need anything.
Est, Miss Katz. Welcome.
A quick save, Mr. Wormwood. You're getting better. A few more weeks and you just might get it right straight away.
I sure would hope so. Actually, before you start, would you mind if for a change I ask you a question?
What do you mean, for a change?
No, nothing bad, I assure you. From what I noticed, you just tend to drill people as if they were on the witness stand. Again, it's not a bad thing.
That would depend on the question.
Am I wrong, or have you and our resident pessimist met before? I mean Simon, or Mr. Peters, if you prefer.
We do know each other. Not closely, but enough. We study together. We didn't really get on well, though. We did even worse than here, so that's saying something. I didn't really expect to see him for a while after that, to be honest. Especially not here. Not someone who'd take a job like this. Or so I thought. So yes, we've met before.
Was he always this much of an ass?
That was a very unprofessional comment.
Right, sorry. Just a dumb joke. I can assure you I have nothing but respect for the man, even if he has a bit of a difficult disposition. Either way, forget it. Is there anything I can help you with?
I have some questions about somebody.
Who would that be?
Our legal assistant, Paula.
She's wonderful. She can be a bit of a pain, but she's wonderful. Truth be told, the whole place would fall apart without her. But don't let her hear that.
This place falls apart without one legal assistant?
Without our only one. And that woman does the work of an entire team, without complaining. Well, no, she does complain, but not earnestly. Just don't ask her for coffee.
Coffee?
Don't. Trust me on that.
What do you mean she can be a bit of a pain?
You might have already noticed, but she can be rather, let's be honest, nosy? Unless you get something in a sealed envelope, it's safe to assume that she's already taken a peek. I don't personally mind, but I believe it can get on one's nerves.
What can you tell me about working with her?
You can rely on her. You need any files, if they still exist, she will be able to get them. And she takes the initiative. She starts searching for them even before you realize you might need them. Which again? It might have something to do with how she reads through everything she can get her hands on.
I have a different question. I think that's all for now.
Don't be a stranger.
I had a talk with Mr. Bauer. He wants us to get along, to work together.
I've heard.
Let's just be adults about it, Peters. Peters?
Yes, I've heard you, Katz. Fine. Here's what we're going to do. Let's just call it a truce. I won't interfere with your casework if you stay away from mine. Agreed?
Agreed.
Good. And as for this whole preparing you for court situation, I swear to God. But there is no point discussing it before you've met the witnesses anyway.
Thank you for thinking I'm a total beginner.
Oh, you're welcome. Someone has to do it, since Mr. Bauer apparently overestimates your abilities. Anyway, get through at least some of your witnesses, and we can get it over with. And while we're at it, don't forget to bring some evidence. I don't want us to improvise the whole thing.
There's nothing left for me to do. I should call it a day.
Cut.
Peters. I have some questions about somebody.
About whom?
You, actually.
You want to talk about me? Should I feel honored?
I thought we had agreed on something.
Right. What is it?
What do you do here?
Same as you. Get a case, work it, get it to court, win. We all work on separate cases, if that's what you meant. Usually, at least. It's just, there's so many of them. And there's so few of us. And there's nowhere near enough time.
It's been a while since I've seen you.
Luckily.
Really, Peters?
Continue. Sorry.
How have you been?
You do realize this is the most I've been well enough, Cuts. Well enough.
And how's... You were engaged, right? Julia?
You did. Close enough. I'm surprised you remember. It didn't work out. We didn't see eye to eye on some issues.
Right. Did you keep in touch with anyone?
From the university? No. We tried at first, but...
Right. But it just fell through.
We exchanged some letters with Walter, Ziegler...
They're in Bavaria, right?
Munich. Still, over time, we just stopped. Then I took up this position, and the few people that were left started avoiding me like a leper, including you did.
Thank you. That's all.
Good morning, Miss Katz. Miss Katz!
You know, you really remind me of Kati.
Kati?
We had her when I was younger. Looked just like her. Wasn't nearly as friendly, though. No, she wasn't. Oh, hello, Marlene. Meow. Oh, hello, Marlene. Oh, I'm glad you are so cooperative.
Cuts.
Peters. Thank you. That's all.
Miss Katz, excuse me. The witness you asked me to contact, Hermann Kiebitz, just arrived.
Thank you, Paula. I'll be joining you in a minute. With so many smokers here, I doubt this office will ever be free of the cigarette smell. They are supposed to be good for you, though. That's what my doctor said. Mona's Gaststätte. If the wine is good, I'd probably be a regular customer by the end of the year. Good morning. My name is Esther Katz.
A pleasure, miss. Could you tell me how long I have to wait for the prosecutor?
Mr. Kibitz, I'm the prosecutor here.
Oh, modern times, I guess. How long will this take?
It will take as long as it takes.
It's all right, miss. I'm just asking.
Let's get started, shall we? This is about the arrest of Hans Naumann in Munich on April 28th, 1945. According to a witness, 2 men picked up Mr. Naumann from his apartment. Were you one of them?
You're pretty, you know that?
Mr. Kibitz, were you one of those men?
No, I wasn't. We drove to the house. Then our group leader and Mr. Schickert got out of the car to arrest the men. Then they tossed the old man into the car and headed to the district office.
The district office. Where was it located?
We just had moved it into the basement of an old brewery, still stuffed with beer bottles and barrels. District leader Schwarz came out and gave the command.
What command? What did he say?
He ordered us to execute the man. Then he left. I felt uneasy. This wasn't right. We followed group leader Falkman to the cell. There was tension.
This must be the cell. Could you describe the cell?
Very basic. Mattress, window, chair.
What was Mr. Falkman doing?
Group leader Falkman seemed to hesitate. He shared my concerns about killing the old sod. He told us to wait. Yet Schickert insisted. He referred to that new order about dealing with insurgents. He was such a stickler for the rules. He could be really annoying about these things.
What did he say?
He yelled he would report us to the Gestapo. Faced with this open threat of being denounced, we did not dare to act. The tension was strong. Group leader Falkman ordered us to wait once more, but Schickert drew his gun and shot him.
What weapons did the people present have? Standard issue equipment?
We could wish. Those were the last days. We had almost nothing left. Rifles, pistols, ammunition. We had to use whatever was somehow left, or what we managed to get out of the woods.
Interesting. I should ask Paula if she can find any information about this. Were the compartments prepared to host prisoners?
Kind of. We adjusted them so our prisoner could stay there for interrogations and not get out.
For how long were the prisoners held in these cells?
Mostly around a week.
You said Mr. Schickert shot him with his gun. What was it? His service weapon? What model?
Service weapon, I suppose. And I don't remember the model. I've never been good with them.
I know what weapon was used to kill the man. I just need to know who had it. Being locked in a cell like this, not knowing what would happen next, this must have been so hard. How did you ensure the energy supply?
The district struggled to produce enough energy. There were frequent power failures. For emergency, we had a generator. If worst came to worst, we used oil lamps.
We had these oil lamps everywhere. In the bathroom, in the living room, in the kitchen. They must have had petrol to run the generator, or to destroy evidence. Was your local group in contact with other local groups?
Just in Bavaria, there were 28 local groups. We were in constant contact with them.
I can still hear the sirens in my head. They seem to last forever. But it may just have been a minute, full of despair. If you survived it. Were there any other prisoners at that time?
Obviously, yes. We had to put the traitors somewhere. We adapted part of the storage rooms as cells.
Were summary executions common?
In those days, yes.
Spending entire days in a damp cellar. They must have been bored and tried to pass the time. How many people were in your local group?
Around 10, but we were never all present at the same time due to shifts and different responsibilities. 11, 12. No, we were down to 11 then. The Gestapo took Ludolf back in January.
So the Gestapo threat wasn't something new. Why did you relocate the office?
Because of a big air raid. We wanted to be underground. We hoped that we would be safer there.
What were your local group's responsibilities in the very last days of the war?
We were responsible for all concerns and for many households within Munich. Above all, we tried to eliminate insurgencies.
I think I'm still missing something. How did Mr. Schwarz's office look like?
Quite fancy given the circumstances. Leather chair, massive oak desk. District Leader Schwarz cared about showing off.
For how long did Mr. Feldman talk to Mr. Schwarz?
Miss, it was over 10 years ago. I don't remember. Couldn't have been too long, as Mr. Schicker didn't have enough time to really get on my nerves.
Was Mr. Schwarz involved in the execution?
He gave the orders, but the members of the local group were responsible for carrying them out. Surely you can't expect a busy man like the district leader to attend every execution in person.
There was no execution order in the files I got. If it exists, I should check if I can get my hands on it. Did Mr. Schwarz even get to see the victim Hans Naumann?
Not entirely sure. He was in his office when we brought the perpetrator.
The victim?
The victim into a cell.
If Schwarz didn't see the victim, did he know they had the wrong man? What did he know? What were Mr. Schwarz's responsibilities as a district leader?
He was responsible for organizing relief measures for the party during air raids. coordinating local groups, providing food and emergency quarters. He had also found the brewery for us and organized the move.
They should consider the chain of command. How was your relationship to Mr. Schwartz?
He treated me fairly and friendly. I learned a lot from him.
How was working under Mr. Feldman?
Great. He was a good leader and a better man. It was a pleasure to work with him. Even though some people might have disagreed, we had our share of malcontents in the group. But he knew how to deal with them effectively.
Interesting. I should ask Paula if she can find any information about this. What were your responsibilities in your local group?
Most of the time I accompanied District Leader Schwartz and drove him when he needed a driver. He knew how to convey power and discipline.
Interesting. I should ask Paula if she can find any information about this. How did you and Mr. Schickert get along?
He and I didn't have much to do with each other. We were just part of the same local group. He was no feast for the eyes, a cranky guy, strange. Always strict with his work, but annoying from time to time. He was obsessed with Prussian virtues.
So what you are saying is, Schickert shot the old man against Mr. Feldman's order?
Exactly.
That's horrible.
These are brutal events you're getting to hear here. Are you sure you're up for it? Honestly, no one would think this is a job for a woman. What do you have to prove? I will file a formal complaint.
That will not be necessary, Mr. Kiebitz. My superior knows quite well that I am up for it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have this job. Thank you for your time, Mr. Kiebitz.
Goodbye, Miss Katz.
I should update Mr. Bauer. I need you to invite a potential witness.
Of course. Who should I reach out to?
Please invite Mr. Schickert next.
We'll reach out immediately.
Oh, and did you have the chance to talk to Mr. Wohlmuth yet? He found the blueprint of the old brewery that you might find useful. It's where the district office was located at the time of Mr. Naumann's arrest.
I need some additional files. One of the suspects mentioned something interesting about Mr. Feldman. Could you check if there was anything strange happening with his subordinates? Threats, blackmail, anything?
Of course. I'll start looking. Anything else?
Is there any chance some files regarding the group members' responsibilities remained? Mr. Kiebitz's specifically. I want to know if he, at any point, worked directly for the district leader.
I'll see what I can do.
I need information on the equipment used by the local group. Weapons, mainly. As bureaucratic as the NSDAP was, they must have kept some sort of record.
On it.
According to the suspects, the shooting was ordered by the deceased Mr. Schwartz. But I saw no copy of such an order in the original case's files.
That's weird. I'll look into it right away.
There's a chance that Mr. Schwartz did not see the victim himself. If that's the case, my question is, what did he see? What did he know when he ordered the execution? I'm going to need whatever files would have been on his desk on that day. All that he could know about the victim. Arrest report, personal file, records, intake forms, whatever there is.
That's quite a wide net. I'm on it, of course.
Anything else?
Any updates on the suspect's personnel files?
I've made the request, but no news since then. Berlin's as silent as always.
Thank you, Paula. That will be all for now.
Well, I'm sure glad that is over. A second more and I might have punched him myself. I wouldn't bother. Miss Katz, how can I help you?
Did you see Mr. Bauer?
I wish I did. He got a call and had to leave. Urgently. Let me tell you, he was in quite the rush. Murmuring something about Argentina, of all places.
Guess I won't be updating him today. Thank you, Paula. That will be all for now. The door is locked.
Esther, right? Sorry, Miss Katz. To what do I owe the pleasure?
I hope I'm not disturbing you?
Disturbing me? Perish the thought. I'm just so sorry about the mess here. I got a bit lost in a lecture. Either way, forget it. What can I do for you?
What's the book?
Oh, just academia. I try to keep up to date.
A bit more specific?
It's one of Adorno's new books. Too read for my taste, but, well, readable. But I shouldn't bore you with details. You probably didn't visit to talk about books.
Paula told me you have something for me. Some sort of blueprint?
Right. Let me just see, where did I put it? What a mess. I've been just buried in all of these papers since morning. Altöttinger Straße 35. There we go. As we can hardly access the original crime scenes, blueprints like this ones are our second best thing. They are what you will be using in court to reconstruct your case.
Thank you.
It's not a problem at all. We need to have each other's backs here. So, who do you think did it?
I'm sorry?
The old man. Who shot him?
I think it could have been Schickert.
And is that what your witness told you?
No, it isn't.
Already doubting his story? Probably for the best. I'd say a healthy dose of skepticism is crucial when dealing with people from this sort of cases. Our role isn't to retell their testimonies in court, but to build theories of what actually happened, which might be different from what any witness tells you. But here I go, babbling away again. Sorry. Shouldn't keep you any longer. Hope you find the blueprint useful.
Don't worry. I'd say this talk was quite informative. Thank you.
Anytime. Don't be a stranger now.
There's nothing left for me to do. I should call it a day.
Well, hello. What can I do for you?
I think that's all for now.
Don't be a stranger.
Cut.
Peters. Thank you. That's all. Last month's Motortrends and a Birgit from last year. Wouldn't be my first reading choice, but with how long you have to wait for a prosecutor. Not where I'd expect to find this office, to be honest. But it's a nice corner of Frankfurt nonetheless. I should try the coffee at Café Selten sometime. I've heard good things. I'm glad I brought my own umbrella. I do hate this time of the year.
But on her first case.
Still, functioning free press is simply crucial to the...
Wait, shh, I think she's coming up. Good morning, Miss Katz. Have you seen the news yet?
That must be her husband. They seem happy. So, what were you saying about these news?
Oh, there's an article in today's Blatt. Have you seen it?
That tabloid?
That might still be too nice a word for them. A filthy rag slandering you with lies, Miss Katz.
Right.
Good. Yes, that's exactly the reaction. No reaction. They aren't worth worrying about. Don't even give it a second thought, Miss Katz. It's lies. All of it.
If they're angry, it means we're on the right track.
That's the spirit. Miss Katz!
So, the dead flies on my desk. Your handiwork.
Oh, I'm so sorry. She must have slipped in when I brought the newspaper.
Oh, hello, Marlene. Oh, I'm glad you are so cooperative. Oh, hello, Marlene. Meow.
Oh, fuck! Jesus, Katz. I don't have time for our little trial yet, if that's why you're here. Go, sort out your witness first.
Thank you. That's all. Yes, Paula?
The witness you asked me to contact, Karl Schickert, just arrived.
Thank you. I'll be joining you in a minute. Mr. Schickert, I didn't expect you yet.
Arriving on time means you're 15 minutes late.
I'm glad you're so cooperative. Thank you for coming. My name is Esther Katz. I am the prosecutor in charge. I'll cut right to the chase. What happened on the 28th of April back in 45?
So, you're finally reopening the case, aren't you?
You seem excited about this. What is it to you?
Let me put it this way. I still have a score to settle. It is time for some gentleman to answer for what happened back then.
Just to be clear, you are referring to?
Kiebitz and local group leader Feldmann.
So, your superior and your colleague. What had happened?
On that day, Feldmann, Kiebitz and I had captured an alleged insurgent. We had taken him to the district office and locked him in a cell. It was an old man.
Was his name Hans Naumann?
It's more than 10 years ago. I'm pretty certain that this was his name, yes.
Please describe the situation.
Shortly after, the two men came out. Pointing to the cells, the district leader gave the command.
What kind of command?
He ordered us to shoot the prisoner. The district leader returned to his office together with Mr. Kiebitz. Mr. Feldmann asked me to follow him. Together we walked down the corridor to the cell where the old man was kept.
What did Mr. Feldmann do?
The group leader raised his voice.
Do you remember his words?
He told me to shoot the prisoner.
And did you shoot the prisoner?
No, I did not. The man was clearly innocent.
How did you come to this conclusion?
He was accused of... what was it again? I remember someone mentioning it.
Just a second, I have that somewhere. According to this block warden's report, Mr. Naumann had torn down a Reich flag and beaten up the block warden.
Yes, that was it. Look, the man we had captured there. I'd have counted him lucky if he was able to get out of bed every morning. Besides, group leader Feldmann himself had said earlier that we had only taken him hostage. Him and Kiebitz had hoped that the perpetrator would turn himself in if they held the old man hostage.
Why did they assume that?
Because the perpetrator was the son of the old man. That's what they believed, at least.
So they had hoped the son would come to get his father released?
Exactly.
But you didn't think their plan would work?
Doesn't matter what I was thinking. You can't just go and take a fellow German hostage.
How did your superior take your refusal?
Not well. He yelled, and I argued.
Do you remember your words?
I told him that it made no sense and that we should refrain from doing that. Group leader Feitman then threatened me. He said he'd report me to the Gestapo, that I would be severely punished, possibly killed.
But you still refused.
I did. I just couldn't do it. I left the room. Outside the cell, I met Kibitz, who was about to enter, a gun in his hand, cocked. The next thing I hear is the shot.
Who prepared the cells for prisoners?
A few colleagues from the local group. It did not take much to set up. With a bucket and a mattress, it was done.
Did prisoners ever stay longer?
A couple of days maximum. They were here for interrogations.
Just a bucket and that's it?
They were prisoners.
How did you make sure you had enough electricity?
We had a generator for power outages and oil lamps.
Was your local group in contact with other local groups?
We were in permanent contact with all the other Bavarian groups.
I can still hear the air raid siren in my head. I remember Mom waking me up. Pack your things, get into the basement. How did the members of your group spend their free time?
They went drinking together. Not me though. I don't drink. I prefer being home early and getting a healthy sleep.
Were there any other prisoners at that time?
No. The old man was the only one that day.
Was it common for prisoners to be executed?
No. We were a local group, not the SS.
Why did you relocate the office?
Because of the big air raid, we wanted to be underground. We hoped that we would be safer there.
Can you tell me more about your local group?
We mainly wrote reports and helped in the district where help was needed.
For how long did Mr. Feitman talk to Mr. Schwarz?
It was just a short meeting. Maybe for a couple of minutes.
Were your group's actions documented?
Certainly, but that wasn't my task. District leader Schwarz took care of it. But most of those files were destroyed, unfortunately.
If somebody did stay with Schwarz, it could have been documented somewhere. How was working under District Leader Schwarz?
He was a strict man with defined values. Easy to work under because he was so organized and knew the strengths and weaknesses of each member.
How was working with Mr. Feitman?
A power-hungry bully who kisses his boss's butts and belittled his subordinates.
And that's if you were on his good side. Let's say his threats shouldn't be taken lightly.
How did you and Mr. Kibitz get along? You both held the same title?
Mr. Kibitz. Yes, we both were local group members. We did not get along so well.
How did you fit into this local group?
I have always proudly done my duty. I oversaw security.
So what you are saying is that Mr. Kiebitz shot him.
He did indeed. I know it.
But why would he do that? What was his reason?
What do I care about his reason? What he did was wrong. That's why I'm glad the case has been reopened. You break the rules, you get punished. That's the way it should be.
We will make sure the right people face the consequences, Mr. Schickert. Thank you for coming in.
The pleasure is all mine. Goodbye, Miss Katz.
Interesting. The suspects contradict each other in multiple aspects. I should see if I can make some sense of this on the blueprint and get this meeting with Peters over with.
Miss Katz, there was a call for you. Actually, it was multiple calls.
Yes, Paula?
It's your mother.
Did something happen? Is something wrong?
Oh, no, everyone is doing fine. More than that. Splendid.
Right.
She just wanted to talk to her daughter. Very urgently.
Now that was quite an interesting development. Somebody sure is lying. But who? Can't say I envy your job right now, Miss Katz. Apart from that, how can I help you?
I need you to invite a witness.
Of course. Who should I reach out to?
Just one man left. Alfred Feldman.
Will do, Miss Katz.
Apart from that, how can I help you?
Are there any updates about the personal files?
I suspect I already sound like a broken record to the Berlin Document Center. Sadly, no news yet, but I will keep you on track once I hear something.
Thank you, Paula. That will be all for now.
Here if you need anything.
Miss Katz, I take it your sparring with Mr. Peters went well?
He was very collegial.
Yes, I've heard the two of you don't see eye to eye. I'm glad to see it hasn't proved to be an issue. Now, how's your work progressing?
I've interrogated 2 of our suspects. They contradict each other in almost all of their claims. Can't even agree on who was present for the murder. Yet at the same time, both testimonies share many similarities.
Please elaborate.
They agree on the events, if not on their roles. Both claim Schwarz gave the order, that somebody tried to resist but was threatened, that one of them shot. But was it Schickert or Kiebitz? That's where the accounts differ.
To be expected. At least we have a rather reliable timeline. Very well, considering the nature of this investigation, I'd say it's still proceeding apace. One suspect left. Hopefully, he will be able to clarify some of our doubts. Either him or the files. Which would leave us with one final issue. Court. Once you've heard the final testimony, you need to prepare to present your case. That means reconstructing the course of the crime and finding proof that would back it. As mentioned, Mr. Peters will help you out. Teach you how to present your findings, prove your claims. It will help you to familiarize yourself with the ins and outs of court. We cannot afford to fail at court, and preparation is the key to success. That's why I urge you to start with your training right away and build your theory. Once you hear from all witnesses, we need to move to court quickly. I hope it's all clear?
Of course. The door is locked.
anybody saw me.
Paula?
Because of course people have nothing better to do than spy on me in the court archives.
Behind.
He's driving me insane.
Hope I'm not disturbing?
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Katz.
I tried to warn you.
Zip it, Christoph.
What were you talking about?
Mr. Peters, and how much of a bother he can be. Which I'm sure you know better than anyone.
Shush.
Don't know if you've noticed, but he's been getting really paranoid lately. Convinced there's spies everywhere.
Seriously?
What? You've said so yourself. And I doubt it's news to Miss Katz.
So, taking a break?
A short one. It just became much more entertaining.
I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you've come in. I'm sorry you had to hear all that. I shouldn't have said any of it. I keep losing my temper with that man.
She means Mr. Peters.
I've noticed him acting a bit weird. What do you know?
Yes, well, he asked me for some files, which is normal. But then he started asking if anybody was following me when I got them. And he was sure somebody had to. Wouldn't be convinced otherwise. Called me incompetent and blind when I said no.
It's not the first time he behaved like that.
It's the first time with me. He's always been weird about his work, but not like this. Whatever that new case for Mr. Bauer is, it isn't doing him any good.
So, these talks, you do them often?
Oh yes, they are our Whining Wednesdays.
Christoph!
A wonderful tradition, don't you think?
I'll just let you get back to it.
Cut.
Peters. Thank you. That's all. Oh, hello, Marlene. Oh, I'm glad you are so cooperative.
Oh, good you're here. Mr. Peters asks me every 5 minutes where you are and when you're coming. Not only Peters' patience is growing thin.
Is everything okay?
I don't want to sound unprofessional, but working with him is a pain at times. Why does he always have to be so rude?
I don't know what his problem is, but I have little hope that it will ever get better.
Well, I hope you're wrong.
Honorable Miss Katz, would you be ready then?
I think so. How are we going to do that?
I will act as defense and court, and you will do your part.
But have you studied the case well enough to actually help me here?
Yes, I did. Some people have to take their work seriously, you know. Anyway, you present your prosecution, support your conclusions with evidence, and win the case. And I'm trying to stop you from doing just that. Should be a piece of cake. For one of us, at least.
His execution was ordered by Herbert Schwarz, the district leader for the city of Munich. As the senior member of the NSDAP involved in the crime, He bears the main responsibility for Mr. Norman's death. Mr. Schwarz is unfortunately deceased, and as such cannot be tried. This does not, however, absolve his subordinates of their culpability.
Objection. According to the witness statement, it was Mr. Schickert who gave the order. Can you support your claims with meaningful evidence?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. If you would take a look at this. This document clearly states that it was Mr. Schwarz who gave the order.
Not bad cuts, but not great either. If that's all the prosecution can come up with, the case is as good as lost. Knowing the right answers is often not enough to win your case. You also need to form the right conclusions. Conclusions the court is willing to follow, because they are plausible, and because you can back them up with evidence. A valid conclusion is always based on several clues. The one clue we are very certain is true is that Schwarz gave the command. So your conclusion should be based on that. Open your case file and give it a go.
This makes sense. I think I got it.
Shoot.
We have several consistent statements that Schwarz gave the order to shoot. There are no discrepancies in the testimonies. It says so in the files, and Mr. Schwarz stated it himself in 1947. Therefore, I conclude the order to shoot Hans Naumann came from District Leader Herbert Schwarz.
Congratulations. Well done, Cuts. If you argue just as coherently in court, this might go better than I expected. However, it was not particularly difficult, and it will probably not be that easy again. Still, well done.
Thank you, Peters.
Enough practice. Your case is waiting. Keep up the good work.
What now?
You can't finish your theory before hearing that last witness. So you could go home. Personally, I like to be prepared, so I tried to see if I can find more conclusions. But I was always willing to go that extra mile. You do you.
Peters?
Cuts?
Miss Katz?
Cuts?
Peters. Thank you. That's all.
Miss Katz, it's your mother. I'm afraid she's a very persistent woman. Just keeps on calling.
Of course she does. Oh, I'm so sorry, Paula. I'll get back to her as soon as I can.
Please do.
Who do I want to call? Mom, what happened? You've been calling non-stop.
Essie, are you all right? We've been so worried.
Where is this coming from, Mom?
The tabloid, of course. Didn't you read what that hack wrote about you?
I'm fine, Mom. Really.
But,
I mean it, Mom.
well, all right, if you're sure. You poor thing. I just hope no one else figured out it was all about you. Oh, how embarrassing that would be.
Oh yes, truly. There is nothing in the world that could be worse, Mother.
Oh, haha, very funny, Essie. Yes, mock your poor mother all you want. People are confused enough about the origin of your father's name as is. Now, with that article, I'm just afraid of what other people might think of our family.
I see.
But enough of that. Let's focus on the now. I have wonderful news, Essie.
What? You can't just...
I just invited the Müllers for coffee this Saturday.
You... what? Mom, you can't just change topics like this.
Oh, keep up, Essie. You have to come. I'm dying to show off my smart daughter.
Who are the Müllers? Do I even know them?
I don't think you have met them yet. They just moved into the piano floor of the house opposite.
Wait, did the Webers move out?
No, the other house. The Langs. You remember the Langs, right? Thomas Langs. He used to work at the bank. You used to play with their daughter. Black hair, a ponytail, always got her dress dirty. I just can't remember her name.
I really don't know who you're talking about. Anyway, I can't this weekend.
Oh, what a pity. The Müllers are really nice people. And they have this good-looking son.
Mom!
All right, just mentioning it. No ulterior motives. Another weekend then. Are you free the week after?
I need to get back to work now, Mom.
A shame. Get back to me soon, will you?
Sure. Bye, Mom.
Goodbye, Esther.
There's nothing left for me to do. I should call it a day. Last month's motor trends and a Birgit from last year. Wouldn't be my first reading choice, but with how long you have to wait for a prosecutor.
Good morning, Miss Katz. Oh, and there was a letter for you. I left it on your desk.
And who do you think did it? Any ideas? That's what I thought. Oh, hello, Marlene. Oh, I'm glad you are so cooperative. Oh, hello, Marlene. Meow.
Katz.
Peters. Thank you. That's all.
Miss Katz.
Miss Katz. Welcome. Tell me, have you by any chance seen a brown folder somewhere around? Old, dirty thing? Has my name on it? Big coffee stain on the back?
Do you think someone took it?
Took it? Oh, can't imagine anybody would need or want it. No, I must have just misplaced it. Happens way too often. If I'm to be honest, at least once every 2 weeks. And that's at the best of times.
Is something important in it?
Yes, and no. It's stupid. It's just one of Wolfgang's drawings. Terrible, like all of them. But, you know.
Who's Wolfgang?
My son. He's 6. Will be 6. In January.
A drawing?
It's awful. Supposed to be me. Drawn Papa to help Papa at work. And he probably want it back. I really need that folder.
Sorry, I didn't see anything like it.
Just keep an eye out for it, if you would. Wolfgang will really want his drawing back.
Of course.
Thank you. So, anything I can do for you?
I think that's all for now.
Don't be a stranger.
Mr. Feldman has just arrived. He's waiting in the conference room.
Was there anything unusual about this letter? Did you notice anything off?
Off?
Was it brought in normally? Delivered personally? Or, I don't know, anything?
Can't say. It came with the post, like letters do. Is everything all right?
It was a threat letter.
A threat? Oh. Oh dear. I'm so sorry.
It's not your fault.
Still, I can't believe these people.
I can't let them stop me.
Still, if there is anything I can do, just say the word.
Well, hello. What can I do for you?
Were you ever sent any death threats?
Taking out the big guns, I see. I'm proud to say that, yes, quite a few.
Are these letters common?
Not in most cases. Didn't get a single one back in Hamburg. But here, I can't remember a week without at least one.
I just got one. This morning.
I had no idea. Congratulations.
What?
Look at it as a badge of honor. A proof your work is appreciated. Or unappreciated. But by the sort of people that make it a good thing.
You're proud of being threatened?
Of course I am. Just think. All those people out there, pretending nothing happened. Our work gets them furious enough to send literal death threats. If that doesn't prove we're doing something right, I don't know what does.
That's a bit extreme.
So I've been told. Can't help it, I'm afraid.
And how do you deal with them?
It might sound a little weird, but I collect them. They're my war trophies, in a way.
Right. Thank you. Right. Thank you. I think that's all for now.
Don't be a stranger.
What?
Bad time?
Not like there's any other. But yes. Tell me, Katz, has anyone been to my office?
Not that I know of.
No help, unsurprisingly.
Excuse me?
Oh, stop. I didn't mean it like that.
Are you sure?
Yes, sorry, it's just... This is serious. Someone was here. Just don't say anything. Someone was here, in my office, going through my documents, through my files, through my cases.
Why do you think someone was here?
I have my ways of knowing.
Right.
Oh, for... Yes, right.
So, what can we do?
Well, Wait. You believe me? That's a new one. Huh. Thank you. I think. Right. What now? I wish I knew. More locks? I need to at least change the current ones. That's for sure.
What do you have here anyway? What's the case?
All right. It might actually be for the best if somebody else is also familiar with it. Just in case. And it's not like you can be my thief. So what's the harm?
I'm all ears.
What do you know about the camps?
Probably less than you. Remind me.
Concentration camps. Tens of thousands big. The largest, over 100. Himmler's solution for those the Nazis considered Untermensch. Subhuman. Jews, communists, the disabled, and the deviants. All who didn't fit the perfect Aryan society. Sent to starve and work themselves to death, or worse. Imagine this. Hundreds, or even 1,000 prisoners per barrack. A block of those surrounded by electrified barbed wire. Overcrowded, makeshift wooden structures as the only place to sleep. Cold, cramped quarters. Hunger, illness, vermin, death. Children, women, old people, it made no difference. All forced to do brutally hard labor. And worse. Then there's the rest of the camp. A moat along the border, followed by 2 layers of, again, electrified fences and walls. Watchtowers along the entire length, of course, with searchlights and machine guns. And here, get to the case. Should anyone try to escape, camp guard were on strict orders to immediately shoot to kill. No warning shots, no nothing. Just kill the prisoner. Any hesitation would be punished. But the number of such incidents is... it's far too high. It just doesn't add up.
Are you sure?
I've never been so sure of anything. These prisoners, their state, their living conditions. It would have been impossible for so many of them to have tried escaping. But if you count the random murders, the beatings, the shows of power, then the numbers start making sense. And I've already heard quite a few testimonies confirming it.
What do you mean, for fun?
There was this thing some guards liked to do. They'd grab a cap from a prisoner, be it a random one in their lineup or some poor man that looked at them wrong. Then, they would throw the cap and order him to run and get it. As soon as he did, bam, shot in an escape attempt. And if he didn't, still, bam, shot for refusing orders.
How could they profit from this?
Rumors say for each escape attempt a guard would halt, they could be paid a bonus and receive 3 days off.
All right, so you need to prove they lied. How do you do it?
You're thinking too small. It's not just the guard, not just what they did. It's that they were allowed to do it. Do you really think their superiors didn't know what was happening? Do you think it was some kind of unauthorized behavior? Rest assured, it was very authorized. So yes, we need to prove they lied, that they murdered the prisoners. But more importantly, I need to prove who knew about it and allowed it to happen. And let me tell you, the suspect list, it's something.
Mr. Feldman, my name is Esther Katz. I am investigating the death of Hans Naumann in 1945.
What are you investigating? The case has been closed.
New evidence has come to light. My department and I are checking whether the case needs to be reopened.
Sounds like wasting the German state's money. Just one question. Your name, Esther Katz. Are you Jewish?
I don't see how this is relevant, Mr. Feitman.
Oh, I'm just curious, but I see I must have touched a nerve.
Mr. Feitman, please tell me what happened on April 28, 1945.
My superior asked me to arrest some sort of insurgent. A simple task I gave to my subordinates. I was quite surprised when I saw who they brought. I asked if they were sure they got the right man. The crimes that had been committed, they just didn't seem to fit the suspect they brought.
I must interrupt you. I was told a different version. Mr. Feitman, you were the local group leader at that time, correct?
That is correct, miss.
According to our witnesses, one of the men who took the victim from his house had the insignia of a local group leader's, with, of course, none of the other members of your group bearing that rank. Why then do you claim it was your subordinates who brought the man to you? And how could you be surprised by the suspect's identity if you arrested him yourself?
I don't know. It was such a long time ago.
Mr. Feitman, I must inform you that you are legally obliged to speak the truth here.
Don't you snap at me, young lady. The whole thing happened over 10 years ago. I must have simply remembered it wrong. Either way, I still wanted to release the suspect. That's how it was. But Schickert insisted, so we took him back to the district office. Schickert and Kiebitz waited in the corridor as I spoke with the district leader, Mr. Schwarz. But he dismissed my doubts. Alfred, my man, you worry too much. It wasn't my place to doubt his decision, I thought. So we left his office and he gave the order.
What did he say?
That for his crimes against the German people, the prisoner was to be executed.
How did the men react?
I can't recall. It has been quite a while. I think they were a bit uncertain. Kiebitz, at least. I wanted to discuss the order further, but Schwarz went back to his office.
What happened after Mr. Schwarz left the hallway?
We went to the captive. Kiebitz, Schickert, and I. I was hesitant, of course, but again, it wasn't my place to question Mr. Schwarz. And let's be honest, in those times, heads rolled pretty quickly for defying orders. Then we entered the cell and I saw the captive up close. How I realized I just couldn't follow through with it. I told my men to stop.
What did you tell them?
That this could not have been our man. We had to convince the district leader to reconsider.
Did they agree with you?
Kiebitz did, but Schickert, on the other hand, he wouldn't even consider it. The man was a maniac, usually harmless, obsessed as he was with hierarchy. But at that point he had this fanatical look on his face.
What did he say to you?
That he would report me to the Gestapo. Now, you know what that would mean, but that didn't matter. I knew Mr. Schwarz. I knew he would understand. I ordered Schickert to stay put and left the cell, looking for the district leader. I was certain I could convince him this time.
Did you succeed?
I didn't get the chance. I was halfway through the hallway when I heard it. A gunshot. Schickard had gone through with the execution.
How do you know? I thought you had left the room.
Right. But it must have been him. He was so persistent about following the order.
The place was a brewery. Did you prepare the cells for the prisoners?
Not personally, but yes, a few rooms were modified adequately.
How long were the prisoners usually kept there?
Can't say. It depended on the case. However long it took for justice to be served.
And what does adequately mean?
It's been a while, miss. And I can't say it was something that occupied me. They were for criminals.
A brewery cellar seems a weird place for a district office. How did you have enough power for it to function?
Often we didn't. All those Allied bombs made sure of that when they leveled the city. We had to rely on our backup generator. That and oil lamps.
Did you have any contact with the surrounding local groups?
Of course. We had an older model radio station connecting us with the rest of Bavaria. Or what was left of it at that point in the war. Mostly other groups around Munich.
They seemed to scream forever, and you could still hear the bombs falling. Did the group members drink on duty?
It was clearly forbidden. We did our best to enforce this rule even in those days. But most likely they still did. Just learned to hide it well.
What happened if you or Mr. Schwarz caught any of the group members drinking?
Usually I took pride in running a tight ship. You smell of alcohol while on duty? Dismissed. But at that point, they got away with just a slap on the wrists. We needed all the hands we could get, drunk or not. And with the Yankees on the streets, we all heard the bottles calling.
If they were dismissed for drinking, what would be the punishment for disobeying an order? Was the victim your only prisoner at the time?
It's been almost 15 years, for God's sake, woman.
11.
You can't honestly expect me to remember details like that.
Did many prisoners share the victim's fate?
If they deserved it.
When did you move to the cellar?
2 months back, mid-February. After those pigs burned Dresden.
Can you tell me more about your local group?
We were Schwarz hands, so to speak. While most local groups were responsible for a section of the city, we were assigned directly to the district office.
You said you had mentioned your doubts to Mr. Schwarz.
I did. I tried to convince him to reconsider. Unfortunately, he remained unbudging.
Do you remember how long the two of you talked?
Well, now that's... well, can't say. It must have been a while. Quite a while. I did try my best. Unfortunately, once again, it wasn't enough.
What can you tell me about working for Mr. Schwarz?
It was a true honor. Comrade Schwarz was an exemplary German and a magnificent leader. I have him to thank for my work ethic. I learned much from his example. We all did.
What about you? What was your role in the district?
As a group leader, I made sure Mr. Schwarz and the party's will were enforced in the city. He needed somebody he could trust, someone who would see to it that order was maintained. That was me.
What can you tell me about Mr. Kiebitz?
Exemplary subordinate. Loyal. One of the few people among that band of ingrates I knew I could rely on. Unfortunately, Schwartz knew that as well. Kiebitz might have been a member of my local group, but he mostly worked directly for the district leader.
Can you tell me more about Karl Schickert?
A damned idealist. He wouldn't shut up about duty and Prussian values. Still, I can't say anything bad about his work. Always diligent, hardworking, and unbearable perfectionist.
So, just to confirm, Mr. Schickert shot while you were not in the room any longer?
That is correct. And that is all I know.
Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Feldman.
I take back what I said in the beginning, Miss Katz. Perhaps it is right to reopen this case after all. Have a good evening, miss.
That's all the witnesses. Let's see if I can make some sense of this.
Miss Katz, 1 second. If you have a moment, I have something for you. So, I know it doesn't balance out the morning, but there's at least some good news today. One word, Berlin.
Did the document center come through?
Here you go. Personal files for Kiebitz, Schickert, and Feldman.
Finally.
Right? Just in time.
I know that you have just questioned the last witness. Have you discovered any new leads?
With a few calls, I might be able to get hold of a few more urgent documents for you.
But I would need to do so right now, and I can't guarantee they'll make it in time.
There's no need, Paula. Thank you. I better get back to the reconstruction board then.
Miss Katz!
Esther Katz speaking. Hello? Anybody here? Hello? Great. Just what I needed now. Not disconcerting in the slightest. Esther Katz?
Essie, it's good to hear your voice. I hope I'm not disturbing you. I didn't like how we ended our last conversation. I know your mother's little parties are hard enough on you already. I shouldn't have brought up your work in the first place. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lose my temper like that.
Thank you, Father. But please, I'd like you to accept and respect the choices I make for my own career.
I will try, Prosecutor Katz. With that said, I'm calling because of a different matter. It's close, isn't it? Your first trial?
I think I've got it.
That's my essay. But a word of advice. Do be careful. I've seen many prosecutors stumble at the finish line. One wrong detail is all it takes for a case to collapse.
Thank you, Father.
But Esther, after the trial... I'm sorry, but please remember what we've talked about. It's not too late to leave. Nobody would think less of you.
Father.
Just think about it. That's all I ask.
By the way, there's something I wanted to ask you.
Anything?
Were you ever sent threats?
That's a very specific question.
What can I say? I just got quite curious.
No, of course. Let me think. A few times. Yes, well, with some of the less savory cases. Just don't tell your mother. She'd be worried sick. God knows that's the last thing she needs.
Less savory? What do you mean by that?
Yes, some of the more, let's say, controversial. When my clients weren't the most liked.
I just got one. A threat letter.
Of course. That's much earlier than I'd have expected. I knew Bauer wasn't a good idea.
Earlier? So you expected this to happen?
At some point, yes, of course. We all, or most of us at least, do, when it comes to the really bad cases. Especially in that team of Bauers, I knew it was a bad idea.
What should I do? What can I do?
Nothing to do, I'm afraid. You can report it to the police, but they won't probably be of much help. It's just a letter, a horrible one, but still, it's just paper. And some ink, I suppose. Nobody would dare to actually act against a public prosecutor. We are civilized.
Yes, just like we were civilized 20 years ago.
That's a good point. But it's different. You're a servant of the law, of justice. And for anybody who'd call himself German, that matters. It has to. As for the letter, try not to think about it, as hard as it seems. Personally, I used mine as kindling for the fireplace. No point in holding on to trash. This way it was at least somewhat useful.
This isn't about Bauer.
Right. It's not about his, and by extension your work, upsetting the public. None of this would have happened with Bergmann, Kranich and partners.
Dad, we've been over this.
You're right. But this is just exactly the thing I was afraid could happen. But so much earlier than I thought it would.
Well, I better get going now. Still lots of work to do before the big day.
I understand. I'm always here for you, and also, good luck, Prosecutor Katz.
Miss Katz, are you finished with the case?
Remind me, why do we need to get it done today?
In short, because we're running out of time. The statute of limitation is about to go out. The last of our cases are from 1945. In 2 years, we won't be able to prosecute most of them. And there are so many of them that with the manpower we have, we need to keep tight deadlines. If a case takes too long to prepare, we must move on to others.
I still need some more time.
Miss Katz, are you finished with the case?
I believe I'm done, yes.
Right. I'll start writing the indictment then. I hope we can get some justice here. Shall we go to court then?
Let's go to court. Oh, hello, Marlene. Meow. Oh, hello, Marlene. Oh, I'm glad you are so cooperative. It's time.
Order. Court is in session. In the case of the German people against members of NSDAP Local Group Munich, the defendants stand accused of the murder of Hans Naumann.
Judge Ernst Braun presiding, with Counsel Esther Katz speaking for the prosecution. Counsel Rudolf Scham representing the defendants Kiebitz and Faltmann. And Counsel Sigmund Hauptner representing the defendant Schickert.
How do you plead?
Innocent.
It's not guilty.
Not guilty then.
Not guilty, of course. This whole investigation is a farce.
Not guilty, Mr. Chairman.
I call on the prosecution. Miss Katz. It's time to present your theory.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hans Naumann was innocent. This bears repeating. Innocent. And yet he was taken from his own home and killed. Executed for another man's crimes. The defendants were his executioners. But they're not the only ones at fault. These men should have never had the possibility to kill him. They should not have had the power and the authority. Hans Naumann was killed by the system we built, or allowed to be built. He was killed by the NSDAP, by the state, by us, Germans who elected and supported Hitler's killing machine. It is our responsibility, our duty, to, at the least, give him some semblance of the justice he was refused. Mr. Chairman, on April 28th, Hans Naumann was shot dead. Taken from his house under false pretenses, he was brought to the temporary location of the district office. He was locked in a brewery cellar, a damp storage room adapted into a makeshift cell. That's where, shortly later, he would be killed. His execution was ordered by Herbert Schwarz, the district leader for the city of Munich. As the senior member of the NSDAP involved in the crime, he bears the main responsibility for Mr. Naumann's death. Mr. Schwarz is unfortunately deceased and as such cannot be tried. This does not, however, absolve his subordinates of their culpability.
Thank you, Ms. Katz. Does the defense have anything to add?
No, Mr. Chairman. We agree with the version presented by the prosecution.
See, it was all Schwarz.
That's right, we were just following his orders.
Silence! Mr. Scham, please remind your defendants of the appropriate behavior in court. Let the record show that the prosecution and defense are in agreement. Let's proceed. Ms. Katz?
The defendants went to the prisoner's cell.
Objection, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Schickert has testified, under oath, that it was only himself and local group leader Faltmann who went to the cell.
It's the truth. Kiebitz was too busy kissing Schwarz.
That's enough. Mr. Schickert, do remember where you are. Ms. Katz, can you present any evidence to support your claims?
Certainly.
I don't see how this serves as evidence of your claims. Objection sustained. Let the record show that the prosecution's allegations are deemed not proven. Please continue, Ms. Katz.
Having seen the victim, Mr. Faltmann began to question the order. As we learned from the testimonies, Mr. Naumann's age and physical frailty were evident. How could this be the man? How could he be guilty? The defendants had arrested him for tearing down a flag from its flagpole and beating up an officer. A tall flagpole, a young officer. Mr. Faltmann concluded the man to be innocent. He refused to shoot.
Objection. This theory of the prosecution runs contrary to Mr. Schickert's testimony. He was the one to refuse the order.
Miss Guts, if you have any proof to back your theory, now would be the time to present it. Miss Guts?
I'm afraid I do not.
Objection sustained. Let the record show that the prosecution's claims were refuted. Miss Guts, if you would.
With the doubts voiced, threats were soon to follow. Threats by Mr. Schickert. He wasn't going to allow for this sort of insubordination. An order was an order. If his co-defendants continued to object, he would report them. And not just to Mr. Schwarz, to the Gestapo. I trust the implications of such a report are clear.
Objection.
Mr. Hauptner?
I couldn't help but notice a certain lapse in logic. How can the prosecution claim that Mr. Schickert both resisted the order and then made threats to enforce it? According to Mr. Schickert, he was the target of the threats, which were issued by Mr. Feldman.
Miss Guts, can you present any proof to support your claim? Otherwise, I will be forced to consider both the alternatives.
I can't, Mr. Chairman.
Objection sustained. Miss Guts, proceed to your next point.
We've established the course of the crime up to its final moment. Only one question remains, the most important one. Who shot? Who killed Hans Naumann? Defendant Alfred Feldman. He might have followed orders. He might or might not have resisted. He might have been coerced. But in the end, the truth remains the same. Alfred Feldman shot and killed the victim.
Objection.
Once again. Yes, Mr. Scham.
There are two witnesses who agree that Mr. Schickert was the one to shoot the victim. Why should we believe that they were lying?
Miss Guts, if you would, I will require more proof. Whenever you're ready, Miss Guts.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I have nothing.
Objection sustained. Let's proceed. I have heard enough. Will the defendants please rise? Having considered the testimonies presented today, as well as the prosecution's evidence, this court has reached the following verdict. Defendant Karl Schickert, born January 3rd, 1912, resident of Mauergasse 4 in Munich. Defendant Alfred Feldman, born June 29th, 1889, resident of Löwenweg 11, Munich. Lastly, Defendant Hermann Kiebitz, born August 8, 1905, resident of Schweigerweg 12, Hagelstadt, Munich. As no substantial proof of the crime has been presented, this court has no choice. All three defendants are found not guilty. While it is my belief that those guilty of Mr. Naumann's death are present in this court, the prosecution has failed to provide sufficient proof to justify a different verdict. Gentlemen, you are all dismissed. With that, the cost of the trial will be covered by the state. Court adjourned.
The Naumann case. It could seem so small, forgettable. One might almost say insignificant. What is another execution? What is the death of yet another old man? With all that happened, does it even truly matter? They must have thought so themselves. Kibitz, Faltman, Schickert. If they thought of it at all. Faltman made no attempt to hide his satisfaction. He did it. Once again, he was free. He decided to write down his version of the story in the form of a letter. It painted quite a vibrant, if completely untrue, image of his treatment at the prosecution's hand. The letter, censored, of course, was published on the back pages of certain low-circulation publications, those catering to people sharing a similar worldview to Faltman's. With his part in Nauman's death unproven, Schickert got to walk away, to go back home as usual, kiss his wife, tuck in his son, read him a bedtime story, one where everything ends well, as if nothing had happened, as if he was a good man. Can a man like Kibitz truly be called innocent? In the eyes of the law, of course. If we consider just this specific case, then yes, Hermann Kibitz is innocent, for he did nothing. Yet sometimes doing nothing might just be enough. Had he acted, had he done something, Hans Naumann could still be alive, had any of them for that matter. Instead, they chose to follow orders. Just follow orders. Everybody just followed orders. One could expect Mrs. Naumann to be furious with the verdict, but I don't think she had the strength for it anymore. She had spent it all over those 11 years, wasted it, only for justice to fail her once more. For it failed her. We failed her. And as for our miscuts, our work is not easy. More importantly, it is not welcome. We are not welcome. But that's a story for another day.
It's time.
Miss Katz, it's time to present your theory.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hans Naumann was innocent. This bears repeating. Innocent. And yet he was taken from his own home and killed. Executed for another man's crimes. That this case has remained closed for so long is a clear failure of the justice system. A failure that we must put right. Mr. Chairman, on April 28th, Hans Naumann was shot dead. Taken from his house under false pretenses, he was brought to the temporary location of the district office. He was locked in a brewery cellar, a damp storage room adapted into a makeshift cell. That's where, shortly later, he would be killed. His execution was ordered by Herbert Schwarz, the district leader for the city of Munich. As the senior member of the NSDAP involved in the crime, he bears the main responsibility for Mr. Naumann's death. Mr. Schwarz is unfortunately deceased and as such cannot be tried. This does not, however, absolve his subordinates of their culpability.
Thank you, Ms. Katz. Does the defense have anything to add?
No, Mr. Chairman. We agree with the version presented by the prosecution.
See, it was all Schwarz.
That's right, we were just following his orders.
Silence! Mr. Sham, please remind your defendants of the appropriate behavior in court. Let the record show that the prosecution and defense are in agreement. Let's proceed. Ms. Katz?
The defendants Faltman and Schickert went to the prisoner's cell.
Objection. As per Mr. Kibitz's and Mr. Faltman's testimony, both of them went to the cell, together with Mr. Schickert.
Ms. Katz, can you present any evidence to support your claims?
Certainly. One suspect whose account we have not heard remains, Mr. Schwarz.
The account of a corpse. What a mumbo-jumbo.
Mr. Feldman, please refrain yourself from commenting.
Yes, Mr. Schwarz is dead, but he wasn't during the original investigation. In 1947, he testified that at the time of the execution, he was in his office together with his driver, Mr. Kiebitz. At the time, he was in no danger, as opposed to the defendants today. There is no reason to believe he lied.
Miss Katz, you've proven your point. Objection overruled. Please continue, Miss Katz.
Having seen the victim, Mr. Kiebitz began to question the order.
Objection. May I remind you, not even Mr. Kiebitz himself had ever claimed to have resisted the order. This theory of the prosecution runs contrary to Mr. Schickert's testimony. He was the one to refuse the order.
Miss Katz, if you have any proof to back your theory, now would be the time to present it. Miss Katz?
I'm afraid I do not.
Objection sustained. Let the record show that the prosecution's claims were refuted. Miss Katz, if you would.
With the doubts voiced, threats were soon to follow. Threats by Mr. Kiebitz.
But, Mr. Chairman, I must object.
Every time, Mr. Sham?
I apologize, Mr. Chairman, but I can't believe what I'm hearing. Kiebitz? Are we now to believe that he first resisted the order and then made threats to enforce it? No. The prosecution's theory disregards the credible testimony of Mr. Feldman. It was Mr. Schickert who threatened his co-defendants lest they agreed to the shooting.
Exactly. The Gestapo were a bunch of sneaky sadists. Psychopaths. I've never had anything to do with those monsters.
Silence, Mr. Feldman. Silence. Miss Katz, can you present any proof to support your claim? Otherwise, I will be forced to consider both the alternatives.
I can't, Mr. Chairman.
Objection sustained. Miss Katz, proceed to your next point.
We've established the course of the crime up to its final moment. Only one question remains, the most important one. Who shot? Who killed Hans Naumann? Defendant Hermann Kiebitz. He might have followed orders. He might or might not have resisted. He might have been coerced. But in the end, the truth remains the same. Hermann Kiebitz shot and killed the victim.
Objection.
Once again. Yes, Mr. Sham.
According to Mr. Feldman, it was Mr. Schickert who shot the victim. Is his word worth less than that of his co-defendants?
Miss Katz, if you would, I will require more proof. Whenever you're ready, Miss Katz.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I have nothing.
Objection sustained. Let's proceed. I have heard enough. Will the defendants please rise? Having considered the testimonies presented today, as well as the prosecution's evidence, this court has reached the following verdict. Defendant Karl Schickert, born January 3rd, 1912, resident of Mauergasse 4 in Munich. This court finds the defendant not guilty. As the prosecution failed to present sufficient evidence, no other verdict could be reached. Mr. Schickert, you are discharged. Defendant Alfred Feldman, born June 29, 1889, resident of Löwenweg 11, Munich. Lastly, defendant Hermann Kiebitz, born August 8, 1905, resident of Schweigerweg 12, Hagelstadt, Munich. This court finds both defendants guilty of perjury. As the prosecution proved, they lied about Mr. Kiebitz being an eyewitness to the events. Yet their involvement in the original crime couldn't be proven, leaving the poignant question of why did they lie. But that is not up to this court to decide. Mr. Feldman, Mr. Kibitz, we sentence you to 6 months in prison. The sentence is suspended for 1 year. With that, the cost of the trial will be covered by the state. Court adjourned.
The Naumann case. It could seem so small, forgettable. One might almost say insignificant. What is another execution? What is the death of yet another old man? With all that happened, does it even truly matter? They must have thought so themselves. Kibitz, Feldman, Schickert. If they thought of it at all. As lenient as Feldman's sentence was, it still proved to be more than he was willing to accept. He would go on to claim he was a blameless victim of a corrupt system. Just another innocent man, punished for somebody else's crimes. The irony of it, sadly, seemed to be lost on him. With his part in Naumann's death unproven, Schickert got to walk away. To go back home as usual. Kiss his wife, tuck in his son, read him a bedtime story, one where everything ends well. As if nothing had happened. As if he was a good man. What makes a man lie? Friendship, loyalty, fear. Kibitz wasn't involved in the execution. He could have walked free, pretending his conscience was clear. Could. A funny word. He could have said no. He could have stopped it. All. They all could. Instead, they chose to follow orders. Just follow orders. Everybody just followed orders. One could expect Mrs. Naumann to be furious with the verdict, but I don't think she had the strength for it anymore. She had spent it all over those 11 years, wasted it, only for justice to fail her once more. For it failed her. We failed her. And as for our miscuts, our work is not easy. More importantly, it is not welcome. We are not welcome. But that's a story for another day.
It's time.
Miss, it's time.
Thank you. He had a walk together. He went on that too. That is, Mr. on April take. He was that's his as this Mr.
No, Mr.
Silent. Let's.
The defendants Feldman and Schickert went to the prisoner's cell.
Objection. As per Mr. Kibitz's and Mr. Feldman's testimony, both of them went to the cell, together with Mr. Schickert.
Miss Guts, can you present any evidence to support your claims?
Certainly. One suspect whose account we have not heard remains, Mr. Schwarz.
The account of a corpse. What a mumbo-jumbo.
Mr. Feldman, please refrain yourself from commenting.
Yes, Mr. Schwarz is dead. but he wasn't during the original investigation. In 1947, he testified that at the time of the execution, he was in his office together with his driver, Mr. Kibitz. At the time, he was in no danger, as opposed to the defendants today. There is no reason to believe he lied.
Miss Katz, you've proven your point. Objection overruled. Please continue, Miss Katz.
Having seen the victim, Mr. Schickert began to question the order. As we learned from the testimonies, Mr. Norman's age and physical frailty were evident. How could this be the man? How could he be guilty? The defendants had arrested him for tearing down a flag from its flagpole and beating up an officer. A tall flagpole, a young officer. Mr. Schickert concluded the man to be innocent. He refused to shoot.
Objection, Mr. Chairman. As both Mr. Kibitz and Mr. Faltman testified, the one to question the order was Mr. Faltman. He had doubted its validity and attempted to stop the execution. Regretfully, he was unsuccessful.
Miss Katz, if you have any proof to back your theory, now would be the...
Gladly, Mr. Chairman. A day after Hans Norman was shot, Mr. Schickert was removed from his station and expelled from the NSDAP. A punishment that follows to the letter the consequences for insubordination, as outlined by Gauleader Solbrig's order.
Indeed, Mr. Scham, your objection is overruled. Miss Katz, if you would...
With the doubts voiced, threats were soon to follow. Threats by Mr. Schwarz.
Objection.
Every time, Mr. Scham?
We cannot truly be sure any threats were actually made. I can assure you, my client never cooperated with the Gestapo.
Exactly. The Gestapo were a bunch of sneaky sadists. Psychopaths. I've never had anything to do with those monsters.
Silence, Mr. Faltman. Silence. Miss Katz, can you present any proof to support your claim? Otherwise, I will be forced to consider both the alternatives.
I can't, Mr. Chairman.
Objection sustained. Miss Katz, proceed to your next point.
We've established the course of the crime up to its final moment. Only one question remains, the most important one. Who shot? Who killed Hans Naumann? Defendant Herbert Schwarz. He might have followed orders. He might or might not have resisted. He might have been coerced. But in the end, the truth remains the same. Herbert Schwarz shot and killed the victim.
Objection.
Once again, yes, Mr. Scham.
According to Mr. Faltman, it was Mr. Schickert who shot the victim. Is his word worth less than that of his co-defendants?
Miss Katz, if you would, I will require more proof. Whenever you're ready, Miss Katz.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I have nothing.
Objection sustained. Let's proceed. I have heard enough. Will the defendants please rise? Having considered the testimonies presented today, as well as the prosecution's evidence, this court has reached the following verdict. Defendant Karl Schickert, born January 3rd, 1912, resident of Mauergasse 4 in Munich. This court finds the defendant not guilty. As the prosecution failed to present sufficient evidence, no other verdict could be reached. Mr. Schickert, you are discharged. Defendant Alfred Faltmann, born June 29, 1889, resident of Löwenweg 11, Munich. Lastly, defendant Hermann Kiebitz, born August 8, 1905, resident of Schweigerweg 12, Hagelstadt, Munich. This court finds both defendants guilty of perjury. As the prosecution proved, they lied about Mr. Kiebitz being an eyewitness to the events. Yet their involvement in the original crime couldn't be proven, leaving the poignant question of why did they lie. But that is not up to this court to decide. Mr. Faltmann, Mr. Kiebitz, we sentence you to 6 months in prison. The sentence is suspended for 1 year. With that, the cost of the trial will be covered by the state. Court adjourned.
The Naumann case. It could seem so small, forgettable. One might almost say insignificant. What is another execution? What is the death of yet another old man? With all that happened, does it even truly matter? They must have thought so themselves. Kiebitz, Faltmann, Schickert. If they thought of it at all. As lenient as Faltmann's sentence was, it still proved to be more than he was willing to accept. He would go on to claim he was a blameless victim of a corrupt system. Just another innocent man, punished for somebody else's crimes. The irony of it, sadly, seemed to be lost on him. With his part in Naumann's death unproven, Schickert got to walk away. To go back home as usual, kiss his wife, tuck in his son, read him a bedtime story, one where everything ends well, as if nothing had happened, as if he was a good man. What makes a man lie? Friendship, loyalty, fear. Kiebitz wasn't involved in the execution. He could have walked free, pretending his conscience was clear. Could. A funny word. He could have said no. He could have stopped it. All. They all could. Instead, they chose to follow orders. Just follow orders. Everybody just followed orders. One could expect Mrs. Naumann to be furious with the verdict, but I don't think she had the strength for it anymore. She had spent it all over those 11 years, wasted it, only for justice to fail her once more. For it failed her. We failed her. And as for our miscuts, our work is not easy. More importantly, it is not welcome. We are not welcome. But that's a story for another day.
It's time.
Miss, it's time.
Thank you. Hans Naumann is bare, and yet that this case a failure. Mr. Kohn take he was locked. That's his execute as this Mr. This does.
No, Mr.
Silent. Let's.
The defendants Faltmann and Schickert went to the prisoner's cell.
Objection. As per Mr. Kiebitz's and Mr. Faltmann's testimony, both of them went to the cell, together with Mr. Schickert.
Miss Katz, can you present any evidence to support your claims?
Certainly. One suspect whose account we have not heard remains, Mr. Schwarz.
The account of a corpse. What a mumbo-jumbo.
Mr. Faltman, please refrain yourself from commenting.
Yes, Mr. Schwarz is dead, but he wasn't during the original investigation. In 1947, he testified that at the time of the execution, he was in his office, together with his driver, Mr. Kiebitz. At the time, he was in no danger, as opposed to the defendants today. There is no reason to believe he lied.
Miss Katz, you've proven your point. Objection overruled. Please continue, Miss Katz.
Having seen the victim, Mr. Schickert began to question the order. As we learned from the testimonies, Mr. Norman's age and physical frailty were evident. How could this be the man? How could he be guilty? The defendants had arrested him for tearing down a flag from its flagpole and beating up an officer. A tall flagpole, a young officer. Mr. Schickert concluded the man to be innocent. He refused to shoot.
Objection, Mr. Chairman. As both Mr. Kiebitz and Mr. Faltman testified, the one to question the order was Mr. Faltman. He had doubted its validity and attempted to stop the execution. Regretfully, he was unsuccessful.
Miss Katz, if you have any proof...
Gladly, Mr. Chairman. A day after Hans Norman was shot, Mr. Schickert was removed from his station and expelled from the NSDAP. A punishment that follows to the letter the consequences for insubordination, as outlined by Gau leader Solbrich's order.
Indeed, Mr. Scham, your objection is overruled. Miss Katz, if you would...
With the doubts voiced, threats were soon to follow. Threats by Mr. Faltman. He wasn't going to allow for this sort of insubordination. An order was an order. If his co-defendants continued to object, he would report them. And not just to Mr. Schwarz, to the Gestapo. I trust the implications of such a report are clear.
Objection.
Every time, Mr. Scham?
We cannot truly be sure any threats were actually made. I can assure you, my client never cooperated with the Gestapo.
Exactly. The Gestapo were a bunch of sneaky sadists. Psychopaths. I've never had anything to do with those monsters.
Silence, Mr. Faltman. Silence. Miss Katz, can you present any proof to support your claim?
Certainly. Ludwig Steg was another member of the defendant's local group. Only 3 months before the events of this case, he was arrested by the Gestapo. While the acts and fate of Mr. Steg are of themselves of no direct connection to this case, I'd like to bring your attention to the beginning of the final paragraph. Mr. Steg was denounced by his direct superior. And who would that be? His local group leader, Alfred Faltmann. Mr. Faltmann may claim he had nothing to do with the Gestapo, but it's a lie.
Thank you, Miss Katz. Objection overruled. Miss Katz, proceed to your next point.
We've established the course of the crime up to its final moment. Only one question remains, the most important one. Who shot? Who killed Hans Naumann? Defendant Alfred Faltmann. He might have followed orders. He might or might not have resisted. He might have been coerced. But in the end, the truth remains the same. Alfred Faltmann shot and killed the victim.
Objection.
Once again. Yes, Mr. Scham.
According to Mr. Faltmann, it was Mr. Schickert who shot the victim. Is his word worth less than that of his co-defendants?
Miss Katz, if you would, I will require more proof. Whenever you're ready, Miss Katz.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I have nothing.
Objection sustained. Let's proceed. I have heard enough. Will the defendants please rise? Having considered the testimonies presented today, as well as the prosecution's evidence, this court has reached the following verdict. Defendant Karl Schickert, born January 3rd, 1912, resident of Mauergasse 4 in Munich. This court finds the defendant not guilty. As the prosecution failed to present sufficient evidence, no other verdict could be reached. Mr. Schickert, you are discharged. Defendant Alfred Faltmann, born June 29, 1889, resident of Löwenweg 11, Munich. This court finds the defendant guilty of coercion and perjury. He pressured his subordinates to carry out the shooting and lied under oath to hide it. Mr. Faltmann, the prosecution proved you were acting on district leader Herbert Schwarz's official orders. The court considered these mitigating circumstances in this verdict. We sentence you to 1 year in prison. The sentence is suspended for 2 years. Lastly, defendant Hermann Kiebitz, born August 8, 1905, resident of Schweigerweg 12, Hagelstadt, Munich. This court finds the defendant guilty of perjury. He lied under oath to, it can be assumed, cover for his superior. Mr. Kiebitz, we sentence you to 1 year in prison. The sentence is suspended for 2 years. With that, the cost of the trial will be covered by the state. Court adjourned.
The Naumann case. It could seem so small, forgettable. One might almost say insignificant. What is another execution? What is the death of yet another old man? With all that happened, does it even truly matter? They must have thought so themselves. Kiebitz, Faltmann, Schickert. If they thought of it at all. As lenient as Faltmann's sentence was, it still proved to be more than he was willing to accept. He would go on to claim he was a blameless victim of a corrupt system. Just another innocent man, punished for somebody else's crimes. The irony of it, sadly, seemed to be lost on him. With his part in Naumann's death unproven, Schickert got to walk away. To go back home as usual, kiss his wife, tuck in his son, read him a bedtime story, one where everything ends well, as if nothing had happened, as if he was a good man. What makes a man lie? Friendship, loyalty, fear. Kibitz wasn't involved in the execution. He could have walked free, pretending his conscience was clear. Could. A funny word. He could have said no. He could have stopped it. All. They all could. Instead, they chose to follow orders. Just follow orders. Everybody just followed orders. One could expect Mrs. Naumann to be furious with the verdict, but I don't think she had the strength for it anymore. She had spent it all over those 11 years, wasted it, only for justice to fail her once more. For it failed her. We failed her. And as for our miscuts, our work is not easy. More importantly, it is not welcome. We are not welcome. But that's a story for another day.
It's time.
Miss, it's time.
Thank you. He had to get he won on that 2 days. That is, Mr. Take, that's where. His execution was ordered by Herbert Schwarz, the district leader for the city of Munich. As the senior member of the NSDAP involved in the crime, he bears the main responsibility for Mr. Naumann's death. Mr. Schwarz is unfortunately deceased and as such cannot be tried. This does not, however, absolve his subordinates of their culpability.
Thank you, Miss Guts. Does the defense have anything to add?
No, Mr. Chairman. We agree with the version presented by the prosecution.
See, it was all Schwarz.
That's right, we were just following his orders.
Silence! Mr. Sham, please remind your defendants of the appropriate behavior in court. Let the record show that the prosecution and defense are in agreement. Let's proceed. Miss Guts?
The defendants Faltmann and Schickert went to the prisoner's cell.
Objection. As per Mr. Kibitz's and Mr. Faltmann's testimony, both of them went to the cell, together with Mr. Schickert.
Miss Guts, can you present any evidence?
Certainly. One suspect whose account we have not heard remains, Mr. Schwarz.
The account of a corpse. What a mumbo-jumbo.
Mr. Faltmann, please refrain yourself from commenting.
Yes, Mr. Schwarz is dead, but he wasn't during the original investigation. In 1947, he testified that at the time of the execution, he was in his office, together with his driver, Mr. Kibitz. At the time, he was in no danger, as opposed to the defendants today. There is no reason to believe he lied.
Miss Guts, you've proven your point. Objection overruled. Please continue, Miss Guts.
Having seen the victim, Mr. Schickert began to question the order. As we learned from the testimonies, Mr. Naumann's age and physical frailty were evident. How could this be the man? How could he be guilty? The defendants had arrested him for tearing down a flag from its flagpole and beating up an officer. A tall flagpole, a young officer. Mr. Schickert concluded the man to be innocent. He refused to shoot.
Objection, Mr. Chairman. As both Mr. Kibitz and Mr. Faltmann testified, the one to question the order was Mr. Faltmann. He had doubted its validity and attempted to stop the execution. Regretfully, he was unsuccessful.
Miss Guts, if you have any proof to...
Gladly, Mr. Chairman. This testimony backs my version, but it's contradicted by the other suspects. I present something else to prove my point. A day after Hans Norman was shot, Mr. Schickert was removed from a station and expelled from the NSDAP. A punishment that follows to the letter the consequences for insubordination, as outlined by GAU leader Solbrig's order.
Indeed. Mr. Scham, your objection is overruled. Miss Guts, if you would.
With the doubts voiced, threats were soon to follow. Threats by Mr. Feldman. He wasn't going to allow for this sort of insubordination. An order was an order. If his co-defendants continued to object, he would report them. And not just to Mr. Schwarz, to the Gestapo. I trust the implications of such a report are clear.
Objection.
Every time, Mr. Scham?
We cannot truly be sure any threats were actually made. I can assure you, my client never cooperated with the Gestapo.
Exactly. The Gestapo were a bunch of sneaky sadists. Psychopaths. I've never had anything to do with those monsters.
Silence, Mr. Feldman. Silence. Miss Guts, can you present any proof?
Certainly. Ludwig Steg was another member of the defendant's local group. Only 3 months before the events of this case, he was arrested by the Gestapo. While the acts and fate of Mr. Steg are of themselves of no direct connection to this case, I'd like to bring your attention to the beginning of the final paragraph. Mr. Steg was denounced by his direct superior. And who would that be? His local group leader, Alfred Feldman. Mr. Feldman may claim he had nothing to do with the Gestapo, but it's a lie.
Thank you, Miss Guts. Objection overruled. Miss Guts, proceed to your next point.
We've established the course of the crime up to its final moment. Only one question remains, the most important one. Who shot? Who killed Hans Naumann? Defendant Karl Schickert. He might have followed orders. He might or might not have resisted. He might have been coerced. But in the end, the truth remains the same. Karl Schickert shot and killed the victim.
I must object, Mr. Chairman.
Let's hear it.
Mr. Schickert maintains he's innocent, that Mr. Kiebitz, and not him, was the one to shoot the victim. 2 witnesses might agree, but that can hardly be considered enough to prove a man guilty, especially considering the seriousness of the crime.
Miss Guts, if you would, I will require more proof.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Naumann's wound was identified as resulting from a 7.65 Browning caliber. Only one of the defendants had a weapon with that caliber. An FN Browning model 1900 was given to the party member number 5186332, the defendant Karl Schickert.
Very well. I consider your claims proven. The prosecution presents a solid case. Before we proceed, Miss Guts, Mr. Scham, is there anything else you'd like to bring to this court's attention?
Yes, there is, Mr. Chairman. I was just following orders. We've heard these words today, more than once. That said orders came from Mr. Schwarz was one of the few points on which the defendants agreed. I'd like to bring your attention to another detail that their testimonies shared. At no point in any of their recollections did Mr. Schwarz himself meet the victim. It is the prosecution's belief that the district leader never knew who the defendants had brought. Schwarz didn't know the prisoner in the cell was not the man they were sent to arrest, that it was an innocent man. He couldn't know because the defendant Alfred Faltmann lied, both to his superior and to this court. Mr. Faltmann knew whom he took. He knew he was not the culprit. He had taken him as a hostage. Yet, to Mr. Schwarz, he reported bringing in Jan Naumann, the culprit. And so, believing his subordinate, Mr. Schwarz ordered the execution of, once again, Jan Naumann. The shooting of Hans Naumann wasn't legal. The defendants did not follow any order. This innocent man was killed only because of the actions, the insistence, the lies and threats of Alfred Faltmann. Mr. Chairman, the prosecution asks you to find the defendant fully culpable for this death.
Some serious accusations, Miss Katz. What motive did the defendant Faltmann have for this?
He believed that having a suspect arrested and executed so fast would help his career.
Thank you, Miss Katz. I will take this revelation into consideration. Having considered the testimonies presented today, as well as the prosecution's evidence, this court has reached the following verdict. Firstly, in the case of the defendant Karl Schickert, born January 3rd, 1912, residing at Mauergasse 4 in Munich, for the crime of the manslaughter of Hans Naumann, this court finds the defendant guilty as accessory. The prosecution proved that he did shoot the victim, but only did so when forced, having been coerced by his co-defendant. Which brings us to the, at the time, local group leader. Now, the prosecution provided this court with plenty of evidence of the local group's wrongdoings. None of them had as serious and unsettling implications as the final revelation. Defendant Alfred Faltmann, born June 29, 1889, resident of Löwenweg 11, Munich. In the case of the manslaughter of Hans Naumann, considering the overwhelming evidence of your actions and their direct effect, this court finds you guilty of coercion, perjury, and manslaughter. It stands clear beyond reasonable doubt that it was by your independent initiative that Mr. Naumann was shot, a fact of which defendant Hermann Kiebitz was fully aware and which he decided to hide from this court, making him guilty as accessory to this manslaughter by the act of omission. With that, the cost of this trial will be covered by the defendants. Court adjourned.
I've heard those words many times. The courtroom may change, the faces, the clothes, the crimes. But the words stayed the same. I just followed orders. It wasn't an order that ended Mr. Naumann's life. They did. With their cowardice, obedience, pride. They all killed Hans Naumann. Men like Faltmann don't believe they can be punished. They don't think they should be. All were surprised at his silence when the verdict was pronounced. Him, possibly, most of all. He offered no resistance, no counter, no boisterous denial. For possibly the first time in his life, Alfred Feldman didn't know what to say. Schickert was raving as they brought him out of the courtroom. So what if he pulled the trigger, he yelled. He followed orders. There, those words again. Almost as if he believed them himself. What makes a man lie? Friendship? Loyalty? Fear? What makes a man so obsessed with terms like honor or duty? Simply ignore the murder of an innocent man. Not just ignore it. Allow, aid, facilitate it. For he could have stopped it. All he'd have to do was tell the truth. For he had every opportunity to stop it. Instead, he chose to kill an innocent man. They all did. They all knew what they were doing. They all knew they didn't have to. All three of them, through their actions or their inaction, they choose. Miss Naumann cried at the verdict. She thanked us. She even tried to smile. I wouldn't say it ended there for her. I don't think it ever did. And as for our Miss Cutts, the case was her victory. And it did bring her the recognition she deserved. But with recognition also comes attention. But that's a story for another day.
It's time.
Order. Court is in session. In the case of the German people against members of NSDAP local group Munich, the defendants stand accused of the murder of Hans Naumann.
Judge Ernst Braun presiding, with counsel Esther Katz speaking for the prosecution. Counsel Rudolf Scham representing the defendants Kiebitz and Feldman. And counsel Sigmund Hauptner representing the defendant Schickert.
How do you plead?
Innocent.
It's not guilty.
Not guilty then.
Not guilty, of course. This whole investigation is a farce.
Not guilty, Mr. Chairman.
I call on the prosecution. Miss Cutts, it's time to present your theory.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. His name was Hans Naumann. He was 77, retired, innocent. He had a wife, Mrs. Ludmilla Naumann, whose testimony you've heard today. Together, they lived in a small house in the suburbs of Munich, a simple small family, like so many others. They had an adult son, Jan. He was staying with them at the time. He wanted to help them around the house, at least till the end of the war, he'd say. On that morning, none of them could know that in only 2 days, their nightmare would be over. 2 days. 48 hours. That is, if not for the accused. Mr. Chairman, on April 28th, Hans Naumann was shot dead. Taken from his house under false pretenses, he was brought to the temporary location of the district office. He was locked in a brewery cellar, a damp storage room adapted into a makeshift cell. That's where, shortly later, he would be killed. His execution was ordered by Herbert Schwarz, the district leader for the city of Munich. As the senior member of the NSDAP involved in the crime, he bears the main responsibility for Mr. Naumann's death. Mr. Schwarz is unfortunately deceased and as such cannot be tried. This does not, however, absolve his subordinates of their culpability.
Thank you, Ms. Cutts. Does the defense have anything to add?
No, Mr. Chairman. We agree with the version presented by the prosecution.
See, it was all Schwarz.
That's right, we were just following his orders.
Silence! Mr. Scham, please remind your defendants of the appropriate behavior in court. let the record show that the prosecution and defense are in agreement. Let's proceed. Miss Scutts?
The defendants Faltmann and Schickert went to the prisoner's cell.
Objection. As per Mr. Kiebitz's and Mr. Faltmann's testimony, both of them went to the cell, together with Mr. Schickert.
Miss Scutts, can you present any evidence to support your claims?
Certainly. One suspect whose account we have not heard remains, Mr. Schwarz.
The account of a corpse. What a mumbo-jumbo.
Mr. Faltmann, please refrain yourself from commenting.
Yes, Mr. Schwarz is dead, but he wasn't during the original investigation. In 1947, he testified that at the time of the execution, he was in his office, together with his driver, Mr. Kiebitz. At the time, he was in no danger, as opposed to the defendants today. There is no reason to believe he lied.
Miss Scutts, you've proven your point. Objection overruled. Please continue, Miss Scutts.
Having seen the victim, Mr. Schickert began to question the order. As we learned from the testimonies, Mr. Naumann's age and physical frailty were evident. How could this be the man? How could he be guilty? The defendants had arrested him for tearing down a flag from its flagpole and beating up an officer. A tall flagpole, a young officer. Mr. Schickert concluded the man to be innocent. He refused to shoot.
Objection, Mr. Chairman. As both Mr. Kiebitz and Mr. Faltmann testified, the one to question the order was Mr. Faltmann. He had doubted its validity and attempted to stop the execution. Regretfully, he was unsuccessful.
Miss Scutts, if you have any proof to back your theory, now would be the...
Gladly, Mr. Chairman. A day after Hans Naumann was shot, Mr. Schickert was removed from his station and expelled from the NSDAP. A punishment that follows to the letter the consequences for insubordination, as outlined by Gauleader Solbrig's order.
Indeed. Mr. Scham, your objection is overruled. Miss Scutts, if you would...
With the doubts voiced, threats were soon to follow. Threats by Mr. Faltmann. He wasn't going to allow for this sort of insubordination. An order was an order. If his co-defendants continued to object, he would report them. And not just to Mr. Schwarz, to the Gestapo. I trust the implications of such a report are clear.
Objection.
Every time, Mr. Sham?
We cannot truly be sure any threats were actually made. I can assure you, my client never cooperated with the Gestapo.
Exactly. The Gestapo were a bunch of sneaky sadists. Psychopaths. I've never had anything to do with those monsters.
Silence, Mr. Feldman. Silence. Miss Katz, can you present any proof to support your claim?
Certainly. Ludwig Steg was another member of the defendant's local group. Only 3 months before the events of this case, he was arrested by the Gestapo. While the acts and fate of Mr. Steg are of themselves of no direct connection to this case, I'd like to bring your attention to the beginning of the final paragraph. Mr. Steg was denounced by his direct superior. And who would that be? His local group leader, Alfred Feldman. Mr. Feldman may claim he had nothing to do with the Gestapo, but it's a lie.
Thank you, Miss Katz. Objection overruled. Miss Katz, proceed to your next point.
We've established the course of the crime up to its final moment. Only one question remains, the most important one. Who shot? Who killed Hans Naumann? Defendant Karl Schickert. He might have followed orders. He might or might not have resisted. He might have been coerced. But in the end, the truth remains the same. Karl Schickert shot and killed the victim.
I must object, Mr. Chairman.
Let's hear it.
Mr. Schickert maintains he's innocent. That Mr. Kiebitz, and not him, was the one to shoot the victim. 2 witnesses might agree. But that can hardly be considered enough to prove a man guilty. Especially considering the seriousness of the crime.
Miss Katz, if you would, I will require more proof.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Naumann's wound was identified as resulting from a 7.65 Browning caliber. Only one of the defendants had a weapon with that caliber. An FN Browning model 1900 was given to the party member number 5186332, the defendant Karl Schickert.
Very well. I consider your claims proven. The prosecution presents a solid case. Before we proceed, Miss Katz, Mr. Sham, is there anything else you'd like to bring to this court's attention?
Yes, there is, Mr. Chairman. I was just following orders. We've heard these words today, more than once. That said orders came from Mr. Schwarz was one of the few points on which the defendants agreed. I'd like to bring your attention to another detail that their testimonies shared. At no point in any of their recollections did Mr. Schwarz himself meet the victim. It is the prosecution's belief that the district leader never knew who the defendants had brought. Schwarz didn't know the prisoner in the cell was not the man they were sent to arrest, that it was an innocent man. He couldn't know because the defendant Alfred Faltmann lied, both to his superior and to this court. Mr. Faltmann knew whom he took. He knew he was not the culprit. He had taken him as a hostage. Yet, to Mr. Schwarz, he reported bringing in Jan Naumann, the culprit. And so, believing his subordinate, Mr. Schwarz ordered the execution of, once again, Jan Naumann. The shooting of Hans Naumann wasn't legal. The defendants did not follow any order. This innocent man was killed only because of the actions, the insistence, the lies and threats of Alfred Faltmann. Mr. Chairman, the prosecution asks you to find the defendant fully culpable for this death.
Some serious accusations, Miss Katz. What motive did the defendant Faltmann have for this?
He realized it was illegal to take a hostage and tried to cover up his own crime.
Thank you, Miss Katz. I will take this revelation into consideration. Having considered the testimonies presented today, as well as the prosecution's evidence, this court has reached the following verdict. Firstly, in the case of the defendant Karl Schickert, born January 3rd, 1912, residing at Mauergasse 4 in Munich, for the crime of the manslaughter of Hans Naumann, this court finds the defendant guilty as accessory. The prosecution proved that he did shoot the victim, but only did so when forced, having been coerced by his co-defendant. Which brings us to the, at the time, local group leader. Now, the prosecution provided this court with plenty of evidence of the local group's wrongdoings. None of them had as serious and unsettling implications as the final revelation. Defendant Alfred Faltmann, born June 29, 1889, resident of Löwenweg 11, Munich. In the case of the manslaughter of Hans Naumann, considering the overwhelming evidence of your actions and their direct effect, this court finds you guilty of coercion, perjury, and manslaughter. It stands clear beyond reasonable doubt that it was by your independent initiative that Mr. Naumann was shot, a fact of which defendant Hermann Kiebitz was fully aware and which he decided to hide from this court, making him guilty as accessory to this manslaughter by the act of omission. With that, the cost of this trial will be covered by the defendants. Court adjourned.
heard those words many times. The courtroom may change, the faces, the clothes, the crimes. But the words stayed the same. I just followed orders. It wasn't an order that ended Mr. Nauman's life. They did. With their cowardice, obedience, pride. They all killed Hans Naumann. Men like Feldman don't believe they can be punished. They don't think they should be. All were surprised at his silence when the verdict was pronounced. Him, possibly, most of all. He offered no resistance, no counter, no boisterous denial. For possibly the first time in his life, Alfred Feldman didn't know what to say. Schickert was raving as they brought him out of the courtroom. So what if he pulled the trigger, he yelled. He followed orders. There, those words again. Almost as if he believed them himself. What makes a man lie? Friendship? Loyalty? Fear? What makes a man so obsessed with terms like honor or duty, simply ignore the murder of an innocent man? Not just ignore it. Allow, aid, facilitate it. For he could have stopped it. All he'd have to do was tell the truth. For he had every opportunity to stop it. Instead, he chose to kill an innocent man. They all did. They all knew what they were doing. They all knew they didn't have to. All three of them, through their actions or their inaction, they choose. Miss Naumann cried at the verdict. She thanked us. She even tried to smile. I wouldn't say it ended there for her. I don't think it ever did. And as for our Miss Cutts, the case was her victory. And it did bring her the recognition she deserved. But with recognition also comes attention. But that's a story for another day.
No? Damn it, Katz! Did your parents forget to teach you how to knock?
And good morning to you too, Peters.
You startled me. What do you want?
I'm looking for Christoph. Do you know where he is?
Good luck with that. He's in Hamburg, prepping for a case. I doubt he'll be back this week.
Working on something important, Peters?
Yes, same case I already told you about. And it's still a real pain in the ass. I know I'm getting somewhere, but it's just too slow.
Later, Peters.
Good morning, Miss Katz. There are some new letters for you. I left them on your desk. Miss Katz.
Thank you, Paula. Don't you look majestic up there? Keeping watch?
What? Where? Oh, how did she get there?
Oh, hello, Marlene. Oh, I'm glad you are so cooperative. Oh, hello, Marlene. Meow.
Miss Katz, there's a man here asking to see you. Walter Hens? I don't think he has an appointment.
Did he say what he wants from me?
He says he has a case about one Miss sorry, one moment. He wants to talk to you about one Anna Kazmirek.
I wonder what's that about. I'll be with him shortly in the conference room.
Mr. Hens is waiting for you in the conference room. This is a man who won't take no for an answer. Sorry for the confusion before. Mr. Bauer did not mention Anna Kazmirek before. I just couldn't connect the dots with Mr. Hens breathing down my neck.
Interesting. What did Mr. Bauer say about this case?
He didn't work on it himself, I think. But there was an investigation already, and he was very interested in the outcome.
What did you make of our surprise visitor, Paula?
Mr. Hens? Brash. I'd even say thuggish. Very sure of himself. I got the feeling he's the kind of man whose activities other prosecutors might be interested in. He also seemed... haunted? Men like this, they don't open up often, but this case seems important to him.
Did he say what this case was about?
A name. Anna Kazmirek. And something about looting. But he wants to discuss it with you, and with you only, Miss Katz.
Thank you, Paula. The door is locked. The door is locked. The door is locked. Good morning. I've been told you wanted to see me. Mr. Hens, was it?
Walter Hens, a pleasure. You're the one from the Old Man, right? What was the rebel with the flag?
Mr. Hens, why are you here?
I'll take that as a yes. Is this the only case you have ever solved?
My track record is not at issue here. Now please, either tell me why it is you're here, or I'll have to ask you to leave. Believe it or not, I'm rather busy.
Fine, fine. I'm here on behalf of my wife. She wishes she could do it herself, but her health isn't what it... Honestly, Tessie's never been a beacon of health, but it has been getting worse and...
Mr. Hens, the case?
It's about her girl, Anna. Anna Kazmirek. She was only 19 when they killed her. When they, had her killed.
What do you mean by that? Who had her killed?
You lot. Lawyers, judges, the whole circus. Sent her to the guillotine for looting, called her a traitor to the nation. She was innocent.
You'll have to explain that.
That's why I'm here. Do you remember the bombing of Brunswick in '44?
Of course. October, right? Left the whole city on fire.
Yes, it was like the whole world was burning. I doubt any words could ever give it justice. The Tommies hit us overnight. They lit the whole city like a Christmas tree when they started the firestorm. Come morning, nothing was left of the old town, and not much of everything else.
A firestorm?
That's what it's called. Have you ever seen a pillar of flame rising to the sky, Miss Katz? Not a sight I'd wish on anybody.
Christmas tree? That's a peculiar analogy.
Not really. It's how we called their markers. They drop flares of various colors, lighting up the panorama like... well, a Christmas tree.
That's terrible. I am sorry I have to ask, but how is it connected to the case?
Anna lost everything that day, other than her mother. Their place was hit by a bomb. The whole block, gone in an instant. Not a stone left standing.
Tell me about Anna.
She was a good kid, no matter what they say. Mixed parentage from her mother's side, Prussian-Polish family. It earned her more than a few side eyes. Anna had to work hard for it. Someone had to look after the family. But she was a young girl. She wanted to have fun when she could.
Her mother? You mentioned she's your wife?
Yes, Tessie. Teresa Hens. She was born out east, a small village in, would be Masovia now? Poland. Came to Brunswick with her husband after the First War. Had Anna on the way, in a train car. She had always been delicate, both in her body and, well, you know, mind. Again, she sends her apologies for not being here herself.
When did you and Teresa marry?
A few months after the execution. It wasn't love, just the right thing to do. With Anna gone, she had no one to take care of her, and she was in no position to provide for herself. I was doing well with my pub, so I offered to help. It's not the most romantic of stories. The morning after the bombing, Anna went to the ruins. Spent the whole day digging through the rubble, searching for, well, anything.
You mean the ruins of the house?
Yes, an older tenement house for some of the lower classes. Not the first place they lost. Believe it or not, it was actually their third home destroyed by the bombings.
You said she was sentenced for looting. I'm sorry, but I have to ask, did she loot anything?
No. She had found a few things, but everything belonged to her or her mother. Anna was no thief.
Do you know what she found?
I know of a few things. Her mother's scarf and coat, fur, a pair of boots, and a crucifix from back east. Then some knickknacks, a family photo, a few pieces from her mother's cutlery set, clothes probably. All in all, barely enough to fill a bag or two, and a suitcase supposedly.
Were you there with her?
If only, but I was nowhere near. I only learned about any of this when it was already too late. It happened a few days later. I was at my place when Heidi came, begging for help.
Were you affected by the bombing?
No, I had a small apartment above my pub. Luckily, it was out of the way, so the Tommies didn't target that area.
And who's Heidi?
Grunewald, Heidi Grunewald. A close friend of Anna. Both of them had been assigned to the same emergency shelter.
She asked for your help? Help with what?
Someone had planted a suitcase in Anna's room and accused her of stealing it from the ruins. The police came and, for some reason, the bastard seemed dead set on making the accusation true. That's what it was about at first. No treason, no looting, just a simple theft. And not even that was true.
What did you do?
I followed her to the shelter, of course, running through the city. But we were too late. The bastards must have grown tired of Anna denying their accusations, decided to make her confess. They beat it out of her. By the time we arrived, they were long gone, leaving the kids. It was bad.
The kids? Somebody was still there?
Yes, two of them. Anna's boyfriend. I don't remember his name. I'm sorry. And the Becker's girl, Emilia. Poor sods. They saw it all and couldn't do jack to stop it.
Emilia Becker. Who was she?
Her family was also placed in that shelter. Shop owners. Local girls, stuck up. They knew each other with Anna and Heidi. I don't think they got on too well.
What can you tell me about Anna's boyfriend?
They had dated for a while. Can't say how long. I've seen him around, but I can't say I remember much. Military sort, I think. Heidi would know more. You'll have to ask her. I kept it together as much as I could. Tried talking to them, get them to tell me what happened. Wasn't an easy job.
Where was that?
Can't give you the address. It was a temporary emergency shelter, one of many. A once upper-end flat, run down and filled with as many people who lost their homes to the bombing as they could squish. Cramped, but a roof over their head.
How did Heidi react?
Bad. She took it hard. Not one to cry, though. She went with anger instead. Started yelling at the boy that he was supposed to keep them there. Didn't get much of a reaction.
The Becker girl, what was she doing?
Avoiding us. She had locked herself in her family's room before we arrived and refused to come out.
The boyfriend, what did he do?
He was curled up in a corner, sobbing, a sad sight. Wouldn't calm down. For a long while, he didn't even respond to anything we said.
So, what happened? What's the case?
The case is that Anna was innocent and they took her. They beat her. They killed her. Tortured her until she said what they wanted, confessed to something she didn't do. And then they cut her head off.
Can you tell me something more about this Heidi Grunewald?
Local girl, strong, hard. All of the Grunewalds were. Good people, but poor people. And quite a lot of them, each with a mouth to feed. Heidi was yay big the first time they pulled her. Gave the rascal her first night in a cell. Pickpocketing. Gave her a job right after that, to keep her off the street. Gave one to Anna soon after. They were already friends.
Mr. Hens, why did she come to you specifically?
I had some previous encounters with the Force, unavoidable for a business owner. Well, let's not sugarcoat it. I had a file at the district. Nothing serious, but enough for me to learn how to talk with the blokes. Even find a few sympathetic ears down at the station. Heidi hoped I could talk to them. The next day, they put her on trial. A sham. Nobody was allowed to testify. There was no proof. Her lawyer just sat there, silent. And they changed the accusation, made it a case of looting instead of theft. A treasonous act for some reason.
And that's why they gave her the death sentence?
Yes, some law allowed them to do it, because they made her a so-called folk pest, a traitor.
Why did they change the accusation?
Ha! To hell if I know. Maybe they wanted a show. Or the policeman wanted a promotion and made it out to be a bigger crime. Or whoever made up the whole story of her crime decided it needed more flair. I tried to learn more on what really happened there, why it happened. But as a civilian, they wouldn't give me much. All I have is here. This and my wife. Once she feels better, she wants to testify.
Your wife's testimony? What could she tell us? Was she present at the arrest?
No, but they used her against Anna. A few days after the trial, they came demanding she denounce her own daughter. Threatened her with complicity, promised lenience if she cooperated. They fed her word for word the lies, the calumnies to write and sign about her own daughter, about that damn suitcase. She can tell you the truth. She wants to tell you the truth. She's adamant she can prove there was no crime in the first place.
Mr. Hens, I'm terribly sorry. But while this story is awful, I am a prosecutor. It is not for me to prove people's innocence. On the contrary, I accuse them.
But you should accuse them, Miss Katz. All of them. Every single one of the bastards. The bastard who planted a damn suitcase in her room and called the cops, knowing full well it would get her killed. The policeman who tortured her until she said what they wanted to hear. Her lawyer, her judge, especially the judge.
I'll check what of this is actually punishable and whether we can start an investigation.
Thank you, Miss Katz. Thank you. I leave our number with your secretary. We'll keep in touch regarding Tessie's health. Arrange a time for her to appear.
But I can't make any promises yet.
I know. Still, thank you for giving it a chance.
The case might be for us after all. I'd better talk to Mr. Bauer.
Mr. Hens told me about his wife's situation. Left me their number. Though I can't say I'm happy with him calling me a secretary. I'll keep in contact should you and Mr. Bauer decide to take the case.
I haven't seen Christoph today. Do you know where he is?
He's in Hamburg.
Oh, must be nice to get away from the office once in a while.
I wouldn't be so sure about that. He's following a lead for his case. Probably stuck in the court archives.
How is Mr. Bauer doing?
He had a meeting with the Minister of Justice in the morning. As per usual, left him in a foul mood. He smokes so much when he goes to these things.
How are you today?
Can't complain. I might even have a little date planned for the evening.
Oh.
My husband got us 2 tickets for Frankenstein. I just hope Mr. Bauer won't have me stay late. It's been forever since we had an evening just to ourselves.
Fingers crossed. Thank you, Paula.
Miss Katz, it's always good to see you. I take it our unexpected guest has piqued your curiosity.
I didn't realize you knew about it already.
Miss Fisher keeps me updated, and I must admit, I've vested some interest in his case. Or Miss Kazmierek's case, I should say. I assume that is why he came.
So, you did already know about this?
Indeed. Mr. Hens tried to appeal Anna's verdict once before. Back in Brunswick, while I still held my position there. Didn't get the chance to work on it, unfortunately, but I did keep a close watch.
And this appellation was unsuccessful?
Quite. Dismissed before it even reached the court, on the basis of the report from her arrest. If I recall correctly, the prosecution decided that the word of a police officer must be trusted.
I think we should take this case.
Miss Katz, I understand your sentiment, but we don't really prove people's innocence here.
But we can prove other people's guilt. The crimes committed against Miss Kazmierek, our victim.
An interesting approach. Very well, color me intrigued. What are your leads?
Mr. Hens gave me 2 names, Heidi Grunewald and Emilia Becker. Both of them had previous history with Miss Kazmierek and were present at her arrest.
Their testimonies would make for a good starting point. But there is more, I hope.
There are a few witnesses to Anna Kazmarek's arrest I still need to identify. The policemen themselves, of course, and the victim's boyfriend. Sadly, Mr. Hens couldn't remember his name.
It should easily come up in the investigation. Same case for the officers. But there is more, I hope.
There's the victim's mother, Teresa Kazmarek. She's now married to Mr. Hens. She wants to testify, but it's made difficult by her health. They'll be in touch as soon as she's able to come. She wants to set the record straight about a false opinion or testimony she was forced to give. And more importantly, she believes she can prove Anna committed no crime in the first place.
Oh, that would make the case quite a bit easier. Almost realistic.
Then there's the documents, of course, from the arrest and the trial. The denunciation itself, if we're lucky.
Wouldn't that be something? Very well, I don't think I have any questions. I agree it's a good case for us. For you, more specifically, the investigation is yours, Miss Cutts. The case of Anna Kazmarek versus, well, who? To start, there are 3 things I believe would serve you well to explore. First, the inciting incident. Why did the police come? How did they know about Anna and her potential crime? Then the most obvious, the beating. Did Anna confess of her own will, or was she coerced? And last, but quite interesting, if the police were there to arrest her for theft, why was she tried for looting and treason instead?
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Bauer.
The pleasure's all mine, as per usual. Now I believe you've got your work cut out for you.
I should start with the files. If the case was investigated before, there should be something in the archive. And the law that Mr. Hens mentioned, I should ask Paula to find the exact reference.
How did it go?
We have a new case. I need you to start digging up files immediately.
Right, goes without saying.
We know of 5 witnesses who were present at the time of the crime, but we only have 2 names. And we have the victim's mother willing to testify, once her health allows it, whenever that would be. Heidi Grunewald, a friend and co-worker of Anna. She's the reason why Mr. Hens knew of the situation. She should be able to tell us what happened. And she might know the name of another witness, the victim's boyfriend.
Should I invite her?
Yes.
On it.
The policeman who took Anna. I need to know how many there were, their names and where they are now. Anything you can find.
I'll do my best.
One of the witnesses that Mr. Hens recognized was the victim's boyfriend. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to give us his name. I know there isn't much to go on, but can you start looking for him?
I'll do my best.
I need you to find me the decree about the folk pest law. It would seem it was used in Anna's case to justify a verdict.
Reich Law Gazette 168. This one I know by memory. I'll have a copy for you by tomorrow. Miss Katz.
Thank you, Paula.
Oh, be careful when you go downstairs. Someone just broke the window. Again.
I never thought our office would be the crime scene. Or that I'd get used to it. Ah, the corpus delicti, torn straight from the sidewalk. Traitors. Very inventive. What a mess, as always. And what's that? Did someone forget their files? What a mess, as always. And what's that? Did someone forget their files? Looks like something from Peter's investigation. It's not like him to just leave this lying around. There's nothing left for me to do. I should call it a day. Oh, hello, Marlene. Oh, I'm glad you are so cooperative.
Yes?
I wanted to hear your opinion about my new case. Or rather, an old case. It's from Brunswick.
Let me stop you right there, Katz. I have no intention of doing your job for you. And I'm busy. Ugh, but if you say Brunswick, that's Bauer's old territory. You'll probably find something in the archives. Yes?
Are these files yours?
What? Yes. Jesus. How? Where did you get them?
They were in the archive on the desk.
On the desk? Shit. They must have slipped out when I was packing up. Well, did you read them?
No, I didn't.
Remember when I told you of this game the guards had at the camps? With the cap throwing.
And shooting the prisoners who went to pick them up as escapees.
The file you found is a testimony about this. It's an account of one of such murders. The victim's name was Elisha Kalka, Jewish male, born in 1894 in Krakow. He arrived at Auschwitz in late 40 and was killed in early 41. The witness even gives a date, but I'm not sure about it.
That's horrible.
Yes, well, horrible, of course, but hardly rare. Anyway, thank you for finding it. I can't believe I didn't even notice it was gone.
Later, Peters. Oh, hello, Marlene. Meow.
Yes, but I assure you Mr. Wohlmuth has your best... in your postbox. But these people are all... yes, I understand. I will tell Mr. Wohlmuth.
Is everything all right, Paula?
Yes, Miss Katz. Everything's... No, everything's not fine. That was a horrible call.
I heard. Are you all right, Paula?
I'm fine, I think. Just a bit rattled. It was one of Mr. Wohlmuth's witnesses. She wants out.
How important was this witness for Christoph's case?
It's going to be tough. He spent weeks prepping her. I won't be surprised if I find him sleeping in the office for the next couple of days.
Did she tell you why she wants out?
Same as always. Threats against her and her family. They even sent her photographs of her children. Monsters.
Does this happen often?
It feels like every other week. Most of the time we can convince them to stay on, but it is getting harder.
Don't let this grind you down, Paula.
I won't. Can't give them the satisfaction. Miss Katz, good morning.
Have you heard back from our witness?
Miss Grunewald should be here soon.
How are you doing, Paula?
Exhausted? That phone call before, it wasn't how I wanted to start the day, you know?
Well, hello. What can I do for you?
Right. Thank you. I think that's all for now.
Don't be a stranger.
I think I saw a mouse down in the archive. Interested?
Please tell me you're joking.
Oh, hello, Marlene. Oh, I'm glad you are so cooperative. Oh, hello, Marlene. Meow.
Six letters for thrilled. Second one is an L.
I don't care.
That's 3 words. Won't fit. You're really bad at this, you know?
Solving a crossword?
Just a little something to keep the brain running. Mr. Peters here sadly isn't being very helpful.
Dear God.
Which might be for the best. I'm getting the impression he's not that good at this.
All right, hit me.
Oh!
Please don't encourage him, please.
Tough crowd. Maybe another time. I wouldn't want to torture Mr. Peters any more than I already do.
Ugh.
You don't seem to be enjoying this much, are you, Peters?
Please make him stop. I just want to have my lunch in peace.
I'll let you get back to it.
Please, take him with you.
Peters?
Oh. Hello, Katz. I didn't see you there. Sorry.
Are you quite all right, Peters?
Me? Well, do you remember our old lecturer in property law? Small guy, reddish cheeks, bad haircut.
Are you getting nostalgic, Peters? You can't miss school that much, can you?
Yes, Katz, I miss homework and eating brown slop in the canteen. Very funny. I'm serious. The man who taught us property law. Do you remember him?
I don't think so. I skipped that class a couple of times.
His name was Hirschbach, and he definitely noticed you skipping class. Remember when he started drilling you about ownership and bankruptcy?
Oh no, I was so hungover from the night before. He still let me pass, though.
That's him. Good old Hirschbach. I found his file.
Oh!
That was my reaction as well. The Nazi file of good old Hirschbach.
Really? Hirschbach?
Yes, really. Friendly, jovial, Nazi Hirschbach. Did you know he invited me for Easter once? Lovely family.
What did you find in the file?
Nothing good, I'm afraid. Hirschbach worked as a prosecutor. He was seizing property from Jewish citizens. For starters. Then it got worse. He sent people away cuts.
Are you absolutely sure?
I double and triple checked everything. We were taught by a Nazi.
I think I need a minute, Peters.
I understand. Take your time.
An evidence form? Might be something worth looking into.
Miss Katz, Heidi Grunewald is waiting for you in the conference room. I have the distinct feeling that she doesn't like us very much.
Should I be worried?
Only if you want her to cooperate with the police.
Ah, sounds like trouble. Thank you, Paula.
Miss Katz.
What's Heidi Grunewald like, Paula?
Her chewing gum is very sticky for a start. I found it under the waiting table.
Oh.
And she asked why a pretty girl like me is working for the pigs.
How unpleasant. Why is she cooperating at all?
She said she's here for Anna. I think she means it.
Thank you, Paula. I better go and see Miss Grunewald.
Miss Katz, good morning.
Oh, and why exactly are you working for the pigs, Paula?
I happen to like this particular set of pigs a great deal, Miss Katz.
Thank you, Paula. I better go and see Miss Grunewald. Oh, hello, Marlene. Oh, I'm glad you are so cooperative. Mrs. Grunewald, good morning. Thank you for coming on such a short notice.
As if I had the choice.
Mrs. Grunewald, your collaboration is entirely voluntary.
Right. Because I could just make your job easier and let you screw Anna over again. Not going to happen.
I wanted to talk to you about Anna Kazmirek. I believe you are acquainted?
Acquainted. Sure. What do you want to know? Other than her being innocent and you people having killed her?
Tell me about Anna's arrest.
Really? Sure you wouldn't rather talk about her heinous crimes? Tell me all about them? No? Alright. I bite. It was the morning of... I don't know. A few days after the bombing.
October 20th.
Sure. If you say so. We were in the emergency shelter. Somehow we all got assigned to the same one. Call it good luck or bad luck. Your choice.
What happened on that day?
We just come back from work with Anna. Graveyard shift at a munitions factory. For the glory of the fatherland. And all that.
What happened to you during the bombing?
To me? Not much. I was working a night shift. At first I didn't even hear the bombs over all the machinery. How in hell did those bastards manage to burn the entire city except for the munition factories is beyond me.
Who lived in the shelter at the time?
Me and mine, the Grunewalds, a total of 7 people at the time. The Kazmireks, Anna and her mother, and unfortunately, the Beckers. 5 of them, and 5 too many.
How were the tasks divided among the people in the shelter?
We were on rotation. Every day different tasks for each of the rooms. Food, cleaning, making sure there's enough water and firewood. Of course, we'd always get the most work, as my family was the biggest.
Tell me about the Beckers.
Butchers. Literally. They owned a family business for generations. A big point of pride for them. Up till a bomb fell right on it.
Tell me about the Kazmireks.
Good people. Both of them. Teresa's practically family now. We took her in, after you people killed Anna. Without her daughter, she was all alone. But who cares? Right? You all got your dangerous criminal.
Tell me about your family.
Interested in the little workers. That's a new one. We weren't affected by the bombing as bad as many others. Didn't have much to lose to start with. There were a few of us, luckily. So we were able to scrap by.
What did a regular day at the shelter look like?
There wasn't anything regular about that time. Not yet. We'd only been there for 3 days? 4? It wasn't that different from our lives before, really. Not for me. We were piss poor anyway. Wake up, pray there's water in the pipes. Go to your shift, return there tired, repeat.
What can you tell me about this shelter?
Pigs took some rich prick's house, robbed it of all valuables, and packed it full of homeless folk. We got 3 small rooms around the kitchen, 1 for each family.
Did you salvage anything from your old home?
Everybody did. The morning after the bombing, we went there with my brothers. Took a few bags. Couldn't fit even half of them. There wasn't much to find.
What can you tell me about your family's situation before the bombing?
Nothing exciting. We were at another temporary place. Smaller than this one, actually. So that was an upgrade. It was more of the same. Surviving day to day. Just with less other people having to do the same. It was a shit time.
How would you describe your relationship with Miss Kazmarek?
Our relationship? Anna wasn't a dyke, if that's what you're getting at. She was like a sister to me. A better sister. One one that I chose. We were in my family's room, trying to get at least some shut-eye, when I heard someone yapping at the phone. It was Emilia. Emilia Becker.
What was she saying?
I didn't catch all of it. Tried to block it out, actually. I just wanted to sleep. I got enough to understand. The cunt was talking to the police, ratting on some terrible robbery. How could I have known it was about Anna? Next thing I know, I'm woken up by someone's banging against the door.
Who was it?
Greeners! 2 of the bastards. Diligently responding to a bullcrap call. And what a pair they made. A tall twig of an idiot and a 4-eyed geezer with the dumbest mustache. You could smell the alcohol on that one from across the room.
Could you please describe them for me?
Creepy. That was my first and main impression. He was somewhat round. Not yet fat, but close to it. He had the most ridiculous facial hair, glasses, and he had this smile. This friendly smile. Constantly. Ugh. It was unnerving.
Could you please describe them for me?
He was way too tall, despite the constant hunch. It felt like he was trying to take up as little space as he could. Had the most punchable face I've seen in my life. Like a snooty baby that may start bawling at any moment. And he was clumsy. First he hit his head on the way in. Then he just kept dropping his notebook as they interviewed Anna.
Did they say why they were there?
Sure. They were investigating a most serious crime and wanted to talk to Anna, alone. Bastards invited themselves in before I could even say a word. And that would be when, using this mess as a distraction, Emilia planted the bloody thing.
I'll need you to explain what you mean.
Oh, Sure. The suitcase she accused Anna of stealing. The one she needed the pigs to find. She put it in Anna's room herself. Had to back her lie somehow, didn't she?
And who are Greeners?
Schupo, obviously. Green uniform, overcompensating hat, gun and nightstick in case they don't like your face. I suppose you people didn't call them that. It was clear they didn't want me present for their questioning. Fuckers had the nerve to pretend it was about Anna's privacy. I've expected they'd force me out right then and there.
And did they make you leave?
No. Somehow Anna managed to convince them it was fine. That she didn't mind me there.
What did they want to know?
They asked about the suitcase. You know, the same one Emilia was planting in Anna's room right there and then. Did I mention that already?
Yes, you did, Mrs. Grunewald.
I know I did. I'm not an idiot. Just make sure it's easy to hear on that tape of yours. The idiots were convinced Anna stole it. And no matter the truth, they wanted her to admit it.
What did Anna tell them?
To go fuck themselves. No. That's what she should have told them. But she just denied it. What a load of crap. All they had was Emilia's made-up story. And here they were, swinging their shriveled... That's what I told them. They didn't like it one bit. Next thing I know, Glasses pushes me out into the kitchen. Tells me to show him Anna's room. That's where she'd hide the haul.
Did you enter Anna's room with the officer?
No. I just told him where it was. He wouldn't let me go in. Didn't want me tampering. So I waited outside in the kitchen with Wolf and that rat, Amelia.
Didn't you say Emilia was in Anna's room?
Not anymore. She left her proof and came back before anyone could notice. She just stood there with that smirk of hers. She was behind it all. We all knew she hated Anna. But this? She was trying to get her killed.
Do you remember what Wolf was doing?
Waiting, patiently. Naive idiot. He came for money, and it showed. Had no idea what any of this meant.
What can you tell me about Anna?
That you people killed her. But I might have mentioned that already. What is there to say? She was good people. Kind, funny, witty. And a know-it-all. So stubborn. Could be such a pain in the ass. Never knew when to shut up.
Were there any conflicts between the shelter's inhabitants?
There's a bear shit in the woods. The Beckers thought themselves better than everybody else, and made no secret of it. And everyone knew them for the shit-spewing assholes they were. And we were open about that as well. And Mrs. Housley in the other section, always listening at the door, up in everybody's business. Nosy hack.
What can you tell me about the conflict between Miss Kasmerek and Emilia?
What there's to say? Becca was a cunt. She had conflicts with everybody. Well, everybody without a dick. And something about Anna seemed to really piss her off from the start. Wolf choosing her was just a cherry on top. The pig didn't need much time for his search. Emilia must have left it easy to find. Her eyes lit up as soon as he came out of the room, suitcase in hand.
What did she do?
She told the pig the suitcase was hers. That the day after the bombing, she saw Anna take it from the ruins of her house. And for some reason, she insisted it constituted treason. Can you imagine? Even if Anna was guilty, which she wasn't, how would taking an old stinking suitcase be treason? That's just bullcrap. All of it. But the pig didn't see it that way.
Treason? One moment, I might have something about this. Right. If what Emilia said was true...
It wasn't.
Then with Anna's crime being looting rather than stealing, the Volkspest law would indeed qualify it as treason.
How many times do I have to say this? Anna didn't do anything.
How did the officer react to all this?
He didn't even pretend to listen to anything Wolf and I said. But anything Emilia said, he ate it up. All of it. Every single word.
What was in the suitcase? Can you describe it?
Beats me. I don't think I've ever seen it before. No idea where Emilia got it. It looked old, used. Normal size, normal... It was a suitcase. It just looked like a suitcase. At that point, I knew we needed help. I knew a man. I thought he might be able to help. And Wolf had his uncle, so between the two of us, I figured...
This man you went to get help from. Would it happen to be Walter Hens?
How do you... You've talked with him already, right?
He brought us this case.
I suppose that makes sense. Yes, it was him. Not that he could help in the end. So, I had Hens. And Wolf had his uncle, so between the two of us, I figured...
Please, continue.
I told Wolf to stall the fuckers. Keep them there. Myself, I went to get my men. I didn't even get down the stairs before it started.
Before what started?
Is it really that hard to guess? Anna's testimony. They tortured her. Went in hard, judging on the screams. It was... loud.
And you just left?
What was I supposed to do? Kindly ask them to stop? Force them to stop? No, I know. I should have called the police, right? Yes, I still left. I ran even faster.
Is there anybody else who could have seen it?
I wasn't in the right space to check for that. Though, actually, I think I ran into one of my neighbors. Hausler. Old lady from across the hall. Yes, she even asked me, who are they taking? She was in another section on our floor. Such a nosy hack. Unbelievably good hearing for her age. She kept constant watch on everything that was happening.
How did Wolf and Emilia get along?
Too well. They actually used to be friends. If you'd believe that. Not that he'll admit it now. It was before he and Anna... Becker never quite forgave him that choice. The jealous cunt.
What can you tell me about Emilia?
She was a few years older. Not that you'd guess it, with how much of a brat she was. Always little Miss Goody Two-Shoes. Always the innocent. The poor, poor victim. In reality, she was a jealous, hateful bitch. A snitch. A liar and a snitch.
Tell me about Teresa Kazmirek.
Aunt Tessie. Poor woman. Poor Anna. Alone with her on her head. Don't get me wrong, I love the woman. She can be an enormous pain in the ass. Not her fault. Mostly. She just needs so much help and constant attention. She's been sick non-stop ever since... since I can remember, actually.
What did the Kazmireks have with them?
There wasn't much. Let me think. Some salvaged clothes, fabrics, a few photos, documents, oh right, the cross. A big old thing. Iron. It was Aunt Tessie's, back from the east. And the weird Madonna painting. Ugh, she used to give me the creeps.
You said the Kazmireks were from somewhere east?
Aunt Tessie was born in East Prussia. Some small village in the middle of nowhere. That's Poland now. Majuria or something. She's quite happy about it. Not that she'll admit it. Always had a soft spot for anything Polish.
Was Anna's father somewhere around?
Not for a long time. He died when Anna was 4. Came west with Aunt Tessie, only to leave her alone with a 4-year-old. Don't really remember him myself. Just a photo of the 3 of them together.
Mrs. Kronewald, I'm sorry, but I must ask. Is it possible Anna did take that suitcase?
Are you fucking... what? Just because she wasn't born to some gold-shitting lawyers, she's supposed to be a thief? She wasn't. She didn't. There's no possibility. No chance. Not premeditated, not by accident.
How did Miss Kazmirek come to know Mr. Hens?
She used to work for him. We both did before the factory draft. It was all legal, just pub work. Walter's a good man. Took us under his wing. We knew we could rely on him.
What can you tell me about Wolf and Miss Kazmirek's relationship?
It's been going on for a few years already. They seem serious about it. As serious as you can be when you're 19. To be honest, I was never fully sold on Wolf being the right guy. But he did make Anna happy, so...
Wolf's uncle? Why was that relevant?
It's not something he'd appreciate me talking about. Then again, he was happy to benefit from it. His uncle was in the Gestapo. Didn't have too shabby of a position. After all, he did pull his nephew from the front. I don't remember his name, but there couldn't have been that many Kirchmanns up the chain, right?
Did Miss Kazmirek have any previous encounters with the police? Any criminal history?
No.
You sound awful sure.
I am. Anna didn't do none of that.
Did you see it?
I didn't see it. No. But I certainly heard it. And I saw the aftermath. They left the room trashed. It doesn't take a degree to understand what happened.
You're saying both of the officers beat her?
Yes, probably. I don't know. Can't imagine a greener refusing the chance to rail on an unarmed girl. did find Walter. Not that it mattered. By the time we came back, Anna was already gone. There. That's what happened. What really happened. Not that you care.
You do realize this hostility won't help anyone? My intention is to bring the people who wronged Miss Kazmarek to justice. I am not your enemy.
Then prove me wrong.
Is there anything else you'd like to mention? Anything else you saw?
No. By the time I got back, it was all over. They took her, and Emilia hid away in her room, scared of facing us, after what she'd done.
But I do care, Mrs. Grunewald.
Sure. I guess we'll see about that, right? I won't hold my breath.
Thank you for your time, Mrs. Grunewald.
I hope I don't regret it.
An evidence form? Might be something worth looking into. We have a name for the victim's boyfriend, Wolf Kirchmann.
Wolfgang, yes. He was very easy to find once I got the name. He's still in the military, as it turns out. A Hauptmann. Seems to be involved with the rearmament effort. Oh, and I have some good news.
What's the good news?
Mrs. Mrs. Hens agreed to a date for her testimony. Tentative for now, but I hear she's been feeling better. I put her on the calendar. We should have enough time to interview one more witness before her.
Good, thank you. Did you manage to contact him?
I've tried to reach out, but, well, the military is at best less than helpful. The message I got was politely worded, of course, but it comes down to us not being an important matter. I'm sorry, it'll take a bit longer to get him.
I need you to invite the next witness.
Who should I reach out to?
Please invite the neighbor, Emilia Becker.
On it. Anything else?
There's nothing left for me to do. I should call it a day.
Miss Katz.
I need some additional documents.
Anything specific?
The report from Anna's arrest mentioned an evidence form, but...
It wasn't included.
Exactly.
I'll start looking.
There's a chance one of the neighbors could know something about what happened. I was given one surname, Hausler. Could you look if we can contact her?
There's not much to go on, but I can try. The shelter probably has some sort of list.
I need you to find out if there was any man named Kirchmann with a high position in the SS. He might have been contacted by one of our witnesses about Anna's situation.
A relative of our Mr. Kirchmann? I'll make sure to check it.
Another thing. About the note you left me today. You think you have someone who would know our police officers?
Yes, potentially. My husband, his whole family, really, are police officers. Him, his father, brother, uncle, grandfather. It's a tradition he's very proud of. Don't get me started.
I won't.
Thank you. Anyway, his brother actually lives and works in Brunswick. Brunswick, police officer. I figured I'd give it a shot and I wrote him a letter.
Thank you, Paula.
Well, hello. What can I do for you?
I think that's all for now.
Don't be a stranger.
The door is locked. Who do I want to call? He's not picking up. Who do I want to call? The line is busy.
Yes?
Later, Peters. What a mess. It's really freezing in here, and the heater does not seem to be running. Need to remember to bring an extra sweater as soon as I have any work done here. How long has it been here? Does anybody ever clean around here? Paula's not at her desk. She didn't say that she wouldn't be in today. Maybe she's just on an errand. Oh, hello, Marlene. Oh, I'm glad you are so cooperative. Oh, hello, Marlene. Meow. The door is locked. Oh, there's new files in my inbox. Paula must have been in earlier. I wonder where she is.
you're finally here.
Do you know where Paula is?
What? No! And it doesn't matter. Listen, I think I found something. Come to my office.
What? But... Seriously? All right, since I have to wait for my witness anyway. Who do I want to call? He's not picking up. Who do I want to call? The line is busy. So, what is it?
Do you remember the incident I told you about last time?
The man with the hat? A guard threw it and shot him when he picked it up?
That's the one. Elisha Kalka. Now, take a look at this. Well, anything catching your attention, Cuts?
One of the dead listed here as Kalka.
And the manner of his death?
Shot on the run.
In writing, proof this guard, Noska, finally I have his name, that he lied in his report. But that's not even the best part. Sorry. Worst part.
What do you mean by finally having Noska's name? Were you looking for it?
Remember the testimony you brought me?
The one you lost in the archives? Yes, I do.
Right. Yes, that one. Thank you for bringing that up. It didn't give a name for the guard who shot Kalka. Noska was really stingy about the prisoners knowing his name. Maybe he suspected they might get a chance to recognize him one day.
At the bottom, who signed this? Stamm?
Von Stamm, exactly. Kurt von Stamm, judge at the SS and police court in Breslau in the years 1939 to 1943, NSDAP member since 1933. March 33, naturally. One of the March Violets who joined up after they won the election. His signature here is supposed to confirm the veracity of this report. He confirmed, in the name of the German justice system, that Kalka was shot on the run.
Except we know he wasn't.
So?
Either he's guilty of negligence, potentially criminal,
or he's complicit.
It's a bit early to make assumptions about his involvement.
Of course it is, but, I mean, he signed this. I refuse to believe anyone could be stupid enough to do so blindly. Oh, what is it?
And good morning to you, Mr. Peters. How nice to hear your voice.
What do you want, Paula?
I'm looking for Miss Katz. Have you seen her?
Where were you?
Oh, you're here. Good.
No, don't mind me, please. It's just my office.
I had to go run a quick errand for Christoph. He forgot his files.
Again?
Anyway, why I'm calling. Your witness has arrived.
All right. Thank you.
Miss Katz. Mr. Peters.
Just go. Yes?
Later, Peters.
Miss Katz. I'm sorry for all the confusion today. Christoph forgot his files and needed a last-minute delivery. I swear that this man survived till today is a miracle.
What did you make of Emilia Becker?
So, I have this one upstairs neighbor. You know the type, with the noise complaints.
Noise? What kind of noise are we talking about here, Paula?
Records. I like to listen to some music after work. Do you know Screaming Jay Hawkins? I Put a Spell on You? He's the best.
I never figured you for a rock and roll type of woman, Paula.
Well, Miss Becker is the type of woman who would tell me to turn it down.
Miss Katz.
Thank you, Paula.
Well, hello. What can I do for you?
I think that's all for now.
Don't be a stranger.
Mrs. Becker, thank you for coming.
It's a pleasure, Mrs. Katz. Though I'm afraid I might not be of much help.
It's Miss, not Mrs. I'm not married.
Oh, I see. I had assumed a woman your age. To each their own, I suppose.
Why would that be?
Well, it's that with the type of cases you deal with here? Oh, yes. We've read all about Dr. Bauer's team in the papers. With this type of cases, my family was blessed with a good life and standing before the war. We were lucky enough not to have to engage with all these most distasteful affairs.
I have some questions regarding one Anna Kazmarek.
Oh.
I take it you knew her.
Yes, that poor girl. God bless her soul. She was far from a saint, but she did not deserve this fate.
You will have to elaborate on that one.
I'd rather not speak ill of the departed. It's not my place to judge, you see? But there were rumors, and I happen to know some of them for a fact. She was, well known in some of the bad circles for being loose, lax with her morals. May the Lord forgive her.
You were present at her arrest, do I have that right?
I had the misfortune. It was just a few days after the bombs fell. Like many others, my family had lost our home. But we were lucky enough to find ourselves with a room in an emergency shelter. The same one Anna had been assigned to, she and that poor mother of hers.
What happened?
If that isn't the question. You know, to this day, I still ask it myself. What happened? Well, I suppose you could say Mr. Kirchmann had enough.
What can you tell me about this shelter?
It was a sizable apartment, confiscated from some bankers. We were based in, I assume, the old servants' quarters, together with 2 other families. One was Anna and her mother, and the other, I can't quite recall the name. A horrible, horrible girl and hers. Either way, she was a friend of Anna's. Probably where it all went wrong, if you ask me.
You said the apartment used to belong to some bankers?
Yes, or at least that sort. Might have been jewelers, now that I think of it. The Gellers, I believe. Or was it Roths?
What can you tell me about life in the shelter?
Oh, it was simply terrible. I don't like to think about it. Though I know, just having a roof over our head was a blessing.
Did you salvage anything from your old home?
Yes, naturally. From the house and the shop. Luckily, our cellar didn't collapse, so most of what we stored there survived.
What can you tell me about your family situation before the bombing?
It was tough, but such were the times. Nobody had it easy during the war. Compared to some others, I'd say we were still lucky. My father was able to keep his business running, which brought the bread.
When you say we, who do you mean?
My family, all 5 of us. My parents, me, and my 2 younger brothers. Somehow, we all made it out of the fire. It was nothing short of a miracle.
How were the tasks divided among the people in the shelter?
I would say fairly. My dear father made sure of that. He had experience running the family shop, so he took it on himself to establish a rotation of tasks.
What happened to you during the bombing?
I'm sorry, that's a difficult topic. I almost died that night. The bomb that hit our house, it fell right through my room. There was nothing left of my bed. I'm lucky my younger brother was scared of the dark, and I had to stay with him. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here today.
Tell me about Anna's family.
There isn't much to say. It was just her and her mother, Teresa. Poor woman, with a daughter like this. Can you imagine?
And this friend's family?
The usual riff-raff, except for the father. He seemed respectable enough. Fought in the First War, I believe. God only knows how he ended up with that wife and those children. Each one worse than the last.
Do you remember who was there on that day?
Not in our section, no. Just me and Mr. Kirchmann in the kitchen, and Anna with that horrible friend of hers.
What can you tell me about Anna's friend?
A menace. There's a saying, all it takes is one bad apple. And that girl was rotten. I think her name was something. Heide. No. Heidi. Yes, that's the one. I was in the kitchen when I overheard Mr. Kirchmann's voice outside the room. He was on the phone, seemingly unaware of how loudly he was speaking.
What can you tell me about Mr. Kirchmann?
Well, his first name is Wolfgang. He was a friend. Poor thing. Got himself all tangled up with Anna. She had her ways with men. He was a good person, steadfast, brave, or so I thought. That's why I found it all so weird.
Did you hear what Mr. Kirchmann was saying?
It was hard not to. I still remember his exact words. It's Anna Kazmirek. She's the thief. He was talking to the police. I pretended not to have heard anything. After all, it was not my place to meddle in their affairs. I was even almost willing to think I might have misheard or imagined it all. But then they arrived.
The policeman, I assume?
2 officers. An older gentleman and his young colleague.
The older one, what can you remember about him?
He was on the shorter side, though much more robust than his companion. Looked around 50, give or take. He was very kind, warm. Had this, just the kindest of smiles, framed by quite the moustache. And I distinctly remember he had just the thickest of glasses. Wasn't sure if he could see anything at all.
Can you describe the younger officer for me?
He looked about your age. Really tall. Almost hit his head at the doorframe. It looked rather awkward how thin he was. Just skin and bones, let me tell you.
What did the officers want?
Isn't it obvious? They wanted to talk to Anna. Mr. Kirchmann was more than happy to show them in.
Were you in the habit of listening in on your neighbor's phone calls?
I beg your pardon? I was most certainly not listening in. We were all living so close to each other, it was hard to not overhear anything. Besides, Mr. Kirchmann and I were friends. I was concerned for him.
How did he know about this theft?
She had confided in him, bragged even, the way he put it. I don't remember the details, but it sounded just awful. Awful! I stayed in the kitchen. So did Mr. Kirchmann.
How did Mr. Kirchmann react to the officers? Anything unusual?
I admit I was rather taken aback. I never thought he'd do something like this. He looked rather pleased with himself. The way she treated him. He must have been happy there were some consequences for Anna at last.
What happened then?
After a few minutes, one of the officers came out, the older one. He was joined by that girlfriend of Anna's. It was her family's room they were in. She led him to Anna's room to look for whatever she had stolen. He didn't let her follow him in.
Did you or anyone else enter Anna's room while you were waiting?
Why would anyone... Oh! I see. You think we put something there? The stolen suitcase? That we set her up?
I'm just investigating all possible leads.
Well, I didn't. And nor did Wolf. The girl had done it all to herself. The girl, Heidi, thankfully she didn't stay long. She was long gone by the time the officer returned. He was holding a suitcase. Mr. Kirchmann almost jumped at the sight.
Did he say anything?
He said it was the suitcase he'd seen Anna steal and... He called her a traitor. I couldn't believe my ears.
So Wolf Kirchmann confirmed that it was Anna who stole that suitcase?
Enthusiastically, and more than that. Apparently, Anna had not just stolen, but looted it from an abandoned building. That was treason. It made me feel so conflicted.
And why was that?
I admit, I felt rather uncomfortable in this situation. After all, it is written, do not judge, or you too will be judged. But with Anna, with Mr. Kirchmann, I apologize. It was just dreadful. Dreadful. The officer thanked Mr. Kirchmann, told him not to worry, that he was doing the right thing. He shook his hand, took the suitcase and left for the stairs. I was just about to do the same, but that was when it started.
When what started?
It came from the other room, where Anna was with the officer. An argument, that's what I thought at first. Just some raised voices, right? Emotions running slightly high. But I don't know what she did. She must have done something to provoke him, right?
Mrs. Becker, what happened in there?
I didn't see it. I swear, I didn't see any of it. I just heard it. Heard them. Her screaming. His shouting. I heard her fall to the floor and he was beating her. She didn't fall. He threw her and he kicked her and he beat her, and the insults, she begged him to stop.
And what did Wolf do?
I don't know. I hid in my room as soon as it started.
What do you remember about the suitcase?
I didn't give it a good look. It was none of my business after all. I think it was on the larger side, leather, and very dirty.
None of your business? One moment. But, Mrs. Becker, if you look here, Anna clearly states that she stole the suitcase from you.
What? Oh, no, that's not possible. No. I don't know why she would say that. I never... So terrible that she'd lie even in her final moments.
What was your relationship to Wolf?
We were friends. Used to be, at least. We grew distant over time. Mostly because of Anna, I suspect. I don't like to listen to rumors. But she did have a way about men. She sunk her claws in Wolf, wrapped him around her finger. I did try to warn him, but... had he listened, maybe this whole tragedy could have been avoided.
How would you describe Wolf and Anna's relationship?
They were a couple. A rather indecent affair, I must say.
How so?
Anna was, well, let's just say she had many acquaintances.
How did you and Miss Kazmarek get along?
We didn't, to put it short. I did my best to keep my distance from the girl. Same with her friend, Heidi. Nothing good could ever come from associating with their type.
Was there a Mr. Kazmirek?
Not that I know of, but again, I wasn't too close with the Kazmireks.
Did Miss Kazmirek have any previous encounters with the police?
I wouldn't be surprised. I know her friend did. And with the sort of people she dealt with, sooner or later, it would have happened.
So, the other officer was already gone by this point?
Yes, must have been at least halfway down the stairs.
Which would make him uninvolved in the beating. How would you describe Heidi's relationship with Miss Kazmirek?
I'd rather not describe it at all. A dreadful pair they made. There were rumors, not that I normally pay them much mind, but that the two of them might even be involved with each other in a, well, more intimate way. I locked the door, got on my parents' bed. Tried not to hear it.
Do you know why Wolf would report her? Weren't they a couple?
Yes, I can only guess, but it must have had to do with her lifestyle. I suppose if he learned of her cheating, then maybe it was a revenge of sorts. How dreadful. Then again, if he knew of her crime, which he obviously did, then wasn't it the right thing to do?
Did you see anything else?
No, I'm sorry. I stayed in that room for a long time. It was only when my father came back that I opened the door. It was already evening by then, long since they left.
Thank you, Mrs. Becker.
Of course, Miss Katz. I pray you can put this dreadful story to rest.
Miss Katz, a moment if you please.
Yes, Paula?
2 things. Good and bad news. 3 actually. Good, bad, and bad. Sorry.
The good news, please.
Christoph found a blueprint that might interest you. It's for the original apartment that was used as the shelter for your suspect.
Good. That should be helpful. I'll go ask him about it. What's the bad news?
I've been trying to get in contact with Mr. Kirchmann again. Unsuccessfully. That secretary of his makes me miss the Berlin Document Bureau.
So, no inviting him just yet?
Hopefully after Mrs. Kazmirek's turn. We confirmed her for next week.
What's this third, also bad thing?
I did some follow-up regarding our 2 policemen. I'm sorry to say, one of them is dead. Klaus Novak, lung cancer in 49.
So we're 1 witness down. All right. Thank you, Paula.
Miss Katz.
I need to know more about the investigation into Anna's character from her trial.
On it.
I need you to invite the next witness. Time to hear from the officers. Let's invite Otto Wagner.
On it. Anything else? Miss Katz.
Thank you, Paula. heard you have something for me.
Miss Katz! Yes, your blueprint. Paula asked me to check if I could find something, and, well, we are in luck. Let me just, where did I put it? Sorry, I should really keep this place in a better order. Messy case, right? Poor girl. Killed just to make the state look tough after the bombing. It all just sounds so petty. Can't help wondering if it all really happened like that.
I'm not sure I follow.
It's just that there's so many details from what I've heard. So much he said, she said. Sometimes some accusations are just that. Accusations, not facts. You're asking yourself who did it. And the answer might just be nobody. Sorry, here I go babbling again. Ah! There it is.
And that's the whole place? The entire apartment?
No, that's just one of its sections. What used to be the stuff area. The original apartment took up the entire floor. They divided it up when it was made a shelter. 3 parts in total. This one was where your suspects were assigned to.
Great. This should be useful. Thank you.
No need for that. Always happy to help.
Nobody. Now, that's an idea. I should put up his blueprint. There's no harm in giving it a look already. Esther Katz, who am I speaking to?
Walter Hens. Good evening. No. Sit down. I've got it.
Didn't expect to hear from you. How can I help?
You can't. I'm very sorry, but... Shh. It's okay, Tessie. I know. I'm sorry. It's about my wife, Teresa. She... No, calm down. Sit down. Please. You need to rest.
Mr. Hens?
I don't know how to say it, but... What? You need to rest. Tessie, I swear. Miss Katz, please give me one moment.
Hello? Mr. Hens? Hello?
Hello? Good evening. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Katz.
Good evening. Who am I speaking to?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Teresa Hens. I don't think we talked yet. It's a pleasure to... Oh, no, I said that already. No, I'm fine, Walter. Don't worry.
Are you all right, Mrs. Hens? You sound agitated.
Yes. No. I'm fine. Fine. I want to thank you, Miss Katz. Thank you for all you are doing for for my Anna. She would appreciate it. She really would, yes.
That's very kind of you to say.
But I can't. I'm sorry, I can't help you. I can't help her. I just can't. I thought I don't know, I could make it right. That I could say, stupid. I can't, No, I'm fine. There's no making it right, is there? There never was.
But you can help with your testimony. It may not be enough to make it right, but...
She's gone.
Tessie.
My girl gone, Miss Katz. She's...
Tessie, enough, please. It's all right. It's going to be all right.
And the way they looked at me, Mr. Bader, and how they looked at me. Like I was trash. They know. I don't know how, but they know. It's the same all over again.
Please.
The letters, the window, No, Walter.
Tessie.
I can. No, stop it.
Shh, it's okay. It's okay.
Hello? Mrs. Hens, are you okay?
I'm sorry. She gets hysterical. I managed to calm her down for now.
Is she all right?
No. I don't think she'll ever be.
She mentioned something about a Mr. Bader. About him looking at her?
Yes, she was feeling better last week, so I thought I'd take her for a walk. That it would do her good to get out of the house. We ran into some neighbors. I don't know how they knew of us testifying, but they did. Bastards called us traitors. Called her... I punched his teeth in, but the damage was already done.
What did she mean about the windows?
It must have been some kids. Too much time on their hands. Not enough work. They broke the windows in my pub. Not the first time something like that happened, but... Tessie doesn't think it was hooligans.
She mentioned letters. Did you receive any threats?
Enough to keep the oven going through winter. I kept her from seeing most of them, but that first batch, 5 of them arrived when I was out. She read them all.
So, I'm sorry, but I have to ask.
The testimony.
Please take your time. There's no need to...
I'm sorry. She's adamant. Scared. And she's been feeling worse ever since it started. Since those damn threat letters. They were too descriptive for Tessie.
Mr. Hens, it's important we get her testimony. Anything she can tell us about what happened after the bombing, about the suitcase.
I know. I'm sorry. I'll talk to her.
Walter!
I'll talk to her.
Walter, no!
She's strong. Stronger than...
It won't bring her back, Walter!
Damn it. I should tell Mr. Bauer about this.
Miss Katz.
Thank you, Paula.
Miss Katz, what a surprise. I didn't expect to see you today.
I'm afraid there's a problem.
Oh?
Several problems, actually. It turned out one of the suspects, Mr. Novak, is already dead. Passed away a while back already. Another, Mr. Kirchmann, remains uncooperative. Paula's been attempting to contact him, only to be repeatedly... We've been told he's held back by his increasing responsibilities with the ongoing rearmament, and this case is not a priority.
Ah, a military man. That can make things difficult.
And then there's... I've just been on the phone with Mr. Hens and his wife, late Miss Kazmarek's mother.
Theresa Hens, I remember. I take it there's an issue with her upcoming testimony?
She doesn't want to testify.
I see. Did Mr. Hens happen to give their reasoning for this unfortunate change of heart?
They've received threats. Multiple.
Ah, yes.
From what they said, it did sound bad. They mentioned both letters and an hopefully just random hooligan incident.
It still baffles me how fast they find out about our witnesses. Very well. Then, unfortunate as this situation is, it's not an uncommon one. We lose witnesses. That's true for all cases, but for ours especially. There isn't much to be done about it. But there might be a way to compensate for the testimony you are now missing.
How would that work?
In the situation you find yourself to be, it might occur that you do uncover the truth, but will be missing proof. In which case, and only in which case, we should be able to acquire a warrant for one of the suspect's houses. We would have it searched and see if they happen to have anything that might help prove their or somebody else's guilt. We would only be able to do it once in this case. You need to think carefully which of the suspects you believe might have the piece of evidence you require.
I understand. One warrant, one suspect.
Seeing this day has been rather eventful, I'd suggest you take the rest of the evening off. I'll tell Paula to subpoena our problematic friend in the military.
There's nothing left for me to do. I should call it a day. You're a really calm cat, you know that?
Lazy is what she is. Too lazy for her own good. The vet said she's getting overweight. Wait, you're not giving her any treats, right?
Oh, hello, Marlene. Oh, I'm glad you are so cooperative. Oh, hello, Marlene. Meow.
Yes?
Later, Peters.
Miss Katz.
Thank you, Paula. Wouldn't be bad. What a mess.
Good morning, Miss Katz.
Sorry, Marlene. I don't have anything for you. Oh, don't give me that look. Oh, hello, Marlene. Oh, I'm glad you are so cooperative. Oh, hello, Marlene. Meow.
Miss Katz, hello. Wait, before you start, do you happen to by any chance have any cigarettes I could bum?
You're in luck, but they're the ladylike ones. If you're not too embarrassed, you can have one.
Oh, you're a lifesaver. You know, it still sometimes amazes me how different these things are here.
Different from what?
Well, I'm originally from the East Zone, so...
And how different was smoking in the great German Democratic Republic?
Now, Miss Katz, you almost sound like a real comrade. Getting Western products was a game. And while there were local stuff, they were downright terrible. As a student, if I wanted good cigarettes, I'd have to go sourcing through the cloakrooms.
Cloakrooms? Why? Is that some sort of code?
Cloakrooms attendants were usually the go-to for under-the-table deals on Western goods. Don't ask me why, somehow it was always them. With my friend we had this regular guy in the small theater on the corner. Oh, good times.
Do you miss your old home?
I certainly don't miss the cigarette shortage. But on a serious note, yeah, a bit, sometimes. The quiet streets, the feeling of the old town. But then I remember the details, and it passes.
So, what do you usually smoke, Mr. Wolmuth?
Mild mace would be my drug of choice. Though some sawdust wrapped in a newspaper could also do the trick. I might still have a taste for terrible stuff from back home.
See you later.
Well, if it isn't Katz. It's good you're here.
Good day, Peters.
Let's cut to the chase. If memory serves, you're looking into something involving Greener's brutality.
Yes, that's correct.
Any interest in a certain Klaus Novak?
Novak? Do tell.
I found a testimony Mr. Novak gave in another case. Might be of interest to you. Not directly tied to the Kazmirek girl, but it could help.
Where did you find this?
Trade secrets, Katz. Just be glad it's in your hands now.
Thank you, Peters.
And don't forget it.
Oh, hello, Marlene. Oh, I'm glad you are so cooperative.
Miss Katz, good morning.
Who are we expecting again today?
Mr. Wagner has let us know that he is running a little late. The man makes a good impression, if you ask me. Miss Katz, good morning.
Paula, how have you been?
I've been better, Miss Katz. Some of my neighbors found out I work for Mr. Bauer. They labeled me a traitor, and, let's just say they've stopped talking to us.
That's terrible. I'm sorry, Paula.
Don't be. Not your fault. And just between us, I've never been too fond of them anyway. Miss Katz, good morning.
See you later, Paula.
Well, hello. What can I do for you?
I think that... the door is locked.
Miss Katz. Otto Wagner is here, Miss Katz. Strange man. Doesn't look like an officer at all.
Why is that?
Our whole conversation, he was looking down at his shoes, like a schoolboy in trouble.
I'll find out what he knows. Thank you, Paula. Who do I want to call? He's not picked. Who do I want? The line is busy.
Miss Katz.
What did you think of Otto Wagner, Paula?
I couldn't get a read on him. Quite awkward. Not very typical for police, I would say.
Did he seem talkative to you, Paula?
I think so. He seemed eager but awkward about it, if that makes sense. Said he wants to help Mr. Bauer and our office as much as he can. Which sure is a new sentiment among our witnesses.
I understand. Mr. Wagner. Thank you for coming.
Just doing my part, Madam Prosecutor.
I wanted to talk to you about the case of Anna Kazmirek.
Oh, of course, yes. This one I remember all too well, ma'am. It was one of my very first cases. Not the smoothest start to a career. Earlier that morning, we had received an anonymous call accusing Miss Kazmirek of theft. I was dispatched together with my superior, Mr. Novak, to investigate the claim.
What happened?
We found the place with no issue. The caller provided the exact address, one of the far too many shelters. We were welcomed by a tall young man, and the girl they let us in claimed to have been the callers.
Can you describe the two of them for me?
Of course, ma'am. The boy was around my height, short, curly hair, blonde. Stood perfectly straight. It was clear from his demeanor he was the soldier type. He even made reference to being fellow servicemen for the country, tried to establish a rapport. The girl was shorter, 160, I'd guess. Pudgy, had long, bushy hair, dark brown or light brunette. And very well dressed. Made her seem out of place.
Do the names Wolfgang Kirchmann and Emilia Becker sound familiar?
Possibly. It's been a long time, ma'am, but they seem correct.
What happened to you during the bombing?
I was in the streets, it was all hands on deck. But I can't really tell you any details, ma'am. That whole night is just one long blur.
What can you tell me about the shelter itself?
I admit I was taken somewhat aback when we got there, how dirty and run down the place was. And so full, stuffed, so many people, not enough space. It was one of my first times in a place like that. I grew used to them later, but not yet.
What can you tell me about Mr. Novak?
A good officer, ma'am, and a kind man. He took me under his proverbial wing, taught me much about the job. They sure don't make him like him anymore. That was... I'm sorry, that was one of his jokes. He sure loved a good chuckle. I've never been good with them myself, though.
Do you remember what exactly was reported?
The caller claimed to have witnessed the theft of what they described as a suitcase. They'd recognized the perpetrator as an acquaintance of theirs, Anna Kazmirek. They provided us with a name and address, but remained anonymous. We found the girl in one of the adjacent rooms together with a friend of hers.
This friend, would that happen to be a Heidi Grunewald?
Grunewald? Yes, that sounds about right, ma'am, yes. At the suspect's request, we allowed her to stay for the interrogation. A dumb mistake.
What did you ask her?
We tried to establish the basic facts of the case, ma'am. Mr. Novak did, mostly. Where was she at the time of the crime? What did she do? Could anyone confirm it? And the heavy hitter, of course, did she do it?
A mistake? And why is that?
This Grunewald girl, she tried to sabotage the investigation. Kept interrupting, arguing with us. She even tried to get the suspect not to answer our questions. Whatever it is she thought she was doing, she certainly wasn't helping a friend.
Did she admit to anything?
Hardly, ma'am. She was adamant she didn't even know what we were talking about. But she was unable to provide any conclusive proof. So we had to proceed to the next step, the search.
Tell me about this friend.
Contemptible girl with no respect for authority. Medium height, freckled, blonde hair. She made it clear we weren't welcome from the moment we stepped into the room. Though with all that bravado, she couldn't hide her nervousness. Common trait among those with criminal history.
If Novak was the one interviewing the girl, what did you do?
I took notes, ma'am. Somebody had to.
I take it you hadn't been part of the force for long?
I'd just become a junior watchmaster earlier that month. That's why I was assigned to Mr. Novak. He'd remain my partner for years to come, but at that point it was me working under him. Learning the ropes, so to speak.
The pair who let you in, how did they get along?
They seemed like friends, from what little I saw. We requested that this Grunald, was it? That she showed us, show me, to the suspect's room. Mr. Novak believed that would be where Miss Kazmirek would keep the stolen suitcase.
Did you find said suitcase?
Afraid I did, ma'am. Surprisingly quickly, at that. Poor girl simply wasn't made for it. She didn't hide it well at all, just left it under the bed.
Is it possible that it could have been planted?
Oh, this angle. That would be a stretch. There's always a possibility, but no, wouldn't say so in this case. There was nothing to suggest it.
Were there any conflicts between the shelter's inhabitants?
Ma'am, I've only been there for maybe not even an hour, over a decade ago. There had to be some tension since they did report the girl. Other than that, I cannot say.
Did you get any impression of the relationship between the boy and your suspect?
I can't say I did. He seemed to know her and he was angry at her. Honestly, ma'am, it's been a long time.
Can you tell me exactly what was in the suitcase?
Clothes, some documents. I can't say I remember everything anymore. You might have better luck checking the files, ma'am. It should all be there. As soon as I left the room, I found the pair from before waiting for me. Becker and...
Kirchmann.
Kirchmann, right. They recognized the suitcase. I didn't even have to ask about it. And what's more, they remembered an important detail.
Just to confirm, you're sure they both accused Anna?
From what I can recall, ma'am, I'm fairly certain they shared the sentiment. They didn't think it was important before, but they remembered the suitcase was taken from a bombed house. Didn't think it important. It was crucial information. It meant we weren't dealing with a theft, but a looting. An act of treason.
What did you do with that information?
First of all, I wrote it down, ma'am, immediately. Looting was a significantly more serious crime, especially just a few days after the big bombing. They made quite a commotion. Even Mr. Novak leaned out to see what was happening. He seemed most pleased with the developments.
Were you aware of any previous criminal history of the suspect?
Nothing. I believed she was perfectly clean. Up until this point, that is. Mr. Novak wasn't done with the interrogation, but I knew he hardly needed my help. I took the suitcase, thanked the pair for their cooperation, and headed down to wait in the car.
Did Miss Kasmirek admit to the crime?
She did, ma'am. She did. Gave us a signed confession even before Mr. Novak brought her down.
Mr. Wagner, I'll just ask the question. I have reason to believe Miss Kasmirek was coerced to give her testimony.
Coerced?
Tortured.
What? No, absolutely not. That would have been illegal.
Of course he'd deny it. But if I press him enough... Just to be clear, you claim Anna Kasmirek confessed of her own will? She wasn't threatened, tortured, coerced?
Yes. Mr. Novak, he was a very persuasive man.
What happened to Miss Kasmirek?
I'm not sure.
Her face. Where did the bruising on her face come from?
I don't know, ma'am. She might have fallen after we brought her to the station or got into an altercation in the holding cell.
Backtracking already. Just a little more. Would you disagree with someone describing you or Mr. Novak as violent?
Yes, of course I would. I know the reputation of our force at the time was not the best.
Is that so? Can you explain why the police report mentioned one of you two requiring medical attention?
What? No, It's an embarrassing story, not even much of a story, really. I just fell backwards. Flailed my arms and hit a wall. Quite hard. The boys at the station didn't let me live that down for a long time.
What about the friend, Miss Grunewald? Where was she while all this occurred?
Right, the friend. Yes, still in the main room, the kitchen.
She was? Do you have any ideas why anybody would claim otherwise, then?
Multiple, I suppose. Placing her away from, but then she... I don't know, ma'am. I might have misremembered this part.
After you left the apartment, did anything happen? Did you do or see anything you haven't told me about?
No, ma'am. Well, not that I can remember, at least. It has been quite some time. I might have forgotten some details.
Is that so? Can you explain why the police report mentioned one of you two requiring medical attention?
What? No, It's an embarrassing story, not even much of a story, really. I just fell backwards. Flailed my arms and hit a wall. Quite hard. The boys at the station didn't let me live that down for a long time.
Mr. Wagner, I have multiple witnesses on the record who can confirm either you or Mr. Novak did torture Miss Kasmirek. Denying it won't lead you anywhere.
But I'm not. I'm sorry, ma'am. I didn't do it. I wasn't even there. If you're certain it happened, then it had to be Novak. If the girl was tortured, it had to be him. I'm sorry, ma'am. I wish I could be more of help, but again, I wasn't there. I didn't see what happened, but if you are correct and the girl was tortured, then it was Novak who did it. It would have to be him.
Do you doubt that happened?
I don't know, ma'am. I've known Mr. Novak for years, and he was a good man, flawed, but good. I owe him so much of who I am today and his family. I don't want to believe he was capable of doing something like that.
And you didn't see any marks on Miss Kazmarek? Anything suggesting the beating?
No, ma'am. But I didn't really look. And there are ways to do it without leaving any marks.
Is there anything else you forgot to mention?
No, I don't think so, ma'am. After that, we brought her to the district office, and it was out of her hands. We couldn't have known it. We didn't know she would. It was out of her hands.
Very well, Mr. Wagner. Thank you for your time. That will be all for now.
It's the least I could do, ma'am. Really, I should have... I'm sorry I couldn't be more of help.
Miss Katz, there was a call for you from your father. They've landed.
I'll call him right back.
Miss Katz.
I need you to invite the next witness. The victim's boyfriend, Wolf Kirchmann.
Finally. This man gave me such a headache. By the way, I hope I'm not overstepping, but I had no idea you had a sister.
What? Where did this come from?
Right, I'm sorry. I saw the photo of the two of you when I brought you the files today. No idea how I've missed it before. I must say, you two looked adorable. I wish I got along with my sisters like that.
Untermensch, filth! Look at that. Red studies. What's that? German history? You can't stop trying, filth. You don't belong here. How about a lesson? Repeat after me. Nur für Deutsche. Hey, the hell are you looking at, Katz?
We're not sisters.
Oh, sorry.
She's a friend. Was. We've lost touch. The photo's a sort of memento.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
I should probably get going.
And I should probably get back to Peter's damned files. Lovely. Miss Katz.
Thank you, Paula. The door is locked. Oh, hello, Marlene. Oh, I'm glad you are so cooperative.
Yes?
Later, Peters. Who do I want to call? He's not picking up. Who do I want to call? The line is busy. Who do I want to call?
Essie, hello. I almost forgot I called you.
Was flying as bad as people say?
You have no idea, dear. I'm really feeling that. What was the word? Time zone syndrome? I think so. Doesn't really give it justice, believe me.
Is everything all right?
Essie, it's not like I only call you about bad things. Don't act like your mother. All's good, don't worry. Anyway, I just wanted to let you know we are back home, safe and sound.
That's good to hear.
We really missed you there, Essie. It's a pity you couldn't get the time off. But I understand. Work. Especially for a man like Bauer.
I thought we've been over this already.
Oh no, that's not what I meant. I'm sorry. It's that I know Bauer is a workhorse, even in our line of work, and I'm sure he expects the same of his people. Look, I'm not going to pretend I like the man. I don't.
Please.
But I've accepted your choice, and frankly, I'm proud of you for making it. Believe it or not.
Thank you.
You believe what he's doing is right. I may disagree, but sometimes what you need to do is ignore what an old geezer says. And just do what is right. I'm proud of you, kid.
There's nothing left for me to do. I should call it a day.
Good morning, Miss Katz.
Anything to report, Constable Marlene? All in order? That's what I like to hear. Oh, hello, Marlene. Oh, I'm glad you are so cooperative. Oh, hello, Marlene. Meow.
Yes?
Later, Peters.
Miss Katz, good morning. Miss Katz, good morning.
Miss Katz, Wolfgang Kirchmann has arrived.
What's your impression of him?
He's obviously uneasy. He's in his army uniform and appears quite agitated.
Hardly surprising. High time. I'm coming.
Miss Katz.
Wolf Kirchmann. Finally. What is he like?
He does not want to be here. Not at all.
But we knew that already.
He's a military man through and through. Proud, hurt, angry.
Lovely.
Good luck with this one.
Thank you, Paula. Heard you have something interesting.
Oh, Katz. Good. Yes, but I don't even know where to start. Best see for yourself.
It wasn't filled out. What am I looking for?
Keep looking. Check the others.
Are they all empty?
And
Wait, is that a signature?
keep going. So,
They didn't sign off on false information.
they signed off on no information.
A list in blanco for the wardens to fill out however they wanted. A free ticket to cover up any murder. Any number of murders.
It's incredible. I can't... No. Actually, I can very much believe it. Of course that's what they do. Anytime a prisoner was killed for whatever reason. They had this. All that was needed was just to write a lie, and it's already certified. The guards, the administration, the judges, everyone was in on it. Everyone is complicit.
Kranich. Who's that? For some reason the name sounds familiar.
Not surprising. He has a law firm in Frankfurt. Bergmann, Kranich and Partner. It's quite well known. I actually got an offer from them. But back in the day, he was actually a judge.
Wait, Bergmann, Kranich and Partner?
Yes.
No. That's... Bergmann's my father's friend. I used to get Christmas gifts from him. My father wanted me to work for them.
Good thing you didn't. I don't know about Bergmann, but Kranich was clearly involved.
What about Judge von Stamm? Are any of these signed by him?
A couple. Just as empty as this one.
Is this the case for all of these reports? Were they all...
Pre-signed, cover-up, highly illegal?
all of the above.
Hard to say at this point, to be honest, but I think it's quite likely.
Then what now?
Now I have to go to Poland.
I didn't take you for the tourist type.
Hilarious. That's where these files are from. Breslau. I need to talk to the man who found them. See if he can tell me anything more. If I'm lucky, he might even have some more of these. I also plan to interview a few of my potential witnesses there. I've run into some trouble trying to get them here, so... What's the saying? If the mountain won't come to Muhammad?
I have to say it. That's a bad idea if I've ever heard one.
Oh, don't tell me you're going to miss me now, Katz. It might be a bad idea, but I can't just stay here doing nothing. The flight is this Saturday. Sorry I won't be there to see you embarrass yourself in court. But while I'm gone, I asked Paula to give you any files that would arrive for me.
Wait, wouldn't that mean you trust me?
Don't push it. Now, if you don't mind, there's still a lot to do before I leave.
Right. Peters?
Katz? Wait! Thank you.
For what?
For this. Everything. For taking this case seriously when no one else did. For helping me. For listening. Oh, I don't know. You know what? Forget it. Just bye. Yes?
Later, Peters. Mr. Kirchmann, good morning.
The rank is Hauptmann.
Mr. Kirchmann, this is a civil matter. Your military standing isn't relevant.
Relevant or not, it is my rank, and I'm entitled to be addressed with it. I didn't bleed into the order for a paper pusher to Mr. me.
I must say, you're a hard man to get hold of.
I'm a busy man, Miss Katz. And I'd rather not waste time on your games.
I wanted to talk to you about the case of Anna Kazmirek. I believe you're familiar.
Yes, I am. Haven't you all done enough to her?
I need you to tell me about Anna's arrest.
Very well, since you need me to. It hadn't even been a week since the Brits left the town on fire. We were all there. Anna and Heidi, a friend of ours, had just returned from work.
What happened then?
What happened? You know it damn well already.
How would you describe Heidi's relationship with Miss Kazmirek?
Closer than sisters, those two. Inseparable. Except for when Anna was with me, of course.
And why were you at the shelter on that particular morning?
I was visiting Anna.
Could you be more specific?
I was there to check on Anna and help her in whatever way I could. She was tired after her shift, she and her friend. I offered to take care of them. I do not expect a woman of your position to understand it, but she did just lose her home.
Did you salvage anything from your old home?
No, of course not. We had just evacuated all those places. Scavenging them would be highly illegal.
I didn't ask about scavenging, just...
I didn't.
What did a regular day at the shelter look like?
I'm hardly the right person to ask. I didn't live there. Wasn't there all the time. I only visited when I could see Anna.
I'd say it was rare for a soldier not to be in active duty at the time. What were you doing in Brunswick?
What was I doing? I was back from the front. My friend's dead, my city gone. What was I doing? You tell me. I had just stepped out to the kitchen when she started it all. Becker, that snake. I could hear her out in the hallway on the phone.
Did you hear what she said?
Not enough to understand her plan. She was talking with the police, reporting a stolen suitcase. If only I had heard her say Anna's name.
What happened to you during the bombing?
My family was lucky enough to quickly find their way to one of the bunkers. Myself, I didn't join them. With all hell breaking loose, I stayed to help evacuate the others.
Was there anybody else in the house at that time?
I can't account for everyone. These were cramped quarters. But Becker, Grunwald, Anna, and me, we were around.
Tell me about Heidi.
Anna's best friend. Only friend. Other than me. Hot-headed, loud-mouthed, headstrong. Always had to be right. That she had in common with Anna.
How were the tasks divided among the people in the shelter?
They had some system, but I wouldn't know. Each day there were different tasks Anna would have to do, both for herself and her mother. I took over whenever she'd let me. For once, the officers didn't take long to arrive. Figures. 2 of them, protective police. A tall, weedy imbecile, and an older man with a mustache. He seemed to be in charge. I tried to stop them, asked them what was it all about. Why were they there? They were less than forthcoming.
What next?
Becker pointed them to Heidi's room. They locked themselves in with the girls, refused to let me join them. And I was so busy worrying about them, I didn't even think I should keep my eye on Becker.
Why? What did you do?
She sneaked off to Anna's room with that damned suitcase. I should have noticed, realized it. I should have stopped her. What a fool I was.
What do you remember about the officers?
The older one reeked of cigarettes, had a mustache, glasses, was clearly the one in charge. How a person with that little respect for his duty got to his position is beyond me. As for the tall imbecile, an insecure greenhorn trying to put on airs, desperate to prove his authority. All that while looking as if he never hit puberty. Would have been funny if not for...
What can you tell me about Emilia?
A snake. A proud one too. Always thought herself better, above everyone else. I'm not sure how much time had passed before they opened the door. The tall one, he dragged Heidi out to the kitchen. He was done with playing nice.
What did he do?
He shoved Heidi towards us, hurling threats and insults. Pathetic. He demanded we told him which room was Anna's. Becker didn't hide her excitement as she showed him.
How did everyone else in the kitchen react to this?
Heidi was livid. She was screaming at that Schupo boy, daring him to lay one finger on her. She knew it wasn't right what they were doing to Anna. Oh, and Becker was smiling that little, arrogant smile of hers. How could I have been so blind?
What can you tell me about the conflict between Miss Kazmirek and Emilia?
The snake hated her, and that's putting it mildly. I don't know why, but she really did, to the point of wanting her dead. To the point of getting her killed.
Did Miss Kazmirek have any previous encounters with the police?
No. My Anna was nothing like that.
What can you tell me about your family's situation before the bombing?
Nothing that would concern you. I'd only just returned to the city, got a leave from service. Spent most of that time with Anna. All the time she could spare.
What can you tell me about your relationship with Miss Kazmirek?
What am I supposed to say? The hell do you want to hear? We were together. In love. Planning to get married once all that nightmare was over. We were happy.
How did Miss Kazmirek come to know Mr. Hens?
She used to work for him. Same with Heidi. He was quite a well-known man among the locals. Respected, dependent. From what I've heard, he took in Anna's mother after it was all done.
Where was her father?
Dead. Passed away when Anna was 5. She told me she could barely remember him.
What did the Kazmireks have with them?
Not a long list. And in all honesty, at this point, I don't even remember.
Tell me about Teresa Kazmirek.
She seemed a kind woman. Weird, withdrawn, but kind. The few times she actually spoke with me, she told us some stories from back wherever she was from. Somewhere east would be Poland.
You said the Kazmireks were from somewhere east?
Yes. Their origin was important for her, having grown up on her mother's stories. She always said she wanted to visit their former hometown. The way she talked about it sounded like she even wanted to live there. So there we were, me, Heidi, and Becca. 3 friendly neighbors, just waiting for the sky to fall. At least the 2 of us. For Becker, it must have been Christmas. What could we do? All we needed was one good look at Becker to understand the whole thing. It was her. She planned all of it. This was how she finally got rid of Anna.
What makes you so sure it was all part of Emilia Becker's plan?
You weren't there. You didn't know her like I did. She was beaming, radiant, just full of herself. A pity we didn't get the time to confront her.
Why? What stopped you?
The police boy came out of Anna's room, grinning. He had a suitcase. The suitcase.
What did the three of you do then?
Becker struck immediately. Said the suitcase was hers, that Anna took it from her house, from the ruins of her house. That Anna was a looter, a traitor to the nation. And Heidi? She kept it together. As soon as she heard Becker's lies, she took off to get help. Smart. Wish I could say the same about myself. It didn't change anything in the end.
The suitcase. What can you remember about it? Had you seen it before?
No, never. No one's ever seen it before. No one.
What was your relationship with Emilia Becker?
There's nothing to talk about.
But you did know her?
Yes, of course I did. It was hard not to know the snake. But there was no relationship to speak of.
Were there any conflicts between the shelter's inhabitants?
Other than the Becker snake and her vendetta against Anna? No. Not that I know of. Then it's all a blur. Like when I was at the... I couldn't think straight. I couldn't really think at all. I remember barging into Anna's room.
Hauptmann Kirchmann, I have to ask. Is it possible Anna did in fact loot something?
I'd appreciate if you stopped insulting her memory. And no, it's not possible.
Why did you go to Anna's room?
I was trying to find something, anything to prove she was innocent, that it was Becker all along. She must have left something behind. She had to. I tossed around everything, pulled out every drawer.
Did you find anything to prove Emilia Becker meddled with Anna's room?
No, of course not. We wouldn't be sitting here if I did. Next thing I know, I was back in the kitchen. Alone. And I could hear them.
You say them. What did you hear exactly?
Behind the door. Behind the damn door. They wailed on her. Both of them. Again and again. They called her trash, a looter, a whore, a parasite, a pest. The walls there were so thin, I could hear it all.
How long did that beating last?
I don't know. I don't know.
Was anybody else still there?
It's fuzzy. I don't think so, no.
I apologize, this must be very difficult, but did you see Anna Kazmarek when she came out of the room?
I did. They had to carry her out. She was barely conscious. And her face, my Anna's face, they must pay.
What then? Did you do anything?
No. No. We're done here. We're fucking done here. Is this a joke to you?
Before you furiously storm off, there's one more document I'd like to ask you about.
I'm not.
You will want to see it. According to it, you already admitted your guilt. Can you tell me what this man is referring to? This man, your uncle. Did you contact him about Anna's arrest? Did you ask him to help her? Cover for you? What is this plan he refers to?
Idiot.
Excuse me?
She had it all planned and Idiot. I have nothing to say to you. You have your proof. I just hope you have enough for that snake as well.
I feel like there's still something missing. I should give more thought to that house search idea.
Miss Katz.
Thank you, Paula. Oh, hello, Marlene. Oh, I'm glad you are so cooperative.
Yes?
Later.
Miss Katz. Good. I hope the investigation's proceeding apace.
Despite the previous issue, I must say I feel confident. As of now, the case seems quite clear.
I often thought that, only to be blindsided in court. We must be careful. We must question our decisions. Always, Miss Katz.
I understand, Mr. Bauer.
Very well then. I assume the reason for your visit is the warrant we discussed. To have one of the witnesses' houses searched.
Yes, Mr. Bauer.
So I understand you have a finished theory on what had actually happened on the day of the arrest.
I'm just particularly interested in one of my witnesses. I suspect they know more than they let on.
I see. This is the only chance, Miss Cutts. We will not be able to get a warrant for another house search. I suggest you make sure your decision is the correct one.
I'll give it some more thought then.
That's a great idea, Miss Cutts. Miss Cutts, reached a decision regarding the warrant?
Yes, Mr. Bauer.
Very well, I'm listening. Who should we get a warrant for?
Emilia Becker, the neighbor. Let's search her.
Let's see what comes of it. Good luck, Miss Cutts.
There's nothing left for me to do. I should call it a day.
Miss Katz.
Thank you, Paula.
Miss Katz, they completed the search. Oh, and there's a new anonym for you. Sorry.
How about we switch, hmm? You can lead the case and I'll lounge around here. No? Too bad. Oh. Oh, I'm glad you are so cooperative. Oh, hello, Marlene. Meow.
Yes?
Later, Peters. Did they find anything?
Oh, they sure did. Turns out, young Miss Becker was something of a diarist. The officers took the liberty of bookmarking the entries following the bombing. I'd say they prove most enlightening.
Is that so? I'll better give them a read then.
Miss Katz.
Thank you, Paula.
Well, hello. What can I do for you?
I think... Let's see about that anonym. More death threats is exactly what I need now. This is nothing short of a confession. Why, who could have sent this? do I want to call? He's not picking up.
Essie, hello. I hope I'm not disturbing you.
Not at all. Don't worry.
Good, I'm glad. I know how hectic those last moments of a case can be. I wanted to wish you good luck. I've kept my ear out about your case, and it's a tough one. I'm impressed with how well you have been handling it. Impressed and a little bit worried.
Actually, wait. I have a question.
Yes?
It's about Bergmann, Kranich and Partner.
Is it now? That's unexpected. Reconsidering the offer? It's a bit late, but I'm sure I can talk to them.
I found something. Something bad.
Stop.
But...
No, stop. Whatever it is, I take it. It's from one of your investigations, yes?
unfortunately.
Then it's confidential. I can't be hearing any of it. I don't want to be hearing any of it. Are we understood?
But...
Are we understood?
Yes.
Good. And I'm sorry for raising my voice. I'm proud of you, Essie. You know that?
You've been saying that a lot lately. Is everything all right?
Yes, of course. I've simply come to realize I've never said it enough, and I should have. I'm proud of you, and nothing can change that.
All right. Now to see what Mr. Bauer wanted to talk about.
Miss Katz.
Thank you, Paula.
Miss Katz, thank you for coming. I understand the case is ready for court.
Yes, Mr. Bauer.
That's good to hear. Miss Katz, I won't dance around the topic. I have an important question for you. Why are you here?
I'm afraid I don't understand.
You've always known this job would not be easy or grateful. And by now you're sure to have noticed that what you knew didn't even begin to cover it. People hate you. They want to see you fail. Celebrate every hurdle in your path, curse and discredit every hard-won success. Hardly an inciting prospect for a promising lawyer of your intellect. And, let's face it, one blessed with the connections of your father. With all the options open to you, why did you choose to join the most hated man in Frankfurt?
What does my father have to do with anything?
I know it's indelicate of me, but we both know how this world works. Just your surname could have gotten you a much nicer position than anything we can offer here.
I wouldn't say I've thrown anything away.
And hopefully you're right. Yet knowing our reputation, your time here is likely to be a detriment to your future career.
As you said yourself, it's the right thing to do.
And for me, that remains true. But is it for you, Miss Kutz? Is it really?
I had this friend growing up. Her name was Lotte. Charlotte Lang.
And she was Jewish.
The Langs were our neighbors. Lived on the ground floor across the street. Had the entire floor to themselves. They were bankers before the war, before the racial laws. Our families were close. Mr. Lang studied together with my father, and they used to partner in some business. Lotte was the same age as me. Our parents knew each other, we were both girls, and we lived right next door. Was it even possible for us to not end up best friends? It sounds stupid now, talking about a friendship between children, but we were close, like sisters.
But it didn't last.
I don't remember when things changed, not exactly. You don't really see those things when you're a kid. Slowly, our parents became weird around each other, different.
Were enacted.
My mother, she forbade me from seeing Lotte. Said she was a bad influence. That I shouldn't associate with her element. We got into an argument. No, that's not right. I had a tantrum. I was 8, so any sort of lip from me was a tantrum.
And did you stop?
No, not at first. Not for a while. We tried to keep together. Mostly at school, away from our parents. Then our classmates started whispering. Then the older and younger kids, the teachers. And little by little, I abandoned her. Other than me, she'd never had many friends. With me gone, she was alone. It was hard at first. It hurt. Lotte was my friend, and I left her. I knew it was wrong, but I still did. I was angry, embarrassed. With my mother, with the teachers, with everyone, including myself. But again, little by little, as time passed, that's the worst part. It became normal. I remember one time a few years later, I was on my way back from school. Wasn't far from home, just the next street over. I heard it before I saw it. 3 older boys from school in Hitlerjugend uniforms. And Lotte, you can guess what they did. She was on the floor. They kicked her around the alley, spit on her, called her. I was there. I should have said something, done something. I don't know.
But you didn't.
They noticed me, confronted me. Confronted. Now that's rich. They didn't even have to threaten me. I ran away anyway. I didn't see her after that. Not until the night. The dogs woke me up. They started barking as soon as the cars pulled in. It was the middle of the night, 2 or 3 in the morning. I saw them from my window, lining up in front of the lungs. They kicked the door in. Herded them out like animals. Like filth. Lotte was the last one. I know how it sounds, but before disappearing into the van, for just a moment, she turned towards me. As if she knew I was there.
I see. Miss Katz, would you say then that this work, what we're doing here, is personal for you?
No, not entirely. That's how it started. A way to make it right? Which is of course impossible.
Quite.
But now, it's more than that. It's a truism, but it's the right thing to do. Something has to be done.
Good, I agree. We are not heroes here. Our goal isn't to avenge, heal, or redeem. Neither the dead nor the living. Our task, our duty, is much greater than that. We are prosecutors, and what we do is we see justice done. We make sure that all actions have consequences. That's the only way we can stop all of this from happening again. That is why I want to see you in court tomorrow, not to make it up to your friend, not to ease your guilty conscience, not even to give Miss Kazmirek or her family their closure. The one reason you should stand in that courtroom tomorrow is to see justice done, to uphold the law, because that is our duty.
I still need to get Paula to prepare the indictment.
Miss Katz, are you done with the case?
As ready as I'll be.
Isn't that always the truth? I'll start writing the indictment to send tomorrow. In the meantime, I'm still here for a few hours, just in case you want to change anything. Thank you, Lord, for Mr. Bauer's stance on overtime pay.
There's nothing left for me to do. I should call it a day.
Oh, Miss Katz. Didn't hear you come in. Tough day, isn't it?
Try a tough week.
Tough month. Oh.
Year.
How are you feeling?
I'm just tired, really. Exhausted. It's all been a bit too much lately.
I hear that.
It's been a tough case.
I can imagine. With what I've read and heard, for once, I'm glad I'm not in your chair. I have no idea who to believe, who I want to believe. It's all so needlessly cruel.
I should get going. Have a case to finish.
Right, me too. Good luck, Miss Katz.
It's time.
Order. This court is now in session. Judge Ernst Braun presiding, considering the case of Anna Kazmirek. Speaking for the prosecution, counsel Esther Katz. Representing the defendants Wagner and Becker, counsel Rudolf Schramm. And counsel Sigmund Hauptner, representing the defendants Grunewald and Kirchmann. I ask the prosecution to present their theory. Ms. Katz, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Anna Kazmirek was a barely 19-year-old girl who had just lost everything she could call hers. She was the only daughter of a sickly widow and the only one who could provide for both of them. She had friends, she had a boyfriend. She had dreams, hopes. She had a future. We are not here today to debate the accusations against her or the possibility of her guilt. We are here because of the crimes against her. On the morning of October 20th, 1944, 2 officers of the Schutzpolizei arrived at the temporary lodgings of Anna Kazmirek. The reason behind their visit was an anonymous phone call made earlier that same morning. The caller had reported a theft, naming Ms. Kazmirek as the perpetrator. This caller was none other but the accused Wolf Kirchmann, the girl's boyfriend.
What?
Leaving his motivation aside for the moment, it is because of his call that the police became interested in the victim. Because of his accusations. Anna Kazmirek was tortured and killed because Wolfgang Kirchmann reported her to the police.
That's right. He wanted to get rid of her.
What? I knew it. You're just the same as the rest of those
Order.
Objection, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Hauptner?
According to Mr. Kirchmann, the person to make the call was the accused Emilia Becker, who, as we learned from our witnesses, made no secret of her distaste for the victim. Having learned of the crime, Mrs. Becker did what she believed was right. She called the police to inform them of her suspicions.
Mr. Chairman, I have to...
Which in itself does not constitute a criminal act.
Ah.
So I must ask, why should we consider the prosecution's theory of more probable?
Objection sustained. Unless Miss Katz can substantiate her claims, naturally. Well, Miss Katz...
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. The call in question has been recorded under the number 4410200002 and was made at 10:25. According to the police documentation, the caller was male, leaving us with just one suspect.
What?
The accused, Wolfgang Kirchmann.
You've proven your point, Miss Katz. Objection overruled.
You piece of shit.
Miss Grunewald, this is a court of law.
Tragedy. Tragedy.
Let's proceed, Miss Katz.
During the interrogation of Ms. Kazmirek, the officers recovered a suitcase hidden in her room. It matched the description of the stolen items provided in the phone call. As you have heard, however, some of the witnesses claim that said suitcase was planted. It is the prosecution's belief that this was not the case. The suitcase was found in Ms. Kazmirek's room because she had brought it there. Which is not to say we believe the accusations that were levied against her. It is our stance that the suitcase in question belonged to Miss Kazmarek and her mother.
I see. Does the defense have anything to add in this question?
No, Mr. Chairman. For once, I would say Miss Katz seems to have it right.
I have to disagree. The question of the suitcase appears to be crucial to this case, and it needs to be given the proper scrutiny. As such, I'm surprised the prosecution has chosen to disregard the testimonies of two witnesses. According to both Mrs. Grunewald and Mr. Kirchmann, the supposedly looted suitcase was planted in the victim's room. Planted by Mrs. Becker while the victim was being interrogated by the police.
Miss Katz, your response? Is there anything you can say to prove the defense wrong?
Certainly. Miss Kazmarek admitted to having taken the suitcase, not only in her testimony, questionable as it was.
They made her say it!
We did no such thing, Mr. Chairman.
But also in her final letter to her mother.
What?
In it, she specifies she had believed it to be theirs because of a characteristic red scarf. The same scarf is described in the evidence form for the recovered suitcase.
Miss Katz, you've proven your point. Objection overruled.
Bullcrap! It was Becker! It had to be.
As if she brought it all on herself.
Please continue, Miss Katz.
Halfway through their interrogation, one of the officers left for the victim's room and searched it for the suitcase in question. It is possible that, having found it, this officer could have left the building, placing him away from the crime scene for the events that followed. The officer in question was the deceased Klaus Nowak.
Objection. According to Mr. Wagner, he was the one to search the room. Why has the prosecution decided to distrust the words of an officer of the law?
Miss Katz, if you have any proof to back your theory, now would be the time.
Gladly, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nowak has been recognized as the officer who searched the room by multiple witnesses, including one we haven't heard from, Mrs. Hausler, a neighbor of the victim. She had seen and talked with him as he left the scene with the suitcase in hand.
I must have misremembered that.
Misremembered. Indeed. Mr. Sham, your objection is overruled. Miss Katz, if you would.
Here, I need to bring your attention to the crime Anna Kazmarek was sentenced for, that of looting, treason. Yet, as we've heard, the charges the officers had arrived to investigate were merely of theft. How did this change? When did theft become looting? It was because of the words of Emilia Becker.
Oh, finally, that's right.
Mrs. Grunewald, I warn you.
Following the retrieval of the suitcase, Mrs. Becker approached the officers and offered a clarification. She claimed the suitcase in question was hers.
I did not.
And had been taken from the ruins of her bombed house, a voluntary evacuated building.
That's right. I heard her say it.
It is the prosecution's position that she knew this would qualify the supposed crime as looting, branding Miss Kazmarek a traitor.
This is madness!
Mrs. Becker did so fully aware of how harsh the verdict would be.
Objection. Why has the prosecution chosen to ignore the testimony of Mrs. Becker? She states clearly that it was Wolfgang Kirchmann who told the officers the suitcase had been looted rather than stolen. That because of him, Miss Kazmirek's charges were elevated to those of looting and treason.
Miss Katz, can you present any proof to support your claim?
Certainly. In her diary, Mrs. Becker claimed to have seen Miss Kazmarek during the act of the supposed looting.
Oh, for the love of God!
As you can see, she referred to the victim as a Polak, in light of her mother's descent, the topic of which would later be used to justify the harshness of her verdict. Mrs. Becker, may I add, remains the only person claiming to have seen Miss Kazmarek commit any crime.
Thank you, Miss...
And you know what? I do it again.
Mrs. Becker.
Are you all blind? Are you idiots? So what if the damn suitcase wasn't mine? So what if I embellished it a little bit? She wasn't some innocent angel, you idiots. That damn Polak was a thieving, manipulating whore.
Order. This is a court of law, not some Sunday market, and you will behave accordingly, Mrs. Becker.
Ha!
The same goes for you, Mrs. Grunewald. Now, let the record show that the prosecution has proven their accusation, and that the accused has admitted to it. Miss Katz, proceed to your next point.
The final question remains. Today we've heard from 4 witnesses whose recollections of the events varied, to say the least. Yet, they all shared a common point. One event on which all witnesses agreed. Anna Kazmarek did not confess of her own will. Anna Kazmarek was tortured. She was beaten by the accused Otto Wagner, who inflicted significant bodily harm upon the girl, repeatedly assaulting her until she admitted her guilt. She was forced to give a confession that would satisfy the officer, without regard for its veracity.
Objection.
Let's hear it.
The only witness claiming to have seen the perpetrator after the beating is Mr. Kirchmann. And from his testimony, it is abundantly clear that he was not of his right mind. It is the defense's opinion that the testimony of Otto Wagner presents a more plausible course of events. It was the defendant's partner and superior, Klaus Nowak, who tortured the victim. Mr. Wagner himself was unaware of this, as he had already left not only the room, but the apartment itself.
Miss Katz, if you would, I will require more proof.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. According to the police report from Miss Kazmarek's arrest, one of the officers involved had received first aid. As you can see from the photo, the officer in question was Otto Wagner, with his freshly bruised fist. The knuckles, mostly, as if he had just used his fist to repeatedly punch somebody.
Very well. I consider your claims proven.
But I had to. She wouldn't admit it. She just wouldn't. She was guilty. She was. I was just doing the right thing.
Now, before I pronounce the verdict, is there anything else this court should be aware of?
There is, Mr. Chairman.
Let's hear it.
As we've established, it was the accused Wolf Kirchmann who called the police on Miss Kasmirek. What we haven't established is the why. Why would he do that? Weren't they a couple? Weren't they happy? As you can read in this letter, it was part of a plan, a stunt. One where he was to be Anna's savior. But how? Why? In his own would-be dying words, because he believed Emilia Becker.
It was all her plan. She made it all up.
Oh, get over yourself. You were more than happy to do it.
To teach her a lesson. To scare her. Not this.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Order. Mr. Scham, Mr. Hauptner, you will control your clients. Miss Kurtz, please continue.
His call was about a theft, a lesser crime, one that he knew she had not committed. It is the prosecution's belief that this is all he ever intended. An incident with the police from which he could save his beloved. That's what Mrs. Becker let him believe was the plan. But herself, she had a different idea. As she wrote in her diary, it was a way to be free of her.
You swore she cheated on me.
Of course she did. She was a whore. You were just too blind to see it. She got exactly what she deserved.
You killed her. You used me to kill her.
I did it for us.
Piece of shit. You both deserve each other.
Silence! This is disgraceful. Mrs. Becker, Hauptmann Kirchmann, you have just admitted to another crime. Furthermore, I find you both, and Mrs. Grunewald to boot, in contempt of court. Now, if we can have some order in here. Miss Kurtz, is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, I believe the accused have said it all, Mr. Chairman.
That they have, indeed. I've heard enough. All rise. This court has reached the following verdict. In the case of the defendant Wolfgang Kirchmann...
Hauptmann.
Yes. Hauptmann Wolfgang Kirchmann. Born March 17th, 1924, residing at Buschstraße 34, Bonn. For the crime of false deprivation of liberty through indirect perpetration and a deliberate false accusation, this court finds you guilty.
Good.
As the prosecution proved, Miss Kasmirek was arrested due to the report made by the defendant. The false report, as he was perfectly aware of his accusations being a lie. Defendant Wolfgang Kirchmann, you are hereby sentenced to 3 years of prison. Next in the case of the defendant Emilia Becker. Born December 4th, 1924, residing at Kaiserstraße 11, Brunswick. Considering the damning evidence provided by the prosecution, only one verdict can be justified. Mrs. Becker, this court hereby finds you guilty of the crime of murder through indirect perpetration.
What?
Anna Kasmirek's arrest and the execution were a direct result of your deliberate lies. And, as the prosecution has proven, you had the intent and the base motive of jealousy. With such premeditated actions, this court cannot pronounce any other verdict.
No, this isn't possible. I did nothing wrong.
Defendant Emilia Becker, you are hereby sentenced to life imprisonment. And lastly, in the case of defendant Otto Wagner, born February 23, 1918, residing at Georg Westermann Allee 75, Brunswick, for the crime of assault for coercion of confession, this court finds the defendant guilty.
No.
The prosecution has proven beyond reasonable doubt that it was in fact Mr. Wagner, and Mr. Wagner alone.
I had to do it.
Who forced the victim to give her confession through torture. Defendant Otto Wagner, you are hereby sentenced to 3 years in prison. This court is adjourned.
It's all so petty, so small, so human. How else should one describe it? Human pettiness given power. Jealousy, insecurity, naivety. A system that's so desperately needed to show strength. No matter the facts. Mrs. Becker remained defiant in the face of the verdict. So what if she lied? So what if the girl was innocent? She had it coming, she yelled, as the guards escorted her out. I'm told that year's Christmas at the Wolfenbüttel Women's Prison was quite an event for the incarcerated. It was in no small regard due to the exemplary work of inmate Becker, who volunteered to help organize it. This sort of activism would take up most of her time, as she took it on herself to return the women there to the Lord. To say Mr. Wagner cried at the verdict as laughably lenient as it was, would be an understatement. He bawled, like a little boy. He claimed he was told that she was guilty, that without a confession she'd get away with it, that it had to be done. That's what they all did. It had to be right. And all Otto Wagner ever wanted was to do right. It must be said that Mr. Kirchmann accepted his verdict with dignity. A rare enough occurrence when it comes to our cases. Still, he couldn't bring himself to look his former friends in the eyes. He served his time dutifully, a model prisoner in all regards, with almost no incidents to speak of. It remains unclear how the belt found its way into Wolfgang Kirchmann's hands, or how he hid it from the guards. What is known is that by the time he was found during the morning rally, there was not much point in calling the doctor. He left no letter. Mrs. Grunewald and Mr. Hens were quick to celebrate the verdict, quick and loud. They ended up having to be escorted out of the courtroom. But Mrs. Hens, Theresa Hens, didn't join in their enthusiasm. Yes, some justice for Anna was achieved, that's true. But after all, justice was not what she had wanted. What she had really wanted was the impossible. Her daughter back. Why are we here? Why do we pick at these old wounds? Why don't we let the past be? It is because it would be too easy to choose to forget, to ignore, to stay silent. And isn't that how we got here in the first place? Acceptance by silence. The silence of the people, who all partook in the system that killed her. A system they created and agreed to. They lived in it, obeying, upholding, and empowering its rules. A system that without them couldn't exist. Yes, we cannot undo what has already happened. We cannot undo Miss Kashmarek's death, but we must learn from it. To choose the truth and not the lie. Justice, not injustice. Right instead of wrong. So no other girl shares the fate of Anna Kashmarek.
Hello? Anybody here? The door is locked. There's something in my inbox. Paula must have been here already. Mr. Katz?
Miss Katz, this is Bauer. Could you come to my office, please?
Oh, so you are here at least. I was wondering where everyone had gone. Is this about a new case?
Let's not talk about it over the phone.
Sure, I'm on my way. That sounded urgent. I shouldn't leave Mr. Bauer waiting.
Miss Katz, we need to talk about the future of this department. We will change the way we are working. And I'm afraid you won't get your own cases anymore.
Did I do anything wrong?
It has nothing to do with your performance. Are you familiar with the case Peters has been working on?
I think I know, but can you help me remember?
Sure. A witness gave us documents that the SS wanted to destroy just before the end of the war. Unfortunately, or rather fortunately, they did not succeed in burning all of them. These documents prove that certain judges gave blanket acquittals for the killing of camp inmates. Of course, we always knew that the tens of thousands of people who were supposedly shot on the run were in fact systematically murdered. The Nazi state tried to maintain the appearance of legality until the very end. The problem of Auschwitz, you would probably agree, did not begin at the gates of Auschwitz and Birkenau. People had to be brought there, which means there were many many perpetrators. There was an entire system behind it. With these documents, we could finally succeed in bringing the Auschwitz system to justice. Not only those who actively carried out the killings, or those who gave the orders at the very top, who are either dead or somewhere in South America today, but also those who kept the system running that made it all possible. The desk murderers. We will bring them to justice. Together. That's why I can't give you any more cases. I need everyone to help with this one. We will bring Auschwitz to court.
Thank you for your trust.
Good. Several packages arrived from Poland. These are more lists of the kind Peters found. I asked Paula to put them on your desk.
Speaking of which, where is everybody?
Paula has an appointment. Mr. Peters is at court and Mr. Wohlmuth is visiting relatives in Munich. So it's you and me today. Best you get to work. There is a lot to do.
Will do. The door is locked. The door is locked. So, what do we have here? Even more of these, of course. How did you all actually die? How did they kill you? And here's our good friend. Another empty one. Figures. That's a new one. Time to expand the suspect list. Wait, this one... I know this one. No, 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 no! Oh God, what do I do now? I need to tell Mr. Bauer, but not over the phone. Do I really want to warn Dad? He was clearly involved in these crimes, but he's also my father. I need to speak to Dad.
Cuts.
Dad.
The Auschwitz execution files, recovered in 1945 from a burning courthouse in Breslau, proved crucial in establishing Frankfurt's court jurisdiction over the Auschwitz complex. The files contained lists of prisoners shot in 1942 during alleged escape attempts and named 37 members of the SS as the shooters. With their names now known, the prosecution was able to find over 1,500 witnesses whose testimony served to disprove the validity of those files. The first Frankfurt Auschwitz trial began on December 20th, 1963. Over the next 20 months, more than 300 witnesses testified to the daily atrocities of the Auschwitz concentration camp.
For many Germans, this was their first in-depth look into the horrifying daily routine of the extermination machinery at Auschwitz. The vast majority of the accused present at the proceedings showed little to no remorse. On August 19th, 1965, over 20 years after the end of World War II, the first Frankfurt-Auschwitz trial came to a close. 2 more followed. On July 1st, 1968, a month after the last of the trials, Fritz Bauer was found dead in his apartment in Frankfurt. He was 64.